their damn fault. Because when your kid don't get on the field, you want to just take him to another school. Maybe your kid can't play.
I told you.
That's the reason why I never got into coaching, because I will be the honest one. Oh, why is my kid playing? He can't play. I'm trying to win games, not lose.
I told you this. Somebody we both know, coaches their son's basketball team.
Hmm?
And as the kids have gotten a little better and older, the AAU world starts to creep in. His kids are in 5th grade.
Hmm?
5th grade. He's been on 4 different AAU teams.
Maybe he can't play.
It's just, you got to chill.
But that's the thing of it, though. You got to get to the point where, listen, bro. I watch all kind of stuff. I'm walking in this morning and I hear him talking about mental health, okay? And I take mental health very seriously. But I don't think everything that happens in a person's life when it's not positive is something that has to deal with mental health. They were on the news this morning talking about the stress level of parents. I don't think too many parents are more stressful than the parents that I grew up with, or anybody else back in those days where you had 6 and 7 and 8 kids.
It's probably just
now you have one damn kid, okay? And it's like, I'm like, dude, are we going to make everything into a health issue so we can make it easier on people, which I think screws you up over time?
I think there is such a push to come up with a specific term and to come up with reasons for poor performance. And honestly, a lot of it is
coming
just
up with all this stuff,
not wanting hard work.
You know who's coming up with most of these new issues? Psychiatrists and psychologists.
Because they get paid.
Yeah. I mean, if somebody else did it, I wouldn't say a word. But you know what? I have seen a lot of stuff turn into a moneymaker for them.
Sure.
Over the last 15 to 20 years.
Sure.
Come on, man.
To equate that to sports, Jaden Daniels went to Vegas Saturday night, or Sunday night, rather, for the LSU-USC game. I thought it was cool. He was on the sideline. Listen, he played for that team last year. Yeah. He just won a Heisman Trophy for that team last year. Those are his boys.
They didn't have practice.
They didn't have practice.
So you could go.
They had a Labor Day break.
He has the means where he can fly there and back.
Privately.
There you go.
You know how many tweets I got? You think he's going to be okay for the walkthrough? Let me be clear. And for anybody that's asking, he's going to be okay for the walkthrough.
That's why, Jay, I told you sometimes I ignore some people. That's a stupid-ass question. But let's go to this one. I'm watching the news again. Guess what they said? Kids shouldn't be playing sports early on because it puts too much stress on them. Kids been doing that since the beginning of time. How about we start letting people go through some stuff so when they become older, they know how to deal with some of the things in life instead of being new to it.
You know who puts the stress on kids playing sports? Parents.
Yes.
Like, kids like playing sports.
They like playing sports, but I'm just saying, it's like this, but this wasn't the parents. This was another
psychiatrist.
Yeah. They're talking, and I'm like, dude, come on now.
I'd rather deal with an astrologist.
We can't let we can't let people just sit around and do nothing, because then they really have issues because they don't know how to deal with anything. So it's a lot of weirdness going on these days where everything gets a
Can I just, like, for the fans that were asking me about the concern about getting back for
what the hell?
If anybody needs an update on the prison cell studio, Jeff's working on the cameras, and B. Mitch's chair just fell apart.
Like, this is a new chair, right?
I don't know. There is so much stuff in here now. The prison cell has never really been known for its comforts, but it's particularly uncomfortable.
Butter.
And B. Mitch's chair is just falling apart. What is that line in Dumb and Dumber? It's like, our heads are falling off our bird. We don't know what's going on here. If you're upset about Jaden Daniels, and there was a long period of time where this organization was celebrated because a bunch of offensive linemen drank beer after practice. Like, you can't have it both ways. The kid went and saw a football game, probably flew back privately into, is it Signature? What do they call it over there next to Dulles? Yeah. Honestly, because that game was that much earlier over there, he was probably asleep on that plane before midnight.
Yeah.
Like,
but the whole, like, man.
And he's 24. What were you doing when you were 24?
The people that are asking those questions couldn't have played sports. Or they don't follow them because people do stuff like this all the damn time. When you don't have a game, you're not required to be in a meeting, and you take some time. Like, people don't play football just for the fans' satisfaction. They play it for theirs as well. And you play it and you put your body in those situations to where you can get to a point where you can enjoy some things that you ordinarily couldn't do. So now he wanted to go to the game. He went to the game, cool, boo. And I'm sure it was discussed with his peeps. But that's nothing to be like, is he going to be ready for a walkthrough? Whoever asked that question, one finger salute.
They've never seen a walkthrough. And I would get it if you had a rookie that there's been some question about, like, level of knowledge of the playbook or level of commitment or any of those things. There have been quarterbacks here in Washington that have not shown the most commitment, especially as rookies. And this kid's the opposite.
Yeah.
So I think we all got to chill with that. I have more news. We're just breaking news all over the place this morning, B.
When was the walkthrough? Yesterday?
They had a walkthrough yesterday. Closed to the media.
Right. You know what? I do this show here. I've been to Vegas, left on a red eye, and was on this show when it started.
We both have done that.
Yes.
We do that all the time.
Yeah, but I mean, the whole thing.
We have to fly out of Tampa, but early because it's an afternoon game, and we can't get a flight out Sunday night, and we have to be up at. We're gonna work that game, probably work that game, get up, and go make sure we got something set up, and make sure so we cool and keep on coming. Yeah, this happens all the time, folks. Another piece of news has just emerged. The Manning Cast, very popular television program. It's pretty damn cool. Peyton and Eli watching Monday Night Football, and then occasionally another guest pops up. Marshawn Lynch, Snoop Dogg.
Yeah.
Who knows? Howard Hampton. Who knows who's going to show up? Howard Hampton Landfill is the governor of Ontario.
Yeah, we put up we try to find out the Howard Hampton game, and the governor of Ontario pops up.
I Googled Howard Hampton, the football game, in a few weeks here at Audi Field, and I got the governor of Ontario. It was very, very confusing. I also don't even know if I have the official title right for what he does. But Brian, the Manning Cast, only doing 11 games this year. 11 games of Monday Night Football.
Really?
Do you think the Commanders' Monday night game against the Bengals, Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and these are all Louisiana guys, you think the Commanders made the cut?
I want to say yes because of Jaden, but then you asking the question, probably no.
No. Manning Cast will do week one.
You kind of like give away yourself a little bit, dude.
Well, I'm not really trying to surprise you either, dude. Week 1, Jets, Niners. Week 2, Falcons at Eagles. And then they're not back doing the Manning Cast until October 7th, week 5. So they're skipping 3 weeks. Probably playing. That is peak fall golf weather from September 17th to October 6th. I would not be shocked if there's a few different big-time member guests that Peyton and Eli got to lock in for over that stretch. And seriously, you and I both know the time frame. Doesn't that sound about right?
Yeah, 100%.
And I know those gentlemen belong to a couple of clubs that they
have nice things going on.
I believe there's a green jacket.
Yeah.
The other thing I learned about that Monday night game, and this to me is kind of a bummer too. Jeffrey, you're a big Skins fan. You don't even know who Dave Butts is, but that's fine. I believe, and Lady, maybe we can look this up. Maybe I can look it up. The week 3 Monday nighter, which should be a ton of fun, going to Cincinnati, playing the Bengals. I believe that's a Monday night doubleheader.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's not even as cool because there's 2 games going on. I remember
which one starts first?
The doubleheader last year ended up with like both games ending at the same time, and it kind of sucked. Which one does start first?
The other one. It's the Bills and the Jags, I believe.
God, I wish that could have gone the opposite.
But what if that game is just awful? People gonna want to turn on us.
Yeah, I'm just saying it'd be cool to get a standalone.
LSU against LSU, Heisman against Heisman.
Yeah, good. The other one's got Josh Allen, Trevor Lawrence. What do you think? Let's try to be non-partisan here. What's the juicier game? Bills, Jags, or Commanders, Bengals, Landfill?
Realistically, I think it's Bills, Jags.
Because of that, Allen? I think Burrow's on the Allen level.
And Trevor Lawrence,
Allen
too.
And Trevor. But I just think ultimately, so many things are asked about the Bills. Are they overrated? They say they were just picked as the most overrated team in the NFL. So, and then you have Allen, and Allen gets a lot of love. Okay, rightfully so. The guy does some good things, just does some bad things too often for me.
I think Trevor Lawrence has a
then
way
you have
bigger
Trevor Lawrence
turnover
who just signed a big deal. You know, we'll find out. I mean, ultimately, when you look at,
so are you voting?
I think if you're looking at Joe Burrow against Jaden Daniels, two Heisman Trophy winners from the same school, you can play that game up, and that's probably like the most sexy.
Jeff, what's sexier to you?
I'm not saying this because I have Ashburn syndrome.
Yes, you are.
But no, it's definitely Jaden versus Joe Burrow. Because I feel as though with the Bills game, it's either going to be the Bills by a blowout or a close game with the Bills winning. So
I think
it just all depends on how that game goes.
I think it hinges on the starts these teams get off to. I think if Jaden comes out like a rocket, and let's say they lose in Tampa, but he looks good, and then they beat the Giants at home, and the excitement, like, you know how I get nerded up to watch Paul Skeens, right? The stud young rookie pitcher for the Pirates.
Yep.
There are millions of me in this country. If all of a sudden there's a stud young quarterback that's exciting to watch, a rookie, people want to see that. And
Don't even worry
because of
about it. They can want to see it or not. NFL and the TV are they gonna show it?
Right, but they'll have a choice. I'm saying if you have a choice and it's like, all right, I know Allen, I know Lawrence, I haven't seen this kid, and he's not going to be on national TV a whole lot, as much as national TV is less relevant with Red Zone and everything else. But like, I could absolutely see that being the sexier game. Yeah. And you still have Burrow who's dealing with the injury.
But Burrow coming
dyed
back.
his hair like
I think
Slim Shady.
people want to check that out. Will Jamar Chase be in camp by then?
We need a Jamar Chase update. Maybe we get somebody from Cincinnati on the phone, because that whole situation, he practiced a couple times.
Then all of a sudden he said nah, because he saw what's called not practicing get paid. So he figured, I guess, well, if you practice, you don't get paid because they see you here. But if you don't practice, then we both stated about San Fran, when pressure begins to come, that's when deals get done.
The difference, I would say, is San Francisco has a long, like, even when you were playing, history of taking care of their guys.
True.
And maybe it takes till the deadline, but they take care of their guys. The Bengals, organizationally, have a long history of being misers, of just being cheap bastards.
That's true.
So,
but
like,
I think
there's a different.
There's a time and day and change for everything. And if you have a receiver of that caliber and you have a quarterback like Joe and he's coming into the office like, look, man, what the hell? Y'all got to give me something to work with. These type of things going to happen.
You know what helps Cincinnati, maybe the whole situation? They get to open at home against the Patriots, who stink.
Mm-hmm.
And then week 2 on the road against the Chiefs. So I think, much like we saw last year with Chris Jones, the Chiefs opened. They hadn't agreed to a deal. The Chiefs lost that opener, I believe, to the Lions, right? And all of a sudden they found the money in their pockets to get the Chris Jones deal done. I could see if Chase doesn't go against the Pats, I still think Cincy could win that, and then they could know they have to pay up for the Chiefs game.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be fascinating to watch. I certainly think – you think Jamar Chase is on the field week 3 when Washington plays him?
I think he's on the field week 1.
I kind of do too. All right. We have a ton to get to today. Fun weekend of college football, but the real thing is coming Thursday night, Friday night, Sunday night, Monday night. Get ready, folks. Here's the thing. When it comes to a schedule, what kind of schedule does Washington have, and why does Dan Quinn think they're ahead of schedule? Do that next.
San Francisco 49ers left tackle Trent Williams has ended his holdout and has agreed to terms on a new contract extension with the 49ers. The Commanders have signed linebacker Nick Bellore to the practice squad as the team prepares for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers 4:25 p.m. on Sunday in Tampa Bay. Boston College shocks Florida State 28-13. Trayshawn Ward, who used to play for the Seminoles, had a huge day. Head coach Bill O'Brien
has a very business-like approach to everything that he does. Does a lot in the community, just like a lot of these guys do. So, look, I think he's a good fit for BC. We wish we had him for longer. We only have him for this season, but he had a good day today.
The Nationals take to the field tonight in Miami against the Marlins at 6:40. Live play-by-play right here on the Fan with Patrick Corbin to the hill. U.S. Open center stage today, 12 noon for 13th seed Emma Navarro taking on Paula Badosa. At 1 p.m., Taylor Fritz against Alexander Zverev. At 8:30, Francis Tiafoe versus Grigor Dimitrov. I'm Byron Kerr on the Fan.
I tell you, just letting it all hang out. Brick house. That's a fact. Ain't holding nothing back.
House. All right, we're back. Good morning to everybody in the stream.
knows.
Didn't say good morning to you. Hello, streamers.
What up, stream?
Good morning to everybody in their cars, trucks, automobiles.
that a woman needs.
be
get a man.
feeling this. I know we all spoke, but good morning to the boys in the aquarium. How do you do?
Good morning. I'm good,
36,
man.
Hello.
24,
Jeff looks like he
36.
had a late night. I wouldn't mind a stream camera on Jeff.
I had a long weekend.
I believe it. Were you DJing all weekend?
DJing all weekend. Then I had to chase my niece around at her birthday yesterday. I'm tired, man.
Yeah.
But I'm good. I'm good.
Way
Here.
to get him, niece.
Landfill, did you
Get
get
him
some
again
sleep?
tonight.
3-day weekend. I imagine you loaded up on sleep.
I did do a lot of sleeping, yeah.
Attaboy. I played some golf, perhaps more golf than I had.
Good golf? Bad golf.
I actually played pretty good yesterday.
What's the number?
So the number would have been sub 90, but it was a best ball thing off the tee, so it's not like an accurate number. I hit the driver really well. But like that is kind of customary for me.
Yeah.
I hit the wedges really well, which is not customary.
That's a problem. I don't know who that guy is.
Yeah. But by far the thing, there's a few things that I want to discuss before we get to this Dan Quinn thing. Friday, I'm really excited about this because I think as an analyst, he's one of the absolute best in football. Rondé Barber's going to join us Friday at 1 o'clock to get us ready for the Bucks.
Bucks.
He
Sanders.
I mean, he won. Dude's in the Hall of Fame. Won a Super Bowl in Tampa. Few people are going to be able to talk about that team better. I'm really excited to have him. Thank you for booking that, B. So
Always like Rondé.
Friday at 1, Rondé Barber will join us. Friday also, we will be live at D City Smokehouse, 203 Florida Ave.
Brisket.
I believe it's I think it's like 6th in Florida. We were there. The food is fantastic.
You were there.
Yeah, that's right. I think it was me and Doc, right?
Yeah, I can't wait.
I want to just let the folks at D City Smokehouse know what I want to eat now.
Brisket.
Yes, but the wings were out of this world.
Well, I just say
the Brussels sprouts.
Just bring out the menu.
That's what they did last time.
Yeah.
They brought out this giant tray.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna snack too.
Now, Jeff, are you gonna come to that? Because you were real bitter. You didn't get. I don't think you got to work that last time.
I thought I did work the smokehouse last time.
I thought it was heavy
with
metal
Doc,
Chris. Maybe you're right.
You might have went to another one.
Yeah,
I don't think you went to that one.
I went to the one with Grant and Danny.
Yeah.
Okay. It's dope, dude.
But I'll be out there Friday.
Well, I'm gonna need to get some good food because I'll be getting on the plane after that, so I got to be ready.
And we should see how we can get some food to landfill because I assume you'll be here, Landini, and not over there, right?
I will be here, yes.
All right.
I say Landfill needs to come over there with us.
We will figure that
That's
out.
the way we came to Westfield.
Okay.
We had fun. I'll be dancing off against a 6-year-old.
All right. D-City Smokehouse, the corner of 2nd and Florida. Parking not that easy, so take an Uber. All right, B. Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn's a confident man. Dan Quinn feels good about his team. We had Dan Quinn on the show last week. Thank you for making time, Coach. I think there's a lot to like about this Washington team. I must have gotten asked 1,000 times this weekend, what do you think for the team? What do you think for the team? And depending how many Corona lights people were having, got a lot of 10 wins, 12 wins. I'm like, we'll see, man. We'll see. Clearly, though, and I think the last maybe 10 days since the Jahan Dotson trade especially, like Quinn and Peters are focused on the long term. Dan Quinn said, I put together a coaching staff that is focused on development. You don't usually hear that from a coaching staff side of things. And then you look at all the former head coaches and coordinators that are on this staff, and it's legitimate. Whatever the schedule is, DQ says they're ahead of it.
Okay.
That's a good question. I think we're probably further ahead in some areas. We really pushed a lot of the situations. So we could be at our best in the end of the half and the end of the game. So going in, I thought that would be one of the hardest things that we'd have to do, because I just wanted to constantly challenge the guys. Could we be at our best at the end of the half and the end of the game? And so they were really down for that. They were ready to be pushed in that space, and we've really responded. So say we're probably further along in that space. The one that you worry about as a coach, probably, if you ask the other 31, the line of scrimmage, for the big guys, because it's not throwing and catching and things that you can do without it. So usually the line of scrimmage play just kind of keeps improving, the run game, the run defense. And so those are some of the things that I worry about every year, but I think we're further along than I probably anticipated in some spots.
So I think he's talking ahead of schedule as far as getting this team ready to play week 1.
Yeah. Well, I think, I don't know if it's that. I think it's just ahead of schedule compared to what he was with other teams and the things that he just mentioned. When he talked about the end of the half, end of the game, he's talking about 2 minutes, protecting the ball, holding on to it. And I think all of that was able to happen because offensively, you have a young quarterback who basically seems to be light years ahead of other quarterbacks at this moment. And not necessarily in his play, because we haven't seen him really play, but the way that he handles information, that digests it, and the way he could go out there and just do what they expect him to do. As a defense, you also have a young guy who's going to be in the game win. Looking at Mikey Sanders still. He's going to be around when you have nickel going on and things of that nature, to be trying to worry about somebody's slots and all that. But he is so damn smart. He's calling, he's going to be one. Before it's over with, Mikey Sanders still would be calling some of the defense. I think
if Bobby Wagner wasn't here, Samerstill might already be doing it.
Yeah.
But because you have a veteran like Wagner, I think, and I think part of signing a guy like Wagner is to bring in somebody immediately that kind of takes over.
Yeah.
The thing, I think you're right about Jaden. I think they've been so impressed by Jaden that maybe they do feel like they are ahead of where they could be.
Well, see, I think it's this, Jay. Coaches, just like when we sit up here and we put out calls to our fans, we ask them, what's your expectation? The coaches understand when we're putting together a team, and Dan has been doing this for a long time, this seems to give us the most problems. Okay? So, but they realized they had enough veteran people around to pick up all the easy stuff. So he decides, I'm going to move up to some of the things that are normally a little difficult for us. So he jumps up to the things that are more difficult, and they started picking that up. So maybe it's just because of those things that he's implemented things already that ordinarily you haven't already implemented.
The thing that I think is fair that he mentioned is the line of scrimmage stuff.
Yeah.
And I think in two capacities. Like, I'm not saying these guys can't get it done, but what I know is we haven't seen the projected starting offensive line yet, because when Coleman, the rookie Brandon Coleman, the second rounder out of TCU, when he was starting to emerge as that left tackle option, Wiley was hurt. And then Coleman got hurt and Wiley's back. So I think it's quite possible Sunday's starting offensive line is Lucas at left tackle and
Yeah.
Wiley at right tackle. The interior is pretty cemented.
Yeah.
With Allegretti, Biotish, and Cosme. I also think it's quite possible that if you go back a couple weeks and Dan Quinn was asked, do you need to see Brandon Coleman start and get some work before you could play him in Tampa?
Mm-hmm.
And Dan Quinn said, do I need to? No. Do I want to? Yes.
Yeah.
We're at the finish line now, and that hasn't happened. That doesn't mean he can't get a good week of practice with the guys this week.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, starting tomorrow. We'll be
seeing
out
him
there.
play will take some of your worries away. But I think they already know what he's capable of. But I also feel.
But doesn't he need a test?
You want to test it,
Seems
but
like a labrum to me.
they,
But the shoulder
they may be
pec
testing that
thing-
stuff in practice when
Okay.
when they make the media leave.
Right.
Normally that's when it happens. But the thing I will tell you is this. I guarantee you, if a coach kept a 10-year guy around and they don't seem to be concerned, they have a lot of faith in Lucas and what he could do.
Sure. But what makes me nervous specifically about this matchup with Dan Quinn mentioning the line of scrimmage, Tampa's got some horses, and they're going to bring them from everywhere.
They blitz.
Yeah. But they also just have a good D-line.
But you know what people do sometimes too? They blitz you until you catch them. Now, if they can show the one thing that they try and do to a young quarterback is I'm gonna light him up.
Todd Bowles.
And if that quarterback can get that ball out into the hands of the playmakers and you start to get them, they back off. They will back off. And then it plays to you because their strength is the great D-line and the multiple looks that they come on defense with. But if you show them that I'm ready for this, now they have to settle down a little bit more, which takes them out of their norm or what they're good at.
Two players to me you really got to watch in this game defensively.
Penny?
Vita Vea.
That's Vita, not Penny. Same Polynesian.
Yeah. Vita Vea is a beast in the middle of that.
Bruh.
And then Antoine Winfield Jr. on the back end of that defense.
Not the biggest dude in the world.
He'll knock your block off.
But he's a bad dude.
Yeah. He's a real player. And
that's who Mikey reminds me of a little bit.
I can see mindset wise.
Yes.
Yeah. I think Mikey can really cover. And I don't know, Winfield is more of like a pure safety in that aspect. But have you watched the Michigan documentary on Connor Stallions yet?
Mm-mm.
You should. If you're chilling at home, got nothing to do, it's on Netflix.
That rarely happens.
I'm not saying necessarily that I think it's done correctly or paints an accurate picture, but throughout this thing, they're showing Michigan highlights from last year, and all Sammer still does is make huge plays for that team, just nonstop. But Antoine Winfield is a bad dude. He forced 6 fumbles last year to go with 3 picks.
Mm-hmm.
If you're on the back end like that to force fumbles, generally, if you see numbers like that, it's like a pass rusher. You know what I mean? Who has much more access to the football. He's much closer to the football. Ahead of schedule versus concerns at the line of scrimmage. We've talked so much about the O-line, and I've been clear that I think there are some defensive holes for this organization.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to flip that upside down. What if what we haven't seen is actually really good? I'll explain next. Be Mitch Finley. B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. Talking in advance of week 1, man. Golly, time goes fast, dude. Week 1 of the NFL is here. For all the months we grind and talk about whatever the hell we talk about in June, I am so happy football is back. Saturday, B, I bet I put 15 college football bets in. Like, I was just ripping.
Yep.
You want to know how much money I made?
How much?
$70.
Wow.
And then
We won't be getting lunch today.
no, well, the weekend wasn't over on Saturday, B.
All right. What you do on Sunday?
I underestimated the new defensive coordinators that both USC and LSU picked.
Well, I'm going to say that Denton gave us a bad bet on that over thing.
Sure did.
Yeah.
Sure
Yeah.
did.
A couple other games he gave us some bad stuff on too.
Yeah, he had a couple winners too. But
Yeah.
so that $70 became
We only talk about the ones that lose though.
the $70 became a $15 profit. And last night I didn't have anything on that Florida State game. I did.
Well, I know that DirecTV and Wichita, I'm going to get their act together.
Are you a DirecTV guy?
Hmm?
So what? There's no ESPN now?
Any ESPN channel you turn on, we haven't signed our contract yet.
Damn.
Disney. Come on, Disney. What the hell?
Damn. That's a lot. Especially, I tell you what, DirecTV or whoever pulls the lever on this is no fool to do it going into football season.
Oh, yeah. It's about to get done. I think it's DirecTV doing it because they're talking about that they haven't signed their deal with Disney, which means we're not showing your stuff unless you come in with this deal.
Wow.
And they need it right now because they're possibly in some trouble.
Funny line from Commander Tequila on the stream. He said, if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-JP Finley. All right. To be a thought. I have real concerns about secondary. I think Sam Still's a boss. These guys are going to move around a lot. We saw when presumably what the starters were against Miami.
Mm-hmm.
Tua carved them up. 2 4th-down conversions, threw a beautiful touchdown pass to what's my guy's name? Cray? Craycraft. Last year we saw them get torched. Now you got a new staff. You know, there's a lot of new factors. I've been fairly clear that I have some concerns defensively. But I had this thought also, and I won't tell you where it was because you guys say I always talk about that.
Mm-hmm.
I won't tell you where I had this thought, Landfill. I just had a thought. We haven't seen John Allen, Deron Payne, or Bobby Wagner on the field for this defense yet.
You know,
I think those 3 men can make a tremendous difference.
I think 2 of those 3 men are going to have to play a certain level if we are going to get better play out of those guys that you're concerned about. Because I think it's very easy to blame the secondary when you're not getting pressure up front. If they get some pressure up front, I guarantee you the secondary will look better than what they are. I'm not saying that they're good. But the consistent pressure up front for years.
It's football 101.
For the last 4 or 5 years, all we talk about is off the edges. You know where you can do it at? There's a guy who we consider the best in football. He retired. Number 99, Aaron Donald, right? Where does he come from? Inside.
Yeah.
And I guarantee he gets as much pressure as any of those other guys. Then we got another guy right down there in Kansas City, Chris Jones. Where does he rush from? Inside. And he still gets double-digit sacks, and he disrupts everything. We have to get that level of play from our interior guys on defense, and that changes it up for everybody.
Agreed. I totally agree. I don't know that we will. You certainly hope that's what happens. But there is a massive factor in all this that I think has really, really been a problem in the run game. We're talking about football 101. We're going even more basic. We're going to football elementary school. They've been bad tacklers.
Yeah.
And Bobby Wagner might not be the same player he was 10 years ago.
But he will tackle you. He can
wrap it up. Tackle. He's a very short tackler. Watching Sam Still, and he is super active in the run game. He is a hitter, like a thumper downhill.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Jeremy Chin, I don't know that Jeremy Chin is a really capable cover guy. I think there are real questions when there's good backs and tight ends on the other side about some of the folks that are going to be forced into coverage roles.
Mhm.
But I think in the run game, this unit is built much better.
Yeah.
And that, what makes it life a lot easier for a pass rusher trying to get the edge?
Mhm.
Jamin Davis trying to learn what the hell he's doing from the edge.
Yeah.
3rd and 8 instead of 3rd and 4.
There you go.
Like,
But see,
if you could be a good tackling team, maybe it limits the ease with which a team could go down the field.
listening to Dan earlier, and also Whit when they were talking early in OTAs and all that, they talked a lot about we want to take the ball away, but if we don't take the ball away, keep the guy in front of us and make a short tackle. Instead of a guy catching a 2-3 yard pass when it's a quick pass, and you miss the tackle and he goes 5 to 10, 15 more yards. If you tackle him, boom, you may end the 3rd down. It may be 3rd and 6. You tackle him for 2 or 3, boom. They have to punt.
Yeah, man.
They have to become better tacklers, and I think
Wagner immediately changes. Like, if the overall tackling ability of the Washington Commanders last season was a D, I don't know, D minus. I mean, they were dead last and everything. F, F minus. That's a new grade we've learned. I think Wagner immediately improves them a letter grade.
Yeah.
And maybe more than that.
But it's going to be other guys that have to do it too, because then everybody's not running up the middle of the football field.
Sure.
Those edges, and I think mostly last year, it was the passes that were short to where you had a linebacker, outside linebacker miss, or a safety miss a tackle, and the guy went 10, 15, 20 sometimes to the house.
And we saw that a little in the
Those
preseason,
things
too.
we're going to have to correct.
We saw that in the preseason, too. So you hope that was different guys playing in different positions, and they talked about how they're trying to put guys into different spots. Big opportunity on Sunday, man. There's so much exciting reason for optimism. And this is what I told the 8,000 people that asked me how the Skins are going to be this week. I think they can improve a lot and be a lot better and not be a playoff team.
Yeah.
I think if Jaden's the guy, that's by far what's most important. Speaking of the guy, Barstool Nate joins us next.
Big signing in the NFL, agreeing to terms. It is left tackle Trent Williams with the San Francisco 49ers. Washington Commanders preparing for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. 49ers wide receiver Ricky Pearsall will miss at least 4 games after being shot. Cincinnati Bengals coach Zach Taylor said wide receiver Jamar Chase remained day-to-day as he continues not practicing with the team while they await update of his contract extension. College football last night, tremendous win for Boston College, defeating Florida State 28-13. Eagles quarterback Thomas Castellanos, 106 through the air, 73 on the ground, 3 total touchdowns. They held Florida State to 21 yards rushing. The Seminoles are 0-2. Head coach Bill O'Brien on the pride of the offensive line.
They executed, which was the key. And, again, Boston College, has to be known for its offensive line. We have a great tradition of offensive linemen here, and hopefully these guys can keep that going. They started off on a good note tonight.
The NFL is looking into starting future schedules Labor Day weekend and playing Thursday through Monday, according to NBC. The Nationals face off against the Marlins tonight. Live play-by-play at 6:40 right here on The Fan. Derek Law is back, and the game is going to be pitched by Patrick Corbin. 1 seeds Iga Swiatek and Yannick Sinner win at U.S. Open. Today, center stage, 13th seed Emma Navarro against Paula Badosa at 12. 1 o'clock, Taylor Fritz against Alexander Zverev. 8:30, Francis Tiafoe against Grigor Dimitrov. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Didn't you love me? All right, you hear this song, you know what it means. Our dear friend, Little Nate X, Eric Nathan, Barstool Nate. What up, dude? How are you?
That gets a pop out of me every time. It's a funny nickname. I laugh every time you say it.
That's a Landfill original, Little Nate X.
Oh, shout out to Landfill.
So you have him to thank for that.
No, it's good. It's good. I'm not being sarcastic. I literally crack up every time I hear it.
All right, Nate Dogg, we made it, dude. We made months and months and months and months, we made it. We're here. It's week 1. Let's do this. Let's do your floor and your ceiling. Because if I had to guess, knowing you, your ceiling's pretty damn high. Let's start with the floor. What is your floor for the Commanders this year? If things go poorly, what does it look like?
Let's start here, and let's parade the point that we did make it. We made it through another long, grueling summer of, talking about everything we can leading up to football. The millions of JP and B Mitchaholics out there. When I say I do not have high expectations, I want to see the team look like an NFL team, if that makes sense, just with execution and not making bad coaching mistakes like we've seen in years past. But I don't think that we should be expecting this team that was set back 5 years by Ron Rivera's draft room to, exceed expectations. I think 8 wins is good. I think 7 wins would be good. I think anything above 6, we're heading in the right direction. I think, and this is going to sound cliche and whatever, I don't care. All we really want to see is improvement week over week. We want to see mistakes go down and, good heads-up NFL plays go up. And obviously we're talking mostly about Jaden, who's going to make rookie QB mistakes. So that's what rookie QBs do. But we're going to see real quick, hopefully, that he's composed, that he has a good head on his shoulders, and that he can adapt to an NFL game and live-action regular season football. And that's all we really have to see. But if we're talking win totals, I don't expect, ceiling 10 would be crazy, right? Like that'd be insane. So that would be the ceiling. And I think 7 to 8 is what we should expect.
I think that's what the real fans and the people that understand football are probably thinking. Those that are talking about 10,
Steven,
11.
That was a huge compliment coming from you.
But I'm saying
Put that on the record, Lansdale.
are
Nate knows
10,
ball.
10, 11, 12 games is astronomical for a team that's already established.
Yep.
So when people are thinking that, then, I mean, you guys, I tell Jay all the time, you got to learn how to just ignore that and keep moving.
Like,
Don't waste time discussing that.
For folks that, to your point, the Ravens, their win total's 10.5.
Yes.
Like the best teams in the NFL. The highest is probably, I think the Chiefs are 11.5.
Yeah.
So you're completely right that, and dude,
I think we have to get to the point where when you start rebuilding a football team, you have to rebuild the team. You go piece by piece and you try to make it better and better. But every time we hear about a new person coming in, we automatically assume they're a savior. Everybody's not a savior. We just got to understand that mindset. And if you know about building, you always say take small steps. And if they end up being better, fine. But small steps are the best way to go.
And I think with this roster, I like the team. I like the roster. It's just so thin. The depth is not really there. I mean, obviously having a rookie quarterback changes everything just because, again, it's the hardest position in the world to play. We're light at wide receiver. We're light on the offensive line. Zach Ertz, we don't know what we have there. There's a lot of question marks on the defense as well. So it's going to be we might have some tough games this season, and we might have some games where everything comes together and they put it together perfectly and they look amazing. I'm just excited for really the season to start. I think it's like a fun week 1 game against the Bucks, who have weapons everywhere, and I'm just ready to go. I'm ready to do this.
Me too, dude. I'm so excited. You finally get to the finish line. So my concerns have been more. Listen, man, you can't predict injury, all that stuff. Ertz has looked phenomenal.
Yeah.
I mean, how good has Zach Ertz looked when we get to watch him in practice?
Oh, it's damn good.
But he's missed time in a lot of the last few seasons. Like there's some things offensively. Eckler's looked great, but he had the ankle issues last year. If things break right offensively, I think there's a real path to being good. Defensively, it looks different to me. I just think they're obviously in a rebuild. There's a lot they have to do to accomplish a rebuild. And I think it's 1, 2, 3 draft cycles. I don't think this ain't the transfer portal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the flip side of that is, and I just said this to Brian, like we haven't seen Allen and Payne in the middle of that defense with Bobby Wagner behind them. And I don't know that they go from dead last in the league to top 10, but I do think that makes a difference.
Definitely makes a difference. I mean, when you look at the defensive line, like Colin Farrell, we just have these pieces in there. Then we have like Jeremy Chin at safety. There's just these question marks on the defense that we don't know what we have. I'm glad Mathis made the team, by the way. I'll go to war for Mathis, but
why? Why?
You don't like him? I would just like the cut of his jib.
I'm not saying I don't like him, but he hasn't done anything in the pros.
No, I know. There's just something about him. It's like one of those guys where it's like, like he shows up, he works hard. Like, I don't know. He's like kind of like my Jamin Davis also. It's like just these guys that I like that were put into maybe bad situations that I just like kind of root for. So I'm glad he made the team, and I hope that he proves me right. I didn't know you were such a hater, JP.
I'm not. I think Ridgeway has shown an ability to play in the NFL, and Mathis is a potential guy that hasn't shown it yet. So I'm not hating. I was surprised that you are a Mathis stan. I just didn't know that there was enough of a body of work out there to be ride or die for Fedarian Mathis, but it's good to know.
Yeah, if he has no fans, I'm dead. I'll tell you that.
I think it's funny you bring that up. Now that we are a couple weeks past the Jahan Dotson trade, like I do think some of the moves at the deadline, at the cut day, like these guys, I think reminded fans that maybe we're getting a little too eager and optimistic. We're still in a rebuild.
Yeah.
And it's
but I think
phase 1.
The thing about it though, the ultimate thing is fans are going to think how fans think. just so you don't hear a lot of the stuff that fans are saying coming from the team, then you can't blame the team for what the fans say. Fans are going to always be out there. Nate's out there most of the time.
Very measured, Nate.
Most of the time.
Now, if they win week 1, Nate Dogg, what's
he's
going to happen
lose his
then?
damn mind.
Now, look, there is not to get ahead of ourselves, right? But the Bengals were the worst team in the NFL. They draft a quarterback. Joe Burrow turned them around immediately. And I think went to the Super Bowl his second year. So it's like, things happen when you draft a Heisman-winning, unbelievable quarterback, which we did. So there is a chance that after week 1, we up our expectations, right? Maybe after week 2, week 3, we'll see how it goes. So I think it's fair as the season goes on to either temper expectations or change expectations based on how they look.
Mm-hmm.
The worst thing that can happen, obviously, is they come out of the gate super hot and then regress. That's not what we want to happen. I'd rather see the opposite, weirdly, is when they come out looking like garbage and then get better as the season goes on. I would hate for our expectations to skyrocket after week 1 and week 2, and then everything falls apart.
But
that's
not the team's fault. If the team comes out and win in week 1, they're not the ones that are going to lose their mind. It's going to be you and your crew.
No, I'm talking.
It could be Nate Knight in the pits.
Yeah. For me personally, I would like to be able to temper my expectations and not do exactly what you guys are saying that I'm going to do, is start booking trips to the Super Bowl after a couple weeks.
Yeah, but I think it's okay to let them win. And then, hey, the thing about it, when you, like you said earlier, you got a young quarterback, he may have some rookie mistakes and things like that. So you may go on that little roller coaster ride for a bit, but ultimately, one win doesn't mean the Super Bowl.
Oh, sometimes it does.
It never does.
All
It's
right.
just that you got to stop that.
Now we're back to normal B. Mitch and Nate conversation.
I'm excited, man. I'm excited. We have something here. I feel real good about it. It's going to take time. I understand that. We have a lot of holes to fill on both sides of the ball, but I like what they're building. I like the optimism that I see every day on the internet for this team. We don't feel the doom and gloom of ownership anymore. It's just everything feels good right now. It might not be the best season we see, but just what's that phrase? Every long journey starts with one step. We're taking that step. I'm ready to go.
I'm with you. Let's zoom out because obviously it's week 1, Commanders Bucks Sunday afternoon, but it's week 1 for the whole damn league. We get a game Thursday night, Chiefs Ravens. Friday night they're playing in Brazil. It's going to be nuts. And we've already got a week of college football under our belts. Like, we're back. We made it. Shout out to the Terps. Coach Locke's had those boys playing.
Yeah.
Give me your AFC, NFC championship games, sir.
Well, I think it'd be silly to say anything other than the Chiefs. You just can't not say them based on just history and just Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid and coaching, etc.
The Chiefs have hit that level where the Pats got to, where it's like, they're at least going to the title game.
But one thing that happens with the Pats, just like the Chiefs, early on, they normally are a little slower than everybody else.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, by week 3 or 4, they just start road grading people.
Right.
Who do we like on the other side of the ball, though, is the question.
Niners got a lot of stuff going on. A lot of stuff going on in San Fran.
Got their folks in camp, though.
Yeah, they got everybody now.
Yeah, I mean, they're the easy pick as well. Weirdly,
a lot of people like the Lions.
Do the Lions continue
the Lions are the only other team that is like the easy pick, but I don't like picking the Lions. Like, it's not. When was the last time they were in the Super Bowl? 1922. I'm not ready for them to go back. The Rams, I like McVay.
Yeah, but dude, hold on. If we can, we are allowing that everything is different in Washington now, right?
I won't allow that for Detroit. We need someone to, just keep carrying that water.
It's been dramatically different since Campbell showed up.
They already in the playoffs.
Yeah.
No, I know. I hate it.
They're in the playoffs. Wasn't it an
I'm
NFC
not
Championship
joking.
game?
Yeah.
I'm not joking. I hate that the Lions are good now because we need that. We need a team in every league to be just that terrible, will never be good team. And it has to be the Browns or the Lions because otherwise it's us. So the Lions being good, I hate it. It's one of my least favorite things going on in football right now. So I will never take the Lions.
you are the lone Lions hater on the planet. Like, I feel like everybody kind of is like, oh man, Detroit could use a win, and the Lions have never won.
I played golf with a guy this weekend. He is a he came dressed up like he was a damn Detroit Lion player.
That's kind of weird too. What's he think? It's Halloween,
bro. He had on blue everything, dog. Blue and silver.
I'm okay with the Browns being good, but I won't get behind the Lions. I will be a Lions hater.
It's a weird island, but congratulations.
Someone needs to do it. Someone needs to be brave enough to see through Dan Campbell and all that nonsense and be a hater, and that's me. I'm willing to take that.
Okay, so who the hell's your pick then? And I wanted AFC Championship game pick, NFC Championship game pick, and then Super Bowl pick.
What a bad conference NFC is. You have to go. You have to go.
I
Niners.
think the NFC has, if you count rosters 1 to 53, I think the NFC has probably the two best rosters in the NFL with the Eagles and the Niners. Now, if you're only counting 1 to 5, there's a different list.
Only thing that counts is when the game is over, who wins the most games.
Yeah.
I mean, the Ravens Chiefs are always going to be 1-2 for me because I think Lamar and Mahomes are better.
I'm saying depending how you chop that up, but I hear you.
Yeah. You just go chalk with Niners. I mean, who do you like in the NFC Championship game then, JP?
Our picks come later in the week, dog. This is your segment.
Also, my sleeper pick, Packers. I think Love is awesome. I'm a fan of his.
Okay.
I don't know if that makes it weirder.
I like. I like. What do you think? Let's go NFC East then. Dallas has their new D coordinator mouthing off. They just got CeeDee Lamb deal done. Parsons still wants a deal. Dak, I guess, is going to go to free agency. The Giants, I honestly think the outlook with the Giants is so overwhelmingly negative that they'll actually outperform that. I think Daboll can still coach a little bit.
Here's the thing. JP.
And then the Eagles.
Mike McCarthy is the worst head coach in NFL history. He's almost Ron Rivera-esque, where he had one Super Bowl with Aaron Rodgers and has made nothing but bad coaching decisions, especially in the playoffs since. He makes the Cowboys a joke. I think Dak is good. I put Dak in the good category. The Cowboys will never win because Jerry Jones is an idiot and Mike McCarthy stinks, and that makes me so happy. The Giants are awful. The fact that Daniel Jones wakes up every day as the starting quarterback for the Giants is so funny to me because he's god awful at quarterback and he should be a backup, just in like Seattle or something at this point, but somehow he's still the starting quarterback for the Giants. So they're going to be terrible as well. And then there's the Eagles, who that's what's tough because I agree with you. They have a great roster. They have drafted very well. They're one of the only teams willing to make trades to improve their roster. I don't know why other GMs haven't picked up on that, but you're allowed to do that. I'm not going to sit here and put the Eagles in the Super Bowl because that would be the death of me. But I'm with you, JP. The Eagles are good. And then there's us. We should finish second in this division with 8 wins. It's definitely possible.
All right.
Okay.
I think the Giants have a Taylor Heineke situation brewing with Tommy DeVito. Those
brewing. It's already brewed, dog. They already selling that beer in the stores.
Those fans want DeVito out.
They
there.
love DeVito.
Yeah, man. You don't think that, Nate?
Well, Heineke could at least play. Tommy DeVito is terrible.
Listen, man.
Heineke can win a game for you. Tommy DeVito cannot.
DeVito won as many as Daniel Jones last year.
I understand.
He won games last year.
I know, but I don't think it's a Taylor Heineke situation. I think Heineke is a better quarterback than Tommy DeVito. Maybe I'll eat my words.
Nate,
but I don't think
can
I will.
I just read you the stats from last year?
I know I know the stats.
They're damn near identical, dude.
Nate already told you earlier he is a hater.
In a simulation, I think Heineke will always be the better quarterback than Tommy DeVito. I'll take that forever. I'll take that take to my grave.
DeVito last year was 3-3 in 6 starts,
whatever.
64% completion percentage, 8 touchdowns against 3 picks.
Hey,
the numbers are. We got to go. Landfill's telling me to go. Goodbye.
No.
Yes.
Goodbye.
All right. When we come back, you heard us talk DeVito. There are X factors all over the league. Who are they in Washington, and who are they in 31 other NFL cities?
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. With the record heat this summer, I know your air conditioner took a beating and your current brand is not cutting it through this humidity. So now's the time to switch to Rude. Take advantage of Rude's $2,000 tax credits, and Maryland residents can even score exclusive rebates from Rude. I personally switched my house over to Rude, and the difference is night and day. Trust me, and visit rude.com to find your savings. That's RUUD.com to see why they're the MVP of cooling. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
Starting with the NFL, where the San Francisco 49ers are finalizing a deal with all-pro left tackle Trent Williams, and that will end his holdout. Washington Commanders counting down to the first game of the season versus the Tampa Bay Buccaneers Sunday at 4:25 p.m. College football featured Boston College stunning Florida State yesterday 28-13. Eagles quarterback Thomas Castellanos 106 passing, 73 rushing, 3 total yards, and Florida State 21 yards rushing. Patrick Corbin gets the call tonight for the Washington Nationals versus the Miami Marlins from Lone Depot Park. The first pitch at 6:40 p.m. Live play-by-play exclusively here on The Fan. The Nationals have reinstated right-handed pitcher Derek Law from the IL. U.S. Open today includes 13th-seed Emma Navarro against 26th-seed Paula Badosa at 12 noon. At 1 p.m., it's Alexander Zverev against Taylor Fritz. At 8:30 p.m., Grigor Dimitrov against Hyattsville's Francis Tiafoe. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Right here on week 1, Tuesday. Don't you forget, all the football coverage on B. Mitch and Finley and 1067 The Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Check out the savings calculator to find out more at T-Mobile.com/switch.
You got it.
I got it.
Got it.
I slowed it down.
Slow it down a little bit.
Slowed it
You got
down. You know what's funny, B, is I had my first fantasy draft last week. I got another one tonight. And I've been trying to really I get so dialed in on Washington that I want to make sure I understand what's going on other teams. But the problem with fantasy is that like you're so focused just on offense and skill position players, particularly, that you gotta like look around rosters and people. And like just for example, like just think about the NFC East. A player that nobody's probably talking about. And all the things going on with the Philadelphia Eagles and their loaded roster.
Mm-hmm.
Who the hell replaces Jason Kelce? Who's that guy?
The center that they had is supposedly someone that Jason Kelce had kind of looked at, and they drafted him, and he was the guy that's going to be next in line. So we'll see if he, just like, hey, everybody will think they can be a personnel guy. We're going to see if Jason Kelce is good at personnel. He was good at centering.
Right. So the new Eagles center is Cam Jurgens. I'm reading from this ESPN piece.
From that Jurgen family, the Lotion family? No, I'm joking.
Maybe. I'd hear Jurgens and think of Jurgensen. I believe Sonny just celebrated his 90th birthday.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty damn cool. Down in Florida, looks like it was a fun party. So I got some photos sent to me. Cam Jurgens, your new starting center in Philly, replacing a guy that will be in the Hall of Fame in 5 years in Jason Kelce. Here's what I can tell you. This is from Ben Solak, ESPN.com. I don't envy the man tasked with stepping into Jason Kelce's shoes. Beyond the leadership Kelce offered in the locker room, and that isn't something to just wave at, he was a cornerstone of the offense. Now Jurgens must be that. Kelce was responsible for setting the protections in the pass game and calling out checks and audibles in the run game. Mm-hmm. True coach on the field, and the complexity of the Eagles' rushing attack, perennially one of the best in the league, was in large part his achievement. That's both on 1st and 10 and 4th and 1, when the infamous tush push, a.k.a. the cheek sneak, I hadn't heard that one, or the brotherly shove, was an automatic first down. Jurgens is a 2022 second rounder who was approved by Kelce as an heir apparent, simply will not be able to fill all these responsibilities.
Just because Kelce said he can play, don't mean he can be Kelce. But then again, Kelce may have seen a lot of in him what he's seeing Jurgens.
Can I give you an early lean, Brian?
Go ahead.
There's an early lean, Landfill. I kind of like the Packers Friday night.
Okay.
Just saying, I kind of like the Packers Friday night.
All right. Well, JP, you kind of like you come from the same school of Nate. You got a little hater in you too when it comes to the Eagles. So I can't take you serious all the time when you talk about the Eagles.
Here's something interesting. Working games at the Link, I think from a straight like working media perspective, I think it's possibly the best NFL stadium.
Talking about how good a stadium is doesn't say nothing about the team.
Just saying.
That says nothing about the team.
I'm just saying it's a really good stadium to work.
That's why I almost just missed what you were saying because I'm like, what the hell is he talking about?
Dude, the parking's right next to the media entrance. It's a great press box. They play the hits. They have good food. It's a good stadium to work games.
Yeah.
And one of the dumbest things, if anybody's listening about stadium construction, one of the absolute dumbest things is when there's one elevator.
Mm-hmm.
Like the amount of people that have to get up and down during the game.
Mm-hmm.
And then when the real important people come and just take over the elevator.
Yeah.
For as beautiful a location, a stadium, as truly as generational, as like revolutionary as Jerry World is, they got one elevator for that whole stadium to get from the top to the field. And it's a disaster.
There's not more than one elevator. Just that you can't get to that part of the stadium.
To go from the field to the press box, there's one elevator. And dude, it's not just me. Like Ocho Cinco, Joe Buck, like whoever it is, they got to deal with this one elevator. I am sure to Jerry's box,
one elevator station, you saying? Not just one elevator.
One. Dude, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You're down on the field. You turn down that little hallway. Now there's a freight elevator also that you could get on when the line's really bad, but you're not supposed to. And then there's just one elevator.
I don't recall it being
Superdome.
one because I was staying in the other place.
The Superdome. Yeah, but you stayed in the. I know where you stayed.
I thought that
you
was
didn't
the best,
need
that
the
was,
elevator.
That was the best place to be.
You didn't need the elevator because you just stayed right there. The Superdome has the dumbest elevator situation in history. Not only is it just one, but it's tiny. It's like one of the first elevators ever built, I think. It's from like 1971. These are the things
the
that people
dome
need
has
to
been
think
there
about.
about that long.
What's that?
The dome has been there about that long.
All right. These are the things people don't think about, Jeff. All right. Let's talk about someone we know. A real Super Bowl contender. San Fran.
Yes.
So who would you guess is San Fran's X factor?
San Fran's X factor to get to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Is a healthy Christian McCaffrey.
That's certainly one. What about Trent?
Trent is an X factor as well, but
do you think a guy of Trent's caliber, Trent's professional record, I mean, just one of, if not the best left tackle in football we're getting close to 15 years.
This is 15 this year.
Do you think it matters to not get any work? You say to play football, you got to play football.
Yeah, you play football, you got to play football. But then again, let's remember, everybody's not playing football. So
that's true.
So if you are better than him before, you probably better than him after y'all don't play football.
It's true. He's that good. You wonder, just the Niners, man, a lot of stuff.
A lot of stuff, but the thing about it is when you do not practice a lot, like you should be practicing for football, that's when those little soft tissue injuries and other things pop up. You know, and the guy that's been practicing every day throughout OTAs and training camp and all that, that guy is going to be a little physically ahead of the guy that just showed up after 3-4 weeks of sitting at home chilling. But I'm sure he's working out, but I know this. If I go work out by myself, but then I go work out with the group of people, I get more out of it when I'm working out with the group of people than I do when I'm by myself. Because when I get tired when I'm by myself, guess what I do? I stop. I can run as fast as I want. Nobody's going against me. But when I'm running with guys and I'm getting tired and they're beating me, what do? I try to keep up with them or I pass by them.
Yeah.
So that happens.
This is a good one, and I'm curious your take on this, B. The Lions X Factor, Jameson Williams, Bama stud. Everybody knew he was hurt when they drafted him, so you didn't get much in rookie year. Then last year, he's got the suspension. Remember, he got suspended for the gambling, I believe. They lost Josh Reynolds in free agency. Amon Ra's the guy there, right?
Mhm.
But what do you think Jameson Williams can be for the Lions?
He could be exceptional. That kid showed in college how dominant he could be, how fast the hell he is. The thing about the NFL is everybody's fast too. You're not gonna just be meeting people that you can just run past all day. So has he had enough time to incorporate?
He has shown vertical speed
Yes.
and ability to get deep.
But he needs to be able to route people up and
yeah.
also show that he has the understanding of this whole game at the pro level.
What do you think happens there?
Got to stay healthy. If he's healthy, he has ability, and then that comes down to what his coaches can get out of him. How they can start making him do little things that he's beginning to do, and then all of a sudden now he's so thrilled at it that he goes and he works on his stuff all the time.
It's funny you mentioned health because in the NFL, but in life, like health is all that matters. And I was reading about like these situations where there's a health concern and then folks need to get into a real estate deal fast.
Mhm.
And if that situation, you hope it doesn't, but if that kind of thing happens, that's why you want to work with somebody you can trust, knows the market like John Leahy.
Yep, you want to reach out to a guy like John. I don't care if you have to move out of town because of a job opening or anything like that, or you just want to sell a smaller house, move to a bigger house, or vice versa. Sell a bigger house and move to a smaller house. You want to make sure you reach out to a guy named John, because John has a multitude, a plethora of people out there ready to buy homes and things of that nature. John also will get you more money than you're asking for. Almost every story we told, somebody got over $5,000 more than they were asking for the house, $20,000 more than they were asking for the house, and sometimes up to $30,000, $40,000. You know, if you're looking for a seamless home selling experience, reach out to my friend John Leahy, and the guarantee offer might just be for you. See for yourself why John sells DMV at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about John Leahy of the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. Go to johnsellsdmv.com and find out your home's value in mere seconds. John offers you flexible fees customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, John will let you out of your contract at any time.
Anytime. Here's the other thing. If you just want to know what your home is worth, and maybe then you're going to change your viewpoint on moving to South Carolina or just cashing in and then getting a smaller place, a condo, whatever, check out the home valuation tool. It's at the top of the page of johnsellsdmv.com, and you can get that answer. How much cash is my house worth in 30 seconds? You might be sitting on a damn gold mine and not even realize that. Just a few of the reasons we advise you to call John. He's our friend. We hang out with him. I text him all the time. You can too. 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing. Yesterday's got nothing for me. Oh, what a great tune that is, Landfill. I'm really excited. We're going to talk to Armen Keteyian coming up at noon. I mean, Armen has been like an incredibly high visibility reporter around sports, the NFL, everything for so long. I mean, just his resume is so damn impressive. Really excited to get to speak with him. And then Jeff Howe from The Athletic coming up at 1:00. Brian, we're talking NFL X factors, and we kind of looked around the league at various players in the NFC East, and then just elsewhere.
Yep.
We'll go around the room on this. I'll start with you, B. Who's the X factor for the Commanders?
Daniels.
Going to the top.
Yeah. I mean, that's the guy where if you get that, then that solidifies a lot for your team. Start making people want to come here, and then you start building around it. You're gonna have to get that. But if I had to say anything, like I would say that the O-line is X factors. Because I call it a unit, the O-line. One unit that has to work together to enable him to be able to do the things he's very capable of doing.
Landini, who you got? Commanders X factor.
I was thinking about it, and I actually think that it might be Emmanuel Forbes. Last year, they couldn't defend against the pass at all, and I think it really ruined the season. Not just on defense where they given up points, but it made the offense have to, throw whatever it was, like 46 straight times or something. So if they can stop some people in the secondary, I think that'll make things a lot easier on the offense. Not only will they not be giving up points, but it'll make it easier for the offense to score.
I'm with you. I lean defense here too, but I go to the other side. I want to know how, when, what Benjamin St-Juste is, because there was a time where he was an exciting young player. He's long, he's rangy.
Mm-hmm.
You like to think that these guys with this track record of developing corners and putting really good secondaries together, like it, and Forbes is similar, right? The difference to me between BSJ and Forbes is Forbes did not play well last year, and that's our only experience with him, right?
Yep.
St-Juste did not play well last year, but has played well previously. And I just want to see if he can get back to that.
Yep.
And perhaps get past it, or if, like, how significant is this makeover in the secondary? Because maybe it's, we get 10 games in and it's like, all right, they got to try some new stuff here because the stuff ain't working.
Yep.
Jeffrey, who's your X factor?
I ain't gonna lie, it was tough for me because I got 3 potential X factors.
I love it.
I will have to say it's hard because I got to go with B as a unit. I say it's going to be either the offense. It has to be the offense and defensive line. Let's just put it right there. And the reason why I say that, the O-line, it's a lot of talk, but I think they're actually better than what the talk has been. But we just haven't seen it yet. But if they could hold their own, it helps the rookie quarterback settle into the league faster, and get on his rhythm. And the defensive line, if the defensive line generate pressure, that now enables things for the linebackers to do. It now makes our DBs look better. It lessens the time that they have to cover. And those are the 2 main X factors. And then my last one, the tight end position. And I say that because looking around the league and looking at the teams that are successful on offense, they have a good quarterback and a good tight end. You have Andrews in Baltimore. You have Kelsey in Kansas City. You have, who is his name? Dalton Schultz. What's his name? Schultz.
With the Texans?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got Dallas. Yeah. And I think Ertz being there, and if Senate, blossoms and he already have the build, I think we're working with some good things this year, man.
Couple good ones coming in from the chat stream. John Gordon says Ben Sinnott, to your point, he's going to be a baller. I think Sinnott and McCaffrey could both play a big role for this team kind of after Halloween. I think generally a lot of rookies kind of like improve over the course of the year. Another one from Locked On Law says the pass rush. The X factor is the pass rush. We had none
He is
last
right about
season.
that.
Yeah, man. I cannot wait for football. If you want to kick off football with Brian and I, we will be at D City Smokehouse, located at 203 Florida Ave Northwest, Friday, September 6th, celebrating at 10 a.m. Come celebrate a new era of Washington football with some of DC's best barbecue. To the folks at D City Smokehouse, I'm letting you know right now, I need some wings and some Brussels sprouts. They're phenomenal.
I'm
Coming up
trying
next,
everything.
yeah, we'll have one of everything. Coming up next, Armen Keteyian joins us. Got a new book, The Price: What It Takes to Win in College Football's Era of Chaos. I can't wait to read this thing and talk about it. Nobody go anywhere.
The San Francisco 49ers are finalizing a deal with All-Pro left tackle Trent Williams, which will end his contract holdout. 49ers wide receiver Ricky Pearsall will miss at least 4 games after being shot, but is expected to make a complete recovery. Bengals wide receiver Jamar Chase missed practice, and he's still in a contract holdout. The NFL is looking into starting future schedules Labor Day weekend and playing Thursday all the way through Monday, according to NBC. Special night for Boston College football as they take down Florida State 28-13 in Tallahassee. Eagles quarterback Thomas Castellano 106 through the air and 73 on the ground with 3 total touchdowns. He talks about the 14-play scoring drive.
Our motto here is one play at a time, and that's the whole thing. I just kept telling the guys, one play at a time. Just keep going. We got to finish this drive. It's one play at a time and red zone touchdown. And that's what we did tonight.
Head coach Bill O'Brien on the statement game.
To come down here against a team that, really was really in their minds, I'm sure, had to have this win. That's a heck of a statement for BC, but it's just one win. It's only one. So we have to understand that, and we've got to be able to handle success.
U.S. Open begins momentarily for 13th seed Emma Navarro against 26th seed Paula Badosa. Later on, 1 o'clock, Taylor Fritz against Alexander Zverev. And tonight at 8:30, Hyattsville's Francis Tiafoe against Grigor Dimitrov. The Nationals against the Marlins tonight at 6:40 with Patrick Corbin to the Hill, live here on The Fan. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Herm.
High noon in the District of Columbia. Right now, we're not going to waste any time. We're getting right to the BetQL guest line. Sports betting's come to Maryland. Don't place that first bet without checking with BetQL. We are excited to talk to Armen Keteyian, author of a new book, author of a lot of books, a lot of New York Times bestsellers. But make sure you check out The Price, What It Takes to Win in College Football's Era of Chaos. Just got released, I think, last week. Armen, how you doing? Thanks for making time for us.
My pleasure, guys. Yep, last Tuesday, so we're a week out.
Very cool. Brian and I are both kind of hardcore college football watchers, and neither of us went to like a big time power program, one of these things. And just watching as somebody that loves college football to how significantly it has all changed. Like the fact that the Big Ten's biggest win this weekend was USC is just so emblematic of what your book, I think, was probably about and how much it's all changed.
Yeah, I don't think the game has ever been more popular, more passionate, on the field, off the field. And I've been doing this quite a while. I can go back to 2012 when Jeff Benedict and I did a book called The System, which was a deep dive into this chaotic state of big-time college football in that period. And honest to God, that looks like child's play compared to what we're dealing with now with NIL and the portal and massive conference realignment. So yeah, for John and I, it was just a lot of landscape to cover. But I think, when you tell the kind of stories that we were telling through the eyes of the people that are actually experiencing it every day, whether it's Mike Loxley in your backyard is a great example in our book. There's 2 chapters that John wrote called Macy's and Macy's One. And the last place you want to be in college football right now, much like in the retail world, is Macy's, because you've got Saks Fifth Avenue above you, and they're pulling business and players from your roster. And then you have the Targets of the world below you who are grabbing people from your roster, maybe some of your development players who immediately want to start, let's say, UNC Charlotte or someplace like that. And
right.
Mike is such a great character in the book. And then just one other story that's Maryland-based is, Talia Tagovailoa, right before a bowl game, basically driven by his father, came up to Coach Loxley and just said, "Look, I need $50,000 in order to play in this bowl game." And
wow.
Under normal circumstances, a coach would have said, "You see that front door there in my office? That's what you need to walk out of right now." But Mike had to find the money. And it wasn't just Talia, it was a couple other players that were demanding money too. And so
That's
the state of the
crazy.
game right now.
That's
You
the bowl game
never
they just
know.
beat Auburn in?
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
So how do they kind of? They're not gonna stop it once it started. But how do they get control of it? Because right now, the kid can't play, he's leaving, and sometimes kids just can't play.
Well, yeah, I think right now we're in a period where I can't tell you how many times John and I heard the words, I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know. What's the future going to look like? I don't know. Is NIL still going to be in the same place it is right now, where there's no transparency and where offers are being used as inducements for players to sign, even though the school will say, oh, no, it's not an inducement. It's just a opportunity for this player to become part of our program. And as part of that opportunity, this is what he can expect under NIL money, which is just, a crock at this point in time. So I think what you see from the book is, and particularly when you look at one chapter called Unrealistic, that really breaks down behind the scenes what happened to the Pac-12, a 108-year-old conference that basically evaporated in the span of 48 to 72 hours.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
It was just two things. It was greed and it was self-interest.
Yeah.
Everybody was looking for the money, particularly the schools that left. I mean, SC and UCLA that's when the dam broke. But when you get $30 million, as Oregon and Washington did, to join the Big Ten, that's $30 million of Fox's money. So that means, look, the power that a media company has. And then everybody else was like, okay, now what? Now what's for us? If the music stops and there's no chairs left in the musical chair game,
we're done. We
can't be in that position. We can't be Oregon State and Washington State, because nobody wants to be Oregon State and Washington State. So
totally,
it's really from a storytelling perspective and a big picture book perspective, it was really rich ground to cover. Not the easiest thing I could tell you I've ever done, but really one of the most enjoyable books I've ever done. And I'm really proud of this one.
That's cool, man.
But see, that the thing of it, like the colleges, the coaches have been getting rich all this time. The players were always shortchanged. Now they gave them that ability. How do those people that were in charge get back in charge? Because right now the players are in charge.
Yeah, well, there's an old proverb called "You reap what you sow."
Yeah,
and in the case of the NCAA, and that's charted in the book, we like to go back in time so people can understand how we get to this point in time. The NCAA had ample opportunity, particularly during Miles Brand when he was the president of the NCAA, before Mark Emmert came in. But you can go back to the days of Walter Byers into the 50s and the 60s and the 70s, where they basically created out of whole cloth the word student athlete, and they created the word amateurism for one reason. Walter Byers did not want to find the association in court over workers' compensation claims.
It's crazy.
In case of injury or even death.
Right.
So when you go to court and you lose time and time and time again, and you delay and you deny that the workers that are actually producing the wealth for the organization really have no more stake in it than books, scholarship books, and tuition, what you get are rulings like a lower court ruling that called the NCAA a classic cartel. Or in the big picture, you get the Supreme Court ruling, on a unanimous 9-0 Supreme Court ruling in July of 2021 that, and that court rarely agreed unanimously on anything, that basically says the NCAA is a cartel and it's in violation of the Sherman Antitrust Act, and it's artificially suppressing wages. Well, this is what you have. You have the wild, wild west now. And in my mind, until the powers that be, and I mean Charlie Baker, Greg Sankey, Tony Petitti, and some of the college presidents who actually have an understanding of what in the world's going on here, until they can get together and put their own self-interest aside and their own greed aside, you're going to see what you see now, which is just complete chaos.
Talking with Armen Keteyian here on the BetQL guest line. You can follow Armen at Armen Keteyian, Keteyan. Check out his new book, The Price, What It Takes to Win in College Football's Era of Chaos. I did want to sneak an NFL one in here, but I'm curious If you think there's any more, or hell, there's definitely going to be more. What are the next moves in college football conference realignment?
Huh. Well, there's a good question.
And do you think Maryland's safe in the Big Ten?
I don't know. That's the thing, Macy's. You don't want to be Macy's. And just think, for example, we could sit here right now and pick off 8 out of the Big Ten: USC, UCLA, Michigan, Ohio State, Penn State, Oregon, Washington. Okay, that's 7 right there. Does Michigan State get in? Okay, that's 8. Now you've got DC. Okay, you have the Maryland. That's 9. Okay, and then you take what's in the SEC of that conference. There's probably 10 or 12. So now you're into the mid-20s. And you take Notre Dame, and then you go down and you take Miami, you take Clemson, you take North Carolina State, and then you start to get into the Macy's world. Does Purdue make it? Does Northwestern make it? Does Indiana? Does Illinois? I think the answer to that is if the 2 major conferences break off and pick off some of the real talented. I'll tell you right now, there's a couple of great chapters on Arizona, and you saw what T-Mac, their wide receiver, who I watched in practice a couple of times with my mouth open watching him play. And does Arizona make it, out of the Big 12? So I think that's where everybody's looking at right now, and that crystal ball is really cloudy. And nobody, I can tell you, and this is really John Talty's reporting more than mine, nobody wants to be the one that goes into the room and says, okay, we're out. Like a Greg Sankey, who's clearly the most powerful commissioner. But if Sankey and Tony Petitti combine, and they are much more copacetic than Kevin Warren was when he was the Big Ten commissioner with Sankey, if they decide to make a move, and I don't think that's unrealistic, and they start to form their own association with their own rules, that's when it's going to get really interesting because Brett Yormark he's a mover and a shaker in the Big 12, and I don't think he's going to want to have too many of his teams left out.
Yeah.
So, it's going to be interesting. Interesting would be an understatement compared to what I think 3 or 4 years from now, what we could be witnessing.
You said a price, what it takes to win in college football in this era of chaos. Did you get close to finding out what the price is?
Yeah, I think we did. And I think that's a very good question because, when you think of the price, you think of the cost of something, and then you immediately think of money. And certainly when you have the college football playoffs now, what did ESPN pay? $1 billion, for the rights to that, to televise those things far into the future. But I think what makes this book so interesting is you see a different kind of price. You see the emotional price, the psychological price, the physical price, that toll that's being taken on everybody who loves the game and makes their livelihood from the game. Just one small example. I got to know Jed Fish, the coach at Arizona, who's now at Washington, and he was literally raising Arizona from a team that lost 12 straight games, including their final game, 70-7 to their arch rival Arizona State. Jed wins 1 game his first year, 5 games his second year, and last year they win 10 games and they beat Oklahoma in the Alamo Bowl. So, but Jed said to me, he goes, the first year and a half I was in Tucson, I never saw my family. I had to finally put a stop to it. And I would see, he's got a beautiful wife, Amber, and beautiful young girls. He goes, I would never see. So finally, like from 5:30 in the morning to 6:30 to have coffee with Amber, and he could see the girls when they got up to ready to go to school and stuff, or he'd bring them to practice so we could see them. Okay, I'm not singing a sad tune for how much money Jed's now making, over 7 million, 7.75, wow. In Seattle. But it's not just all about the money, even though money is a driving force. When you understand that people that have committed themselves to the college game, and I mean from compliance people to ADs to presidents to you name it, assistant coaches for sure, it's a 24/7, 365 job right now. And I don't know how many people, no matter how much money you're making, want to work all the time, every single day of the year.
Yeah, it's funny, Armen. I was at Washington last year when they played Utah, and their coach, the guys I was sitting with were all big Husky boosters, and they're like, we just gave this DeBoer a new deal. His daughter's coming here to play softball. Like, this guy's not going anywhere. And 4 months later, he's the head coach of Bama. It's wild.
We have a chapter called Dominoes. I'll give you one quick story. Julian Sand, who is literally the best high school quarterback recruit in the country in the class of 2024, the only reason he goes to Alabama, the only reason he turned down Notre Dame, Texas, Penn State, Georgia, you name it, LSU, the cream of the crop. He gets there. It's his first day of classes. First day in Tuscaloosa. He has a 3:00 class. At 4:00, he walks into a team meeting. At 4:05, Nick Saban has retired. And the floor just drops out of the entire room. That's a Wednesday. By Friday, Kalen DeBoer is the new head coach at Alabama. And by Saturday, Jed Fish is the new head coach at Washington. Now, if that's not chaos, I don't know what is. You know, so that's the kind of stories that you get. And poor Julian, who I really got to know well with his family just out of Carlsbad, he's at Ohio State now. And he went to Ohio State because Bill O'Brien was the offensive coordinator who had recruited him at Alabama. Well, where's Bill? He's the head coach at BC now. And where's Chip Kelly? He left $4 million on the table in LA at UCLA so he could go to Columbus to get out of the mess. And he could just coach football. And that's the only reason he left, was he got sick of dealing with all the stuff that was outside the game of football, outside the field. So, you know, you don't have to look very far to see the collateral damage in this sport right now, even though, as I said in the beginning, it's never been more popular, but it's just never taken more out of people than it is right now.
Armen, man, thank you so much. Maybe we can do this again.
Pleasure,
really enjoyed the time.
Thank you. I enjoyed the show. Thank you very much.
Take care.
All right. That is Armen Keteyian. I remember growing up watching Armen Keteyian.
Yeah, he's been around a long
on
time.
CBS Sports.
But one
all the
thing
time.
what he's uncovering is this, like, and as a former college athlete, you think I didn't know where where everything was. If you just pay attention, you'll see it. So all these coaches and all these boosters and all these fans that want to sit here now and act like these players shouldn't be getting paid, you better go talk to all those people that was getting boatloads of money prior to it happening, because they're just getting what they deserve.
I don't think there's that many people saying that.
Oh, there's still people saying that. Oh, man, we can't let them get paid. They're going to mess up the game of college football. Well, get the adults to fix it, because the coach is still getting paid. The ADs still get paid. The presidents still get paid. You can't tell me the guys out there that are risking everything shouldn't be getting something.
I don't tell you that.
I'm not saying you,
right,
but
right.
I get it almost everywhere I go.
Really?
And it's the same type of people who are telling me this stuff. Those who just sit there and have all of their fun off of these kids and then say they shouldn't get something. All of a sudden, when it changes, I say this about a lot of coaches. Coaches are great and badasses when they have all the control. But once you take some of the control from them, they get away from it. When the players can decide where they want to go, some of the best coaches are going to start getting out of this game. And that's what already started happening.
Saban.
100%. That's exactly what I'm talking about, too.
I think Coach K also, you could say, because, I mean, when you're really high-level college hoops, you're dealing with all the same stuff.
Yeah.
I think there's differences, though, for guys like Coach K and a guy like Saban who are older and that close to retirement anyway, that they're like, you know what? I don't feel like figuring this new stuff out. I think.
But you want the players to figure out everything you throw at them.
The complaint I hear is, and this is more from coaches, which is weird, is just how impossible kind of putting a team together is in the area of the transfer portal. And I hear more complaints about transfer portal than I do NIL.
But transfer portal, yes, because now the player has more control. But that same coach.
I'm not anti it either.
But that same coach could leave, can tell that parent and that kid, I'm going to be here for the next 5 years. As soon as that kid signed, and in a year, that coach going to another
You heard
school.
Armen's story.
Yeah,
the kid signed, and then
it happens all the damn time. So, hey, find a way. You're supposed to be the adult in the room. Become that.
It's the dumbest thing to me, specific to college football, is like this notion that it used to be purer or better.
It wasn't.
This, like, everything's been going on. Now, the transfer.
As a former college athlete, I'm telling you, it has not always been pure.
The transfer portal is new. The transfer portal is legitimately different But now they also let these kids play 6 years.
Yeah, well, that's one kid who was in his 9th year.
Right.
And
There
it
was
was in
some weird
Florida.
COVID and medical stuff, but now the NCAA is now allowing 5 years and a red shirt. So,
Yeah.
like, everybody's in on it, man.
But let's think about this. Why are they letting these kids play the extra years? Still benefits the school, right?
Yeah.
And that's it. So, man, look, there's a lot of stuff been going on, and the people that's been gaining all of the masses of money, now when somebody else starting to do some stuff, it's not cool anymore.
I love it. I just love watching. It's like, for me, it's
But let's remember,
watch the world burn, man.
I can tell you the only change you're going to see is going to get back to all these players that are just leaving schools just to go because they can't get on the field at one school. They're going to really find out that you can't play. And guess what? They're going to start closing them transfers, on the transfer portal on you.
I think
I don't need you to come here. You couldn't play over there. Why the hell I want you to come over here?
it will never slow down, man. That much we know. Interesting travel note for the Washington Commanders, and I want to talk projections for the season in general. You're listening to me, Mr. Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. You've heard us talk a lot about FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Well, we have something a little different for you. Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then with a YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel anytime. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Earl Forsey. This sports update is presented by Gridiron IT. Tested, trusted talent, gridironit.com. Commanders, new coach, new quarterback, new era set to begin this week. Finally, it's time for football. Week 1 of the NFL season kicks off for the Commanders Sunday at Tampa. Late afternoon start, 4:25 p.m. Full weekend of football ahead, of course, to kick off the 2024 season. Super Bowl champion Chiefs take on the Ravens Thursday night. Friday night football, Eagles and Packers in Brazil. That game will be on the Team 980. Baseball Nationals, after getting swept by the Cubs over the weekend, back in action tonight on the road for the Nats as they play the first of back-to-back nights in Miami. 6:40 first pitch on the Fan. Tennis, final major of the year at the U.S. Open. Former Virginia star Emma Navarro already in front 3-love in the first set. Her quarterfinal today against Spain's Paula Badosa. Later on tonight, Hyattsville's Francis Tiafoe takes the court to face 9th seed Gregor Dimitrov in the men's quarterfinals. Federal integrators, are you looking to beef up that roster? Gridiron IT, the leading provider of IT talent across the country, can help. You know the game, they know the players. Choose Gridiron IT as your trusted partner and build your winning team together. Tested, trusted talent, gridironit.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Scott Merle Forsey on the Fan.
Murder up. That lady sang. Don't know. Oh. B. Mitchell Finley, 1067, The Fan. If you missed any of our interview with Armen Keteyian, get on that Odyssey app or the chapters or the podcast, whatever it is, go listen to it because it was good. Armen's, his track record's pretty legitimate, pretty
I
spectacular.
bet you made a lot of 80s and presidents a little nervous.
The book?
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
Like they were trying to push it towards just the players, but like, hold on, y'all been doing this stuff for a long time now. Don't blame it on them.
It's like what I say about kids. There's no such thing as bad kids. There's bad parents. And I think college football is a byproduct of that. All right, let's get back to the pros. Mike Clay. I always find Mike Clay's work interesting. He is an analytics guy, but kind of goes far beyond that. And like I see him at NFL events. Like he's also wired into the league. And he broke down some really interesting like aspects of why a team should be good versus bad, not just like, oh, they got Mahomes and they got Goff or whatever. So the team with the easiest schedule in the NFL is the Atlanta Falcons. I think it's really possible Atlanta wins that NFC South. I think they're probably competing against Tampa, and then I don't know what New Orleans is. I don't know if you buy Derek Carr. I kind of have a tough time with it. But the thing with hardest schedules and easiest schedules is everything changes so dramatically year to year, and hell, week to week.
Week to week, year to year. No injury to big injury.
I think you can get caught up in looking at schedules too far out. But the things that I actually think matter from a scheduling standpoint to try to use that into your yearly prognostications, the division and the quarterbacks at least slated to play against.
In your division.
Yeah. And I think, okay, so I bet Tampa's got a relatively easy schedule because that division kind of stinks. Yeah. And I think Washington's schedule is probably pretty damn hard because the Cowboys and the Eagles who they play 4 out of 17 times, are slated to be pretty damn good.
Yep.
Um,
And they have a team that's not that good that they seem can beat.
right. Now, I got bad news for anybody listening from New England. I don't think the Patriots have a lot of talent.
Mhm.
That offensive line, woof. They also, according to Mike Clay, have the toughest schedule in the NFL.
How did that happen, though?
Well, just think about the division. Jets, Bills, Dolphins are probably all top 10 Super Bowl contenders, I would say.
Jets, Bills, Dolphins.
That's your division. That's 6 games.
But those guys can beat each other up to where you get them and they don't have much.
Sure. Dude, but the Pats also play the Niners, the Bengals, the Texans, and they play in Cincy and in Houston.
Yeah, that's
So they announced that they're going with Jacoby.
I kind of figured they won't do that.
I did too. I think it was kind of maybe not said, but understood that they were going with Jacoby. The Pats' first 4 games are brutal. I heard this on a podcast this morning. I know they open in Cincinnati. So they open in Cincinnati. Then they open their home openers against Seattle. Then they're on the road against the Jets. I think that's Monday Night Football. Maybe it's Thursday night. Then they go to San Fran. So the first three of the first 4 are on the road, including Niners, Jets, Bengals.
And they have to fly all the way to Niners.
Yeah.
That's normally a loss, too.
If the Pats open 0-4 or something, do you think they go to Drake?
They probably will if they go 0-4 if nothing happens with that O-line. Because if the O-line is bad and they get worse, they'll try to not put him in the game. Because they don't want him to go behind terrible. They want, when he plays, they want it to be a situation where everybody's healthy around him to give him an opportunity. Because you know what they're also playing on too now. If you put him in there and they're 0-4, you put him in there, the offensive line is great, and he looks bad anyway, that looks bad on the people that picked him.
Sure. Yeah, it's the league of self-preservation. Landfill, do you have any mathematical models or algorithms that you have developed?
I do not. No.
Okay. Now, considering the fact that you do not have any mathematical models or algorithms, do you feel comfortable in making a prediction of what NFL team will score the most points this season?
I do actually. Yes.
I bet.
Yeah.
Is it a place famous for ribs located near the middle of the country?
Hold on, I'm actually going to work on my my model right now. Maybe I can finish it live.
Okay, let's
Okay.
please model.
Just give me a couple seconds here. Okay, it's ready.
Okay, what do you got?
Okay, the model says that the Chiefs are going to score the most points this year.
Like
The Chiefs or the Dolphins?
God bless the modelers and the mathematicians, but the Chiefs are loaded and added a bunch. Like I would pick it to be Kansas City. The Dolphins scored a ton last year. The Niners score at a high clip. The Lions score at a high clip. But give me the Chiefs.
See, that's the thing about it, though, bro. We are so hungry and thirsty for information about sports. Anyone that tells us this is why something happens, and they can give you a equation and make it look like they're right, we normally believe it, okay? But the ultimate thing is this, man. You don't damn know. Because we saw what they did last year. One injury, one thing could happen, and it could completely change that up.
For sure.
And the question I ask is, do you ever hear somebody from the analytics or the numbers world come back and say, we knew that could have happened? No, they don't know. They just move on to the next because no one follows them per se. Just like we do radio every day.
I just think
people don't question us.
I think the Chiefs would be my gut feel they're going to score the most.
The Chiefs,
here's a
because
list
they
you
got
don't
Pat
wanna be on.
Mahomes.
Right. And they added Hollywood Brown. They added the kid from Texas that can fly, Xavier Worthy. It doesn't appear that the kid Rice is going to get suspended because the court case isn't until January or something.
But you look at Miami, they got the fastest team out there. Maybe they'll score. I go to San Francisco. There's about 5 weapons on offense.
Sure.
And you can't score on their defense.
I got a list you don't want to be on.
The ones that won't score?
This has nothing to do with Joe McCarthy. Jeff, what do your models suggest as the projected lowest scoring teams in the NFL this season?
My model suggests that the National League hates on Washington, so they probably tried to put us down there.
Who's the National League?
The national media. My bad.
Jeff is always 100%
ride or die.
Ashburn syndrome. he overhit a question. It could be any team.
National
It could be the Panthers. It could be
some bad teams out there.
It could be how about
you know how they constantly put Washington between that 28 and 32nd spot until that won't happen until
Jeff, they did go 4-13 last year.
I know, but that's why I said that won't change until after this season. That's why my model predicts.
So the world is full of haters model says that
yes, that's exactly what it is.
They think the Commanders will be the least scoring team in the NFL. What's your guess, B? I'm guessing Landfill saw this already.
I'm not gonna go with the Commanders. Then again, they did talk all the stuff about the numbers a little bit early this year. I still think we got teams out there that are probably worse than us. New England is not that good. The Giants is not that good. Carolina, we've seen what they can do.
I am glad that the B. Mitch model is able to overcome the world hates on us model. According to ESPN's projections, the New York Giants, lowest scoring team in the NFL with 307 points in 17 games. I'm no math guy, but what is 307 in 17? That's ugly. UGLY. You ain't got no alibi.
7?
307 in 17 games. There he is. Hello, doctor.
18 points a game.
Yes.
So based off of Coach Gibbs' analogy, score 3 touchdowns and a field goal, you win. They will lose every game.
Doc, who's the lowest scoring team in the NFL this year? Who do you think is the lowest scoring team in the NFL this year? That's what ESPN says. They wrote
Doc got that from just being living that long. He knows.
Doc, I mean, he's a doctor. He knows things. The Giants' offense includes offensive tackle Andrew Thomas and rookie receiver Malik Neighbors, but it's hard to find much else to get excited about here. Quarterback Daniel Jones has struggled with injuries and effectiveness. Saquon Barkley was replaced by Devin Singletary at running back. And rookie Theo Johnson is taking over for a retired Darren Waller at tight end. Recent offensive lineman investments have yet to work out, as 2022 7th overall pick Evan Neal is not even a starter. They got the Giants with 307, the Pats at 310, then the Commanders at 320. Okay. So Commanders are on the list, but not near the top of it. And I think there's far more variance that could happen for Washington's offense than could happen for Washington's defense. That's the way I see it. We may or may not have Chris Russell next. Hey, it's JP Finley here, and the weather this time of year can be as unpredictable as ever. Last week, it was boiling hot. This week, it was almost cold at night. So be ready no matter what the temperature is with a $99 heating and cooling check from the 5-star experts at Crop Metcalf. That's right, for just $99, a Crop Metcalf 5-star technician will check both your home's heating and cooling system and ensure peace of mind today, no matter what the weather brings tomorrow. Call 1-800-GO-CROP or visit cropmetcalf.com. Hey, Landfill, when the stock market goes bad, isn't it usually in the fall? Don't look at your 401k today, man. Nvidia's down 8%, Boeing down 10%.
Boeing has been in the news negatively.
Boeing's having some trouble.
His 10% might be good. You better be clapping.
Joining us now to help us understand the international stock market is Chris Russell.
I know nothing about the international stock market. I do know the Jackson 5, and one of the greatest groups of all time.
I like
that.
that.
It's a big staple of Motown Monday over on the show that, as you guys claim, starts at 2 o'clock. Yeah, exactly.
Landini, I don't know if you could hear the conversation here, but Rooster is drinking far too much diet soda, and B-Mitch finally set him straight. He's like, Rooster, keep drinking all that. It's going to kill you.
Yeah.
So I think try to mix some water in, bro.
I do, with different flavor enhancers and all that. Normally, as I was telling you guys before, for whatever reason, I took a tremendously cheap bottle of Walmart diet soda and drank the whole damn thing yesterday, and a couple of cups of coffee, and literally did not drink any water except for whatever the water content would be in the soda and the coffee. And I tried to go get blood work done this morning, right, at the doctor's. And, she said, she's sitting there like she's shaking the needle in my vein. And I'm like, what the hell are you doing? She's like, I can't get enough blood out. You're too dehydrated. I said, well, yeah. I said, I probably haven't drank water since Saturday.
Yeah, you think that happened in the last 2 days?
Yeah, so B told me I'm just about to die, which I appreciate, B.
Dehydration doesn't happen overnight, dog.
Yeah, I know.
It happens over time, too.
To borrow a phrase from Drive By Truckers, stay clear of the needle.
Yeah.
All right. What I wanted to ask you is, who do you think will be the lowest scoring team in the NFL?
I'd probably say the Carolina Panthers.
Okay.
I mean, Canales is going to make them better, but I think there's this like misperception that Canales is some boy wonder genius offensively, offensive savant, that like he went to Tampa for 1 year and they were this electric juggernaut. They were basically tied for yards and points per
National
game
League
with the Commanders, and we know how much their offense sucked. So, I mean, listen, do I expect them to be better? Sure, but do they have any weapons? I mean, not a lot.
That's fair.
Deontay Johnson, they got him.
We looked through these like ESPN projections, and they actually had the Giants as the lowest scoring NFL team. They did have the Washington made the list as the third lowest scoring NFL team.
You buy that?
I think there is an opportunity for real variance with Washington. I think last year they couldn't score, right? They gave up 1 billion points. They had the worst point differential in the NFL. I am not overly bullish about like win-loss record this fall, but I think you'll have more competitive games, and I think the offense will be able to move. I think just changing the quarterback, there's a lot of differences and new things, but I think the quarterback is the top of the list, and I believe in Jaden Daniels.
And also the mentality. I mean, you believe in Jaden Daniels. I think we all believe in Jaden Daniels, but I mean, we both know, all three of us know, I guess those guys too, they're going to run the football, and they're going to run it much more effectively this year than they did last year, and just by effort, right? Just by opportunity. And they'll probably be in a lot of 12 personnel, especially early on, maybe even a good sprinkling of 13 personnel, especially against some of the pass rushes
I think you'll see
that they go against. I mean, I've thought that since they drafted Ben Sinnott. I've said, oh, okay, I can see like the puzzle pieces coming together here. They are going to run a ton of 12 personnel. That doesn't mean that they're not going to run some 4 and 5 receiver sets. They are. It's just not going to be this wide open juggernaut
the
offense.
Perception of the air raid versus what we've seen and what Cliff has openly talked. And even go back now. If people try to actually me that Kyler Murray was on the roster, so there's a lot of quarterback runs. I'm aware of that, dude. It still doesn't account for 10% of it. Go back to Arizona and look how balanced those offenses were.
And he started out more open and then got more, I guess, what people would consider conservative or just physical and downhill. And we know James Conner, Chase Edmonds, and they've got basically what they think is their essentially equivalent of what Cliff had in Arizona. The question is, does he have a smarter quarterback? Does he have a harder working quarterback? And I think the answer to that is yes, with no disrespect to Kyler Murray, but Kyler Murray's reputation was earned by Kyler Murray,
Right.
not necessarily because Cliff was incompetent. At least that's what I believe.
I play fantasy football, Rooster. Are you familiar with that product?
I am familiar with that.
You play
I have a
fantasy
draft.
football?
Yeah, I have a draft tonight, actually.
Who's in your league? Lenny?
No, we're actually doing a show draft. So we're
You got,
looking
like,
for
Paulie and Sabah
yes,
in your
Paulie
league?
Sabah, yes.
Oh, Lord
So
have mercy.
you'll love this. Last year with the number 3 overall pick. Now coming off of a playoff year and a contract year, Dr. Sabah picked Daniel Jones, number 3 overall.
Keep my words to myself.
Great. I mean,
right?
Yeah.
Pretty bad,
That's the
right?
dumbest move in history of
and,
sports.
and I love Dr. Sabah, but to each his own. I'm not taking Daniel Jones number 3 overall.
God, I wish Landville would say on air what he just said in my ear.
Oh man.
This coming Sunday, week 1 of the NFL.
I'm going to be in Tampa with you.
Awesome.
How
Can't
about
wait. I think I remember why you're going to be in Tampa.
That's not
I hope you're not driving.
That's not the case.
Should we get you a bus ticket?
No, I'm going to see Brad Berlin. How about that?
Okay. I didn't bring up anything. You just got very defensive about your trip to Tampa.
I mean, because I know your brain and where it's heading, and I'm just going to cut it off before you run into the 18-wheeler.
Okay, man. Listen, I'm not defensive about going to Tampa. I'm going for work.
Yeah.
I'm going to go work a football game.
I like hummus. That's a good choice.
Thank you.
That's a change.
Just complimenting.
He just changed the hell out of that topic.
I'm just
He's
trying.
very
I'm just trying
nervous about this Tampa
I'm
conversation.
just trying to divert the way this is going.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
I also play fantasy football. I'm not in a league like you. But
Why?
I plan to start Zach Ertz in fantasy on Sunday.
Ooh.
Little Sam Cassell dance. I'm putting it out there.
Ooh.
What do you think?
Antoine Winfield. That's a pretty tough matchup. I mean, I assume he's going to get Antoine Winfield a bunch, right? I mean,
Winfield's 5'9".
I mean,
He should be able to post
yeah,
him
but
up
he's-
like a basketball player.
yeah, but he's tough as you know what, man.
I know.
I mean, they just paid him $95 million. He can cover. I mean, he's more of a hit stick, but he can get after it.
He's 5'9". 200 pounds.
That's not a bad. I mean, it's not a bad
I'm
call.
saying he's a baller, though.
I would like to see a little bit easier of a matchup. How about that?
Fair. I have Luke
Blitz happy attack.
Musgrave from the Packers. What do you think, Packers Eagles?
Friday
what's your
San
lean?
Paulo. I'm gonna lean Green Bay.
Me
I
and you
think the
both.
Kelsey loss at center. You guys were talking about that.
Okay.
But, I mean, I was thinking about
that.
No, I was thinking about that already. But you guys were talking about it earlier on my drive-in. Yeah, I mean, I think Kelsey is a huge loss for so many reasons: leadership, character, spirit, but also the football reasons. We all know center, cerebral assassin, right on the offensive line. So
That's what they say.
hopefully that'll be better for Biotish and the Commanders. We know they've struggled at center for the last 3 years since Chase Willier first started getting injured.
I think the Biotish signing.
I think this is a real tough test, though. The first 2 weeks, we'll find out how good Biotish is. Dexter Lawrence next week and Vita Vea this week. Woo.
Thanks, Roost.
Thank
Enjoy
you,
your
boys.
program.
Appreciate you.
Good luck with that Tampa trip.
Thanks.
Jeff.
Taking a burgundy shirt?
Jeff
No
Howe.
burgundy
Jeff
shirt.
Howe from The Athletic joins us next.
I'm Earl Forcing, and here's what's happening. Are you ready for some football? Good Lord, I certainly am. Week 1, finally here in the NFL. Commanders begin the new era on the road this week for Week 1 Sunday. Late afternoon kick, 4:25 at Tampa. Just 5 days now from Jaden Daniels making his NFL debut.
It's not going to be a finished product Week 1. But, just try to get better and go out there and go through some growing pains. As everybody knows, you're a rookie. You're not going to have everything perfect. You can strive for perfection, but, it's not going to be perfect. It's going to be ups and downs, and just go from there.
You know what the best part is? You know what? Just like John Wick, I'm back. I'm thinking I'm back. Countdown to kickoff starts everything off Sunday morning. Full weekend of football, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. for countdown to kickoff. Starting Sunday on the Fan. The football schedule kicks off Thursday night with the defending Super Bowl champion Chiefs taking on the Ravens. Friday night football, Eagles, Packers, Sao Paulo, Brazil. That game Friday night over on the Team 980. Baseball Nationals back in action tonight. Swept at home by the Cubs over the weekend. Nats are on the road all week long. Second to last road trip of the season. They'll play the first of a pair tonight in Miami. 6:40 first pitch on the Fan. Tennis, big day underway at the U.S. Open. Former Virginia star Emma Navarro already up 1-0 in her women's quarterfinal against Spain's Paula Badosa. Hyattsville's Francis Tiafoe takes the court later on tonight. 9th seed Grigor Dimitrov, his opponent for the men's quarterfinals. That match starts around 8:30 p.m. tonight in New York. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Week 1 of the NFL. We made it, folks. We made it. Been a while, but we made it. Joining us now to talk quarterbacks is Jeff Howe, NFL National Insider for The Athletic. You can follow him at Jeff P. Howe. You should do it. Jeff, what up, man? Thanks for joining us.
Of course. Thanks for having me. How are you?
Doing good, man.
We're doing well, man. For somebody like you that has to create content year-round and know how much interest there is all the time on football, how excited are you to get to Week 1?
I'll be a little more excited in about a day and a half when all my season preview stuff is out of the way, and then I can just focus on what's going on the rest of the weekend.
I got you. Well, let's start with probably something that took a lot of time for you. Is the quarterback stock report going into Week 1? No surprise who's at the top of this thing in Mahomes. Maybe take us through the top 5 of the quarterbacks you think kind of going up, going down, and why.
Yeah, this is a pretty cool project that we're hoping is going to evolve throughout the course of the season, something we've actually been workshopping for the better part of a year. So excited to get it rolling, I think, today. And, yeah, Mahomes is number 1. That's pretty easy. Number 2 and 3, I thought Josh Allen is 2, Joe Burrow is 3. At this time last year, I would have put Burrow at 2, but Josh Allen really hasn't had any injury concerns, and Joe Burrow has had plenty of those. So that's why Allen got the nod over him. And then a lot of this, too, wasn't just necessarily my opinion or whatever. It was I've spent so much time talking to various teams around the league over the last 6-7 weeks. I tried to get a lot of their feedback to see where the landscape is. And, we've got a cool story coming out tomorrow that's going to show a lot of that work, too. But we've got Lamar Jackson at 4. I mean, that's pretty self-explanatory coming off the second MVP. And then 5 was something that I certainly wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people disagreed with, but Aaron Rodgers. I mean, coming off of just 4 snaps, as we all know, last season, and Jets are still a massive question mark. But just talking with people around the league, there's still so much respect for Rodgers and what he's potentially capable of. And if that line holds up, Aaron Rodgers is going to be an MVP candidate. But it's a massive unknown. And I think there were some fun decisions along the way. Certainly like some tiers where you can you have 10 different people, you'll get 10 different results. But I think that's the fun part of it.
For sure. I couldn't help but notice there's a lot I want to talk about, and I appreciate you joining us. You had CJ Stroud down a little bit at number 7, not far, but
top 10 is great.
Top 10 is great, but I think Stroud, a lot of people are expecting to vault into the Mahomes, Allen, Burrow conversation. What do you think of the situation down in Houston?
I think it's outstanding. I can't believe how quickly CJ Stroud, I mean, DeMeco Ryans, I think everybody knew that he had the tools to be an incredibly successful head coach. And there's a lot going on down there that's, positive around DeMeco, but how quickly that DeMeco did that and helped turn it around. I mean, look at the way Nick Caserio has drafted, very patiently kind of surrounding the roster with talent and guys who he knew would fit what they're trying to do. And then with Stroud coming on and playing as well as he did, I mean, nobody saw that coming as quickly as it was going to happen. And you look at the way that they took some of their lumps at the start of last season, it was fairly surprising to see him surge into play as well as just about any quarterback in the league. I mean, down the stretch of the regular season, there's an argument to be made that Stroud was playing better than Mahomes. Now, I'm not saying that Stroud belongs in that conversation at all, but just the way that he was playing at the end of the regular season, he was playing as well as anybody. It's funny, like you said, that he's down, and you could absolutely make the case that he could be as high as 5 if you want to put him over Rodgers or certainly Herbert. I thought people would be mad that he was actually too high just because of how young he is. But again, some of that will show my reasoning for that. I don't mean to be a giant tease here, but we've got a league survey story coming out tomorrow, the 3rd annual one that I've done. And you'll see why I had him. What I thought was pretty high, but I absolutely agree. He has the chance to probably get into that Allen, Burrow, Jackson category or tier by the end of the season. But yeah, I mean, that was a fun one.
But Allen, okay, a guy who has a lot of talent, who does some great things. He does a lot of bad things for a guy of his caliber, like fumbles and turnovers all the time. A lot of players think he's overrated. Did any of that stuff come into play?
Yeah, I mean, I hear you. And there was a good stretch of the first half of last season. Josh Allen made way too many mistakes. I thought he tried to do entirely too much. And the Bills made a lot of mistakes at the first half of last season too. But then they went on I think it was like a 5-game winning streak against 5 pretty tough opponents, if memory serves. And he was outstanding, and he got himself right back into the heat of the MVP conversation. So the highs are certainly high. The lows have certainly some questions, and he still needs to prove that he can get over the hump in the playoffs. But I saw the player polls where some players think that he's overrated. Just again, kind of my research and talking to coaches and high-ranking executives, GM types across the league for the last month and a half or so. He is absolutely not overrated by that viewpoint.
Okay.
Kind of the quarterback that everybody's so interested here. We're speaking with Jeff Howe here on the BetQL guest line. You can follow Jeff at Jeff P. Howe, Howe, national NFL writer for The Athletic. The guy that everybody in Washington cares the most about is Jaden Daniels. And I gotta really say, I think this is a really fair assessment in your risers and fallers, kind of the quarterback stock market. He's got Jaden to start the year at 22. Mm-hmm. And I think for a rookie quarterback going into something brand new offense, a lot of brand new pieces, that sounds totally right to me. He has a real opportunity, I would guess, to rise higher in your rankings. What do you make of Jaden this year?
I think very highly of him. And that goes back to probably December, maybe even November. The quarterback draft class was such an important story last season that I started doing a lot of work on it probably late September, early October. And a big reason for that is, as I like to tell people, especially during draft time, when everybody's like, well, it's lying season, people are telling you this, and it's really that. I try to get as much of a consistent opinion starting in October if there's an important quarterback draft class coming up. Just because when the answers or the responses or the feedback I'm getting in, like, let's say February start to change, then I can start to call people on it, because then I'm starting to wonder, all right, are you lying to me? Are you trying to sell me something that a bill of goods that doesn't exist here? So the opinion on Jaden Daniels really started to skyrocket late November, early December. I thought that he, the debate between Jaden and Drake May at 2 and 3, I thought was fascinating. I didn't think there was a wrong answer. So I think he has a chance to be really special. We'll see how quickly he's able to get there, because there are still some questions, I think, on the offensive line, and certainly at the skill position players. You never know what you're going to get with a new coaching regime. The people I've spoken to around the league think extremely highly of what Adam Peters is doing, and I know Dan Quinn has an outstanding reputation, and something that's also close to home for you guys. I mean, the fact that Dan Quinn has left the Cowboys has a lot of people around the league very concerned that team is ready for a crash landing because of the defensive changes. So that could be like a double win for the Washington crowd. But I think if you look at Jaden sitting there at 22, is his ceiling higher than Geno Smith? I think there's a very high probability of that. It might be higher than Baker Mayfield. I think if you ask 50 people around the league, would they rather have Jaden Daniels right now or Jared Goff? I would say that at least 70% would probably defer to Jaden. So yeah, the ability for him to climb up the board is absolutely exists. But you look at Caleb Williams, I have there at 19. That's the highest rookie. That might even be too high before any of these guys have played a game. But I thought what was really interesting, and I didn't even realize it necessarily as I was putting this together, but you look at quarterbacks 19 through 32. So that starts with Caleb Williams and goes down to Gardner Minshew. Every single one of those guys, except Anthony Richardson at 21, is either changing teams, head coaches, or offensive play callers. So there is a massive amount of possibility for fluctuation in that 19 to 32 range, just because there's so much of an unknown because of these new circumstances they're all playing in.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty damn fascinating to see how much change there is, but what's going to be expected of these guys. Are you surprised kind of by the excitement level that Anthony Richardson continues to garner?
A little bit, because he hasn't really shown it yet. Or, right. I mean, he showed the flashes, of course, no denying that. My biggest concern, as I think everybody should have, is he played, four? He had started 4 games last season, I believe it was, and I believe he was injured in at least 3, if not all 4 of them. Now, they weren't all game-ending injuries, but they were injuries that caused him to at least stay down on the turf for a little bit longer than anybody on that Colts sideline would have liked. And he plays in, sort of an aggressive style, certainly exposes him to bigger hits as a running or a quarterback who can run. So, yeah, he's going to prove that he can stay healthy. And as you guys have seen, I had the category in there of the injury questions, and there's a pile of quarterbacks who have to prove they can stay healthy for a variety of reasons. So Anthony Richardson is, you look at the coaching job by Shane Steichen and that staff, and Anthony Richardson's talent, and just kind of going back to my pre-draft evaluation from speaking to people around the league in 2023, you see why a lot of people think that his ceiling is incredibly high. But yeah, he has to go out and prove it.
Yeah, I mean, it's that simple. I wanted to switch to something else you wrote last week, because there continued to be speculation that like Bill Belichick was an option in Washington. Despite pretty clear messaging from the organization, myself included, that wasn't the case. Mm-hmm. They eventually hired Dan Quinn, like you said earlier. It's kind of silly. I watched the Miami-Florida game over the weekend, the college game, and the Hurricanes have this receiver, Restrepo, I think his name is. And just watching his game, I was like, oh my God, that's the ultimate Belichick wideout. And then I'm like, I wonder where Belichick's going to end up, because I don't think it's over for that dude. What does your reporting tell you?
I think it's a long shot that he winds up coaching again. But, the one thing that you just truly cannot predict is this is an ownership decision. And it's certainly for somebody like Belichick. But, something that I think goes overlooked is, you can empower your general manager or these committees that are on these head coaching searches, and you can take their feedback and you can respect it and you can trust it. But these head coaching hires are almost exclusively ownership decisions. Like this comes down to the person up top making that call. So you can sit there and say, if the Cowboys go one and done again, or if they don't make the playoffs, certainly Mike McCarthy's job would be in severe jeopardy. And you could sit there and say, all right, well, Jerry Jones is not going to give up GM responsibility. Who's made that abundantly clear about 1,000 times? And Jerry Jones is not about to sit there and ignore Will McClay and his eye for talent that's gotten them into the position to win a dozen games 3 straight regular seasons in a row. So you can't sit there and say, well, you know what? If Bill Belichick walks up and says, look, I want to coach and I can lead this team to a potential Super Bowl over the next 2 or 3 years, you know, Jerry Jones might say, okay, you know what? If you want to coach and you let the personnel be up to me, I could go for that. And we know that Jerry is not afraid to make a bold decision. Now, going back to last hiring cycle, yeah, I mean, there was some flirtation between Belichick and the Falcons, but that thing was never nearly as close as a lot of people tried to portray that it was going to be. Certainly, as you guys saw with Washington, I agree with you there. That was even farther from happening than anything in Atlanta. And you just I heard all the reasons why. You know, they saw his inability to develop a quarterback in the post-Tom Brady era. And part of that was his handling of Tom Brady's departure, or the events that led to Tom Brady's departure. You look at Belichick's potential inability, no, I shouldn't say potential, Belichick's inability to really cater or empower a younger generation of players who want to be coached hard, but don't want to be screamed at every hour of every day or during every meeting. I mean, that stuff goes a long way, and that stuff is real. And I've written this in the past because you have the older generation of football fans who will hear that. You know, they grew up and watched football be played a certain way, and it's like, oh, well, you know what, suck it up and just take the hard coaching. That's just not the case anymore. So if you want to just say, you know what, you want to turn a blind eye to it, you're turning a blind eye to an incredibly important aspect of team building and player empowerment that's very important in today's NFL. And then you look at the way that Belichick mishandled Mac Jones for 2 years. You could pin it on the Matt Patricia promotion. You could pin it on any number of different things. But I can tell you with a high degree of certainty, that was not a situation conducive to any quarterback having success. And teams saw that. And then, you know, you're going to have, I'd go back to the ownership, the importance of the ownership decision. But you're going to have front offices who are going to say, hey, like, let's not rip up our entire structure. And it's going to take a very stable organization to sit there and tell Bill Belichick, look, you're going to come in and you're going to coach only. Or if they really want to bend and say you can run personnel, you know, that's a short-term type of game. It's short-sighted, because what's going to happen when Belichick turns 75 in 3 seasons or what have you, and potentially wants to walk away? You know, Belichick on his side of it is tricky too, because he needs 15 wins to pass Don Shula.
Yep.
And that, if he goes to an organization that's ready to win now, and I think that's the only fit that would make any sort of sense. I don't see any reason for a team or for Bill Belichick to look at a long-term rebuild being the answer for him to get back on the sideline. It's what is his fastest path to 15 wins, and does that make the sense for Belichick, and does it make sense for the organization? So a lot of things are going to have to come together, which makes me think that, again, it's going to be a long shot that Belichick coaches again. But the one thing you just truly cannot predict is what's going through the mind of an owner and what happens over the next 4 months that may or may not sway an owner's decision in a degree that, you know, maybe we're not prepared to see.
I think when you look at him, he's proven that he's not that good at personnel. But if he walk into a building and they win anything, he's getting the credit. And a lot of these owners don't want that to happen either.
Or the GMs.
The GMs damn sure don't want that to happen. If he walks in, they number 2 anyway.
Hey, Jeff, last one. This is from the Banana Land Factory, but there are a lot of folks guessing that if it doesn't go great for Mike McCarthy and Dak and the Cowboys this year, that you see Deion and Shador land into Dallas. What do you make of that?
Honestly, it's a very similar answer to the Belichick one, where you have no idea what Jerry's going to be thinking in terms of, like, all right, if they truly need to blow it up and start in a brand new direction, I mean, Deion would be a fascinating hire. Deion still needs to prove a lot of things at the college level. I mean, I did some work on this last season too, and it was when they started 3-0, and it was like, okay, does this guy have head coaching ability in the NFL? And the teams I spoke to said, yeah, I mean, you owe it to yourself if he puts himself in that spot where he does want to come to the league. You owe it to yourself to at least inquire for an interview, just to see where his head's at. Does they think that his model can translate from college to the NFL? And if they think that it's possible, yeah, go after him. But the caveat there was, yeah, they're 3-0 against three kind of bad teams. What's going to happen when they play Oregon? What's going to happen when they play Washington? What's going to happen when they play these harder teams? And we saw what happened. They weren't nearly as good as they showed in September. But now that he's had an extra year to recruit and go through the transfer portal and stuff like the NIL stuff that he's clearly very good at, we might see different results. So I absolutely believe that if any team thinks that Deion Sanders could be a valuable head coach, at minimum, you owe it to yourself to reach out and see if he's interested in an interview. And if it goes beyond that, I think that'd be an awesome storyline. Him going to Dallas would be outstanding. So if it happens, that'd be a fun one.
It'd be wild, but it wouldn't necessarily shock me. You know what I mean?
Nah, I won't.
Jerry's wild, Deion's wild, the whole world's wild. Hey, Jeff, thank you so much for joining us, man. Hopefully we can do it again as the season keeps going.
Sounds good, guys. Keep in touch. Thanks for having me.
All right. Jeff Howe from The Athletic. Really good info there. But give him a follow at Jeff P. Howe. Speaking of Jeff Walker claims he's going to buy a Nats jersey. Whose is it? Tell you next.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. Let's start with the year's final major in tennis. Former Virginia Cavaliers star Emma Navarro has just finished off another win over Spain's Paula Badosa in the women's quarterfinals at the U.S. Open. Navarro just wrapped it up a moment ago, a 6-2, 7-5 win for Navarro, who advances now into the semifinals. Men's quarters are underway this afternoon. American Taylor Fritz taking on 4-seed Alexander Zverev, and Hyattsville's Francis Tiafoe under the lights tonight takes on 9th seed Gregor Dimitrov in his quarterfinal match at 8:30 p.m. Getting set for the Commanders. Week 1 game on the road at Tampa on Sunday, 4:25 kickoff. The season kicks off Thursday night. Super Bowl champion Chiefs will take on the Ravens in Kansas City. Baseball, Nats are back in action tonight, swept at home by the Cubs over the weekend. Nats on the road all week. It's their second to last road trip of the season. Nats hoping to snap a 3-game skid in Miami tonight, 6:45 first pitch here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley. .1067 The Fan. Brian, question for you.
What you got?
You and I know this because Jeff, what, Jeff?
We got a camera that follows you, but
Bro,
it don't
it's not
follow
his
you back.
camera's fault at this point. Like, like at some point.
So you saying it's B fault?
No, I said that incorrectly.
Okay.
Get a new camera.
Dude.
The cameras are $17 on Amazon.
Dude, see, you just talking. Don't, man, it followed him and had. And
But
then
why don't they
picked
follow
you
me
up.
back when I come?
Because it picked JP up.
Shouldn't they know that we don't look alike? I mean, damn.
I don't think it see color B.
It needs to
Y'all
see
both
something.
ugly.
It's just
I'm
remarkable.
gonna be nice to Jeff today.
Like, I definitely think we launched, at least in this studio, the YouTube stream was launched with extra cameras laying around from people's wives' work computers. Like, that's like this. No one bought this. Because they don't even match up. Like, there's no
cameras
chance.
that they were doing other stuff with? We don't know.
Yo, OnlyFans leftovers, whatever these are from. Can you just look at these two cameras and tell me you think someone randomly purchased these
They're not
two?
even the same brand.
One was steady and one was following the action.
They're not the same brand. They're not the same type. Like, I maybe, let's give them the benefit of the doubt, B. Maybe they wanted to test both out and see which was best. And that's why they ordered two completely random different cameras.
Know what I'll say about that? Yeah, right.
I mean, good God. But shout out to all the people on the stream. We appreciate you.
Yes, we do.
B.
Yes.
You and I know this because we're going to have a hell of a September. We're going to be very, very busy traveling. But then things chill way the hell out until December. There's not another plane ride for the Washington Commanders from October 1st till December 14th. 2.5 months with no travel. You got an away game in Baltimore, a Thursday nighter in Philly, but like easy travel.
Yes.
There have been years where people, Chris Russell, have been up in arms about the Commanders' schedule, the Commanders' travel demands, and you have often been dismissive of it. You're like, yo, they're flying private. This is life as a pro baller.
Yeah.
The flip side of that is this year. They traveled the least amount of miles of any team in the NFL.
True.
Does it matter?
I don't think it matters. And I think if I dismiss it when they are traveling a lot, I'm gonna dismiss it when they're driving close. Because ultimately it comes down to how you're gonna be prepared. Are you gonna be fresh and ready to go? You know, you can get on an airplane flying from here to San Fran and sleep. Or you can get on an airplane and have some fun like we would do sometimes. You'll win the game, you might lose it. But it had nothing to do with the travel at all. So right now, they don't travel as much as most teams. Well,
I think it's
that takes it away from when you
kind of significantly less.
It's
right?
significantly less, but see, now we take that excuse out for those that are looking for excuses. But the mere fact now is, hey, you're basically playing a better or a level playing field. Handle your business.
Well, I think it's also all right. So this graphic has been making the rounds, I suppose. Here, I'm seeing it via Fox Sports NFL on Twitter. So they traveled 10,550 miles. Next closest is the Bengals at 10.6, then Indy at 11.5. A lot of this is also just a byproduct of like being on the East Coast in the Mid-Atlantic. Like a lot of stuff's just right here. And this happens to be a year where they play the AFC North. What's how far away is Cincinnati? It's like a 90-minute flight, right? Like it's not.
You go up, you're coming down.
So I think this is just one of those kind of fluky travel things. But the teams that travel the most are probably going to be the Niners and the Rams and the Seahawks.
They probably travel the most every time because that's where they live.
Exactly. And what I was going to say is the Seahawks had a 10, maybe 15-year run of being really freaking good, of being a playoff contender. They won a Super Bowl. They lost a Super Bowl. Like the Seahawks emerged for a period as one of the NFL's elite franchises, right? Is that a fair statement over a decade's time?
Yeah.
They did all right with the travel.
They normally do.
You know what I mean?
The 49ers.
The Niners are pretty
The
damn
Niners
loaded.
were in the Super Bowl last year.
Yeah.
That's with that travel, right?
Right.
Okay.
Kansas City's division games. Division. Denver, Vegas, and LA.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how long those are, but those are all legitimate flights from Kansas City.
Totally.
So, like, I don't know. I think we make too much of it. It's kind of interesting. And on a personal level, I'm into it. I'm not racking up the frequent flyer miles, but I'll take it just for weekends at home and chilling. I think it might help that, honestly, from a straight scheduling perspective, I think one of the best things for this team and this organization is not a ton of primetime. And that's not because their recent track record on primetime games is pretty damn bad. But I just think the best thing that can happen for Washington with year one of Jaden and a year one of a rebuild, fly a little below the radar, because I don't know that the win total is going to pop here. But I think you could see a team that really starts to improve Thanksgiving, Christmas, down the stretch. And I think that's what's most important for this team this year.
Yeah. But listen, man. As I've said for many a times, we discuss everything but the actual play because we have not been good. Once we're good, then people will understand that it's no different here than it was anywhere else. We just didn't have anything to talk about, so we made excuses about everything else. Travel means nothing. I've seen people have to not get on the plane and come down here and play and lose games and come down here and win games sometimes. Doesn't make a difference. How many games we won at home last year? I want people to know. Ask that question.
Yeesh.
We won one game on the road, or one or two, whatever it was.
I know, let's count it. They won the opener, right?
Yeah.
Right? They were 2-0, so they had to win the opener.
Yeah.
And then they won in Denver. They won in New England.
And one more on the road. They didn't win one game at home. They didn't travel to go at home, people. So it don't make a difference, right?
Landfill, this Commanders team will travel the least of any team in the NFL this year. Doesn't matter.
I don't really think it does, no.
Last year they won the opener at home against the Cardinals. Listen, we're almost exactly a year removed from this. That game was September 10th, 2023. Play a little trivia game here.
If it was baseball, I think it would matter a little bit more because you're playing so frequently.
Yeah.
But I think in football you can get there with enough time to kind of acclimate
If
yourself.
it matters, no team would win 1 and 0 games at home. If it truly mattered.
I think what matters is more like the physical logistics of travel, not the road crowd. But let's just pop quiz, everybody. Pop quiz, hot shot, Jeff. Who the Commanders won week 1 last year against the Arizona Cardinals. Who started at quarterback for the Cardinals? This is
Dobbs.
good job, Jeffrey.
Oh,
I did not expect you to pull that, man. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't remember.
Tell him, Jeff, don't be trying me, son.
didn't they trade for him like 10 days before he
Yes,
started?
so
Tell him, Jeff, don't try you, son.
Kyler was hurt, and they were supposed to go to Colt, and then they like released Colt. Remember? And then they traded for Josh Dobbs. Honestly, I remember back at the time when Washington started 2-0, and there was just so much excitement. Wow, mystery solved. Shout out to Wendy. Let's just say this: B. Mitch had a question.
I know who to call.
Jeff consistently could not and did not answer it, and kind of told B. Mitch he was wrong, and then Wendy saved the day. Is that accurate, B?
I'll say yeah.
That's not accurate at all because I do not handle the mail here.
Landfill, do you think my version of events is accurate?
Yes.
Oh yeah, y'all really haters.
So, just in short, thank you to Wendy. No, thank you to Jeff. We got to make some bets.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. You've heard us talk a lot about FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Well, we have something a little different for you. Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of an NFL Sunday ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then with a YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel anytime. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Full price of NFL Sunday ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after the free trial. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
B. Mitch and Finley 1067. The Fan. We didn't get to it today. Landfill, you don't have that Todd Bowles audio readily available, do you? Before we get to Heard It Here First, there's something I want to say about this. Todd Bowles, Tampa Bay Buccaneers head coach, who used to play here and has a Super Bowl ring.
Yeah.
I think if you find yourself just facing the rookie quarterback, the other 10 guys going to kill you. So we're facing the Redskins. We're not facing Jaden Daniels. They got 10 other guys that we got to worry about as well. So we don't look at it as facing a rookie quarterback. We're trying to beat the Redskins.
Listen, Todd Bowles played for this organization for 7 years and won a Super Bowl here.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to call them the Redskins, and we have got to get to a place where people stop with the, okay, change the name back. Not, you're entitled to your opinion, but it's not going to happen. The owner said it's not going to happen. So when Todd Bowles says that, just be like, oh, cool, that's how he remembers them.
I think that
keep it moving.
The one thing you said, and there's the only thing that people need to listen to. The owner says it's not going to happen. And I think the way we solve it, when somebody start losing their mind on social media, leave it on social media. We don't have to talk about it on the radio.
I agree.
Because it's the same people, no matter what is said, what is done, who says it, who try to whisper something. The same people are going to come out with the same stuff all the time.
I say Skins all the time, and it never really bats an eyelash. Although the one time I accidentally tweeted it was like, I think there are bots out there programmed. Honestly, I think there are bots that just try to cause trouble.
When
all the
you
time.
say most things, people go, you don't know what you're talking about. When you say something about that, you know what you're talking about.
Right.
So,
right.
Hey, man, sometimes you just got to let them go. Let them do what they want to do. Keep moving.
Jeff, does your "the world is full of haters" model believe that there are bots out there just trying to kick controversy with the old name stuff?
Yes, because they're hating on the new name.
I think there's some hating on the new name. I think there's some people just love the old name and the history. And I think, unfortunately, there's far more just politically minded culture war people that want to cause trouble at all times.
Most of the people that probably say something immediately when you say it, they don't have any damn any dog in the race, any horse in the race. They basically are like, I'm going to just say something because they don't give a damn which way it goes.
They're from Oregon or Mississippi, and they root for the Seahawks and the Saints, and they're just in it to
start stuff.
Don't start no stuff, won't be no
Why
stuff.
you just ignore them most times.
Let's make some bets.
Heard it here first. Gather around.
What you got to say is heard it here first. Dude, after so much football over Labor Day weekend, I'm like in withdrawal that there's nothing to bet on tonight. Like, give me Monday Night Football. I guess it's Tuesday.
I got my bet is that I bet JP gonna find something to bet on.
I found something to bet on.
Can I get that minus 190?
I'm taking Tiafo, US Open tonight.
We got Tiafo tonight.
Yeah.
Quarterfinals?
He's playing Dimitrov.
Is quarterfinals 16 or 8?
I think it's 8.
Ryan?
I think it's 8.
Huh?
Yeah.
Okay. He's getting there, dude.
Quarter.
And, dude, isn't Alcatraz out?
Yeah, Alcatraz is out.
Man, name is not Alcatraz.
It's easier to remember.
No.
Who
Alcatraz,
else? Give us a quick U.S. Open rundown. Who else left? I'll be watching Tiafo tonight.
Well, Tiafo and Dimitrov
if
for
people go
for
to Alcatraz, they won't remember. They don't want to remember that.
Fritz and Zverev.
They're
left too.
They're about to tee off. They're about to
right now.
Drop the ball. What do you call the start of a tennis match? Hit the first serve?
I guess.
Yeah. I don't know, but they're about to start. So it looks like there's. Can I get a bracket, dog? What, like Google? Come on, man. Most important company in the world. Let me get a bracket. It'd be so dope if Tiafo won the U.S. Open. If anybody else has a bet,
I would
fire
love
away.
to see that.
Give me Dallas -6. They're playing the Mystics.
All right, so
Dallas who?
The Wings.
Landfill's right. There's 8 people left in the U.S. Open. Sinner versus Medvedev is tomorrow night. Draper versus Manauer. I'm sure I'm.
So what's come? Tiafo won that. It was a match. They went 5 sets the other day. He must have won that last set.
Against Poprin.
They were going at it.
A pair of Americans going today. Fritz versus Zverev. Fritz is an American, And then Dimitrov versus Tiafo tonight at 8:30. That will be on my television, Landfill. Thank you for reminding me of that.
I want the Pirates and the Guardians. Bam.
Bam. Jeff, do I have this correct that you are on the Dallas Wings tonight?
Yes.
Give me the sticks and the points, baby. I stay betting on the Mystics.
Hey, you gonna start your week 0-1 too? I don't care.
Mystics they're like hot. Like they're playing themselves out of the number one pick. What's the young woman's name from UConn that was so good? Paige Buckets, I think. They might not even get her. 2 days till we get to watch football, folks. Chiefs Ravens, Thursday night. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Barstool Nate. Thank you to Armen Keteyian. And thank you to Jeff Howe. Thank you to the boys in the aquarium. Shout out to Wendy for finding the package that Jeff was completely unable to find. Tomorrow we'll be in Ashburn. Thursday we'll be in Ashburn. Friday, D-City Smokehouse. Come out, hang with us, eat wings, drink beers.
Yeah, one or two of them.
Great and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. We owe you a beer.
Good Tuesday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny on the Fan. It's September 3rd, 2024, and you are listening live to G&D on a football week. College football was awesome all weekend long. We are 2 days away from the kickoff of the NFL season. It's here.
We did it. You guys get a sweatshirt this morning on the walk to school? Maybe you do, maybe you don't. Whatever your preference is, the fall has arrived. Shut up, everybody else. My time. You had it. You had yours. You're out there in the sun, burning yourselves with your scanty clothing, just tanning yourselves and all your abdominals. Now it's my time. Now it's my time. Just not sweating. Just standing and not sweating, GP. And the foosball. She's back.
Sean Merriman, former Maryland Terrapin and excellent pass rusher in the NFL, joins us today at 3:30 to look ahead to the season that kicks off on Thursday Night Football with the Ravens and the Chiefs. And then at 5 o'clock today, coming up in 3 hours, very, very excited to let everybody know that one of our favorite football guests, who better to get our game week started than Charles Davis of CBS, who will be on the call of the Bengals and the Patriots this weekend, I should say. Charles is with us at 5 o'clock right here on Grant and Danny. We're taking you up to 6:10 and pregame of Nats Marlins tonight on the Fan. There is a lot to get into. Why don't we start with the news of the day? Trent Williams and the 49ers agreed to a contract restructure. So San Francisco's now sealed and delivered deals with Brandon Ayuk, who was holding in, and Trent Williams, who was holding out. They're both back. They're throwing it all together last second here, but the 49ers, with their stars carrying over from last year, will be at close to full strength as they get ready to open their season this weekend.
Yeah, too much at stake. Too much at stake for a team that's that good, a team that's got that kind of firepower, a wide open NFC where they're the prohibitive favorite. They're the best team in that conference. Been to the Super pretty much every time they've been healthy. They've been in the conference title game or on the way to the Super Bowl. They are right there. Their window is open right now. So maybe if you're in a rebuilding position, maybe if you're coming off a 3 or 4 or 5 win season, you could play some more hardball with Trent Williams. And they don't have time for that, right?
I mean, if you're Trent, you're trying to win your first Super Bowl. You've been searching for one. You've been on the precipice, knocking on the door with San Francisco for a few years. You just got to give yourself the best chance this year and worry about everything else after that. They open the season on Monday Night Football 6 days from today against the Jets, actually. So that should theoretically be Aaron Rodgers' first full game for the New Yorkers. It was Monday Night Football 1 year ago in week 1 where he ruptured his Achilles tendon and he was done for the season. So he'll look for a different result in that game, and the Jets hope to keep the train on the tracks for at least a night with Aaron Rodgers, but that's Monday Night Football. Now, the 49ers did have a massive scare, and this was a near tragedy. Before we move on, we should just acknowledge that Ricky Pearsall, their rookie receiver from the University of Florida, I love this guy. He actually played with Jaden Daniels at Arizona State and then transferred to Florida at the end of his college career. They drafted him in the first round, which now seems almost like an unnecessary pick, by the way, because Debo's not going anywhere, and they paid Brandon Ayuk. He was kind of going to be the Ayuk replacement, perhaps, but he's a really, really talented route runner. He went to a event where he was signing autographs, was walking out of the event in downtown San Francisco. A teenager saw him, 17-year-old, I believe, tried to steal his watch. They get into an altercation and a bit of a fight. Kid pulls out a gun and shoots him in the chest. Subsequently, as he's taking off and trying to jump into a car, shoots himself. He's hospitalized. Pearsall, more importantly, had the bullet go through his chest, out his back, a nearly devastating loss of life situation. He ends up being A-OK. He's out of the hospital already. He's apparently in the team's facility today. But how can you hear that and not think about Brian Robinson 2 years ago?
100%, man.
The exact same scenario, basically. Robinson, instead of being at a card signing event, was in downtown D.C. just picking up seafood. He heard about a restaurant.
He'd like to eat lunch.
He heard this is a great place to get a po' boy sandwich or whatever. He went, he scooped his food, he's taking his takeout back to his car, and 2 kids that were younger than 17, I think one was like 13 and one was 16 or something, attack him, try to rob him. He gets into it with them and gets shot in the leg. So it's very, very similar to what we went through here in D.C.
Absolutely. I mean, it defies belief. It's so the details sound fictitious. They sound made up. It sounds too incredible to be true. I don't mean that in a good way. Like, obviously, it's absurd. And people are going to hear this the right way. Obviously, I don't want anyone to be shot. I think that's pretty a pretty strong stance there. That's pretty clear and pretty obvious. I've got like a little, like it's even more heartbreaking to me when this isn't some sort of like weird nefarious activity going on Aaron Hernandez style at 3:00 in the morning, somewhere you shouldn't be. You know what I mean? This isn't one of those like extracurricular.
Yeah, you're committing a crime with bad people.
You're doing something. You're hanging out with some sort of seedy element or whatever the hell. It's like going to sign autographs. You know, it's like sort of team and career and football related, like trying to make some people happy, right? Like to build some fandom, to build the fan base, and that happens. Just unbelievable.
Yeah, it's nuts, and it again is just scary. You think about it; these athletes, people know where they're at. You know, when they're publicizing themselves and doing some marketing at events. I saw Deebo Samuel actually on Instagram Live yesterday. A video was making the rounds where he said, "Hey, you guys need to slow down with the posting pictures of us out and about."
Yeah.
And obviously it's after one of his teammates got shot, so he's a little spooked. But his point is, I think, a good one. You know, he was referencing the fact that if he's eating at a restaurant or whatever, sometimes, you know, he'll see that people will take a picture and say, Debo's at so-and-so right now eating this meal. It's like, nah, man, let me live in some privacy. You just don't know what people are thinking. And bad guys have the social media too. You know, they can, oh, Deebo Samuel, he's definitely got some jewelry on. He might have money or whatever. But just very, very happy that Pearsall's okay.
Here.
And by a couple of inches, probably not only survived, but hopefully will get to play football again as he's in the building today. No idea what the timeline is on his recovery. We'll see what the 49ers have to say as they talk about that today. So that means we only have one holdout left, by the way, with San Francisco and Trent Williams agreeing to terms this morning. Hassan Reddick still having not reported to the New York Jets, the former Philadelphia Eagle. And this is the all-time stare down of the offseason. The Jets traded for him, knowing he wanted a new contract, and told the Eagles he wasn't going to report. Reddick broke out with the Panthers, then played really well in Philly. This will be his third organization in short order where he's a hired gun pass rusher. And now he's telling the Jets, I'm not showing up without more money. It's not happening. And the Jets put out a really strong statement saying, don't listen to him. He knows the score. Yeah. So this is the one. This is we've got Jamar Chase holding in still, where he may not play in week 1. He's still wearing jeans during practices, sitting on the sideline watching his buddies. This is the one player who's yet to report to work.
Yeah, and you know, it's very little opportunity. There's not much leverage. There's only so much you can do, right? If you're a player with the CBA being under contract, you know, not coming up to work days is prohibitive, right? You don't accrue the service time that you need. You don't end up, you know, playing well to earn that big ticket in free agency. The best you can do is basically say, almost in effect, I'm not going to be as good for you guys, and you're desperate to win if you don't pay me and I can't show up and practice and make sure that I'm ready to rock and roll. You're going to get a worse version of me. That's not that much leverage, honestly. You know, it's basically a glorified temper tantrum where you hope that the kid is like a parent at the end of a long day, and the toddler just is holding their breath and is turning purple and just yells, and you go, fine, I'll make you the dumb chicken nuggets. That's what it feels like. I mean, there's only so much that you can do at this stage. The alternative, I guess you can call your bluff and say, we'll turn the car right around. But what is that? I mean, the Jets are in a decent position. They need him. And that's why obviously they took the risk of trading for him, even kind of without the certainty of that deal.
How much college football did you get to watch this weekend?
Not as much as I would have liked. A lot more time in the greater Leesburg area at the various soccer plexes out there. There's one where I don't know if it's a semi-pro team or something, the Revolutionaries. I don't know, or maybe
I think that's George Washington.
That's George Washington. But maybe somebody like that. I don't know. Nice little stadium. There's like a with like the professional style the dugouts for the kids for soccer games and stuff like that. So I was there a lot, but I caught some.
Locally, Maryland looked really good. Now they played UConn. They should look really good.
This is their bit, yeah.
And they do this every year to start the season. But I was actually more impressed by them this time around than I have been in a little while. Billy Edwards in his first start as the starter was excellent. 311 yards, 2 touchdowns. And Ty Felton, who to me looks like a day 2 draft pick, their number 1 wide receiver, went 7 for 178 and a couple of touchdowns. Maryland's done a pretty good job. Not quite wide out but they churn out some athletes at that position. You think about DJ Moore, what he's done in the NFL. Stephon Diggs is another one. There have been other guys coming through there. But I really like Felton's game. They got speed. They got athletes. I just don't know if they're big enough in the trenches and good enough up front on both sides of the ball under Mike Loxley in that conference.
Yeah, it's always how it feels, right? Like where their top few guys can go up against anybody's top few guys.
Absolutely.
But then you get to guys 7 through 15, and it's 5-star Freddie on the other side, and it's, you know, I don't know, you're kind of outgunned there.
The opposite of the Maryland performance was what Virginia Tech did. They went to Vanderbilt in Nashville, and they got stunned by the Commodores, 34-27 in overtime. The Vanderbilt quarterback was a transfer, but I think was like the Conference USA Player of the Year last year, Diego Pavia, and he ran for 104 yards and a touchdown. Just ran all over Virginia Tech. I thought they were terrible defensively. They got off to a really slow start on offense, and then they got back into the game and tied it, but eventually lost in overtime. That's a bad loss for a team that a lot of people thought out of a fairly weak ACC
Kind of sneaky, yeah.
might actually be able to make the playoffs. And I guess with one loss, you're not dead in the water, but certainly doesn't look good after 1 week.
No, really could have used that W. Just also kind of spinning it around. Florida State, what on earth is going on? I mean, this is a group we were sort of told, hey, now the sort of slow build last year. I thought they got jobbed not making the playoff, but it just depends on how you view those playoffs, right?
You would have put them in the playoffs?
Yeah, because I go either games matter or they don't. And they decided they don't because they're not good right now.
I remember kind of going back and forth on that. Yeah, I'm happy they were out. I thought it would make for a terrible playoff
because they wouldn't have been as good because they weren't as good as the teams that were there.
Would have been destroyed without Jordan Travis. But a lot of people are now trying to make their first 2 games a referendum on last year. Like, see, they should have been. And that's still silly. It's a different team. It's a different year. That said, they're the 3rd FBS team in the last 45 years to lose 2 games in a row to open the season when they were double-digit favorites. It's happened 3 times, counting them this year, in almost 50 years. They're 0-2. They were double-digit point favorites in both games. And I actually think Boston College is going to be really good. Watching them last night, they've got a good quarterback. It's year 1 with Mr. Bill O'Brien as their head coach. To me, that team looks like they're going to be a tough out in the conference.
That was pretty impressive, or depressive if you're a Florida State fan. And LSU does not win season openers. I guess that's kind of a new thing.
How mad was Brian Kelly?
He was pretty pissed.
Like slamming the desk.
Yeah, be as mad as you want, Mr. Kelly. Do something different.
Big win for Notre Dame. They had an awesome performance, just like USC's win that you're referencing over LSU was massive. I thought Notre Dame, Texas A&M.
On the road, too.
Yeah, that's a game where you go there, you win that one, and then with their schedule, which is mostly cake for much of the rest of the way, they have an opening if they can win 1 or 2 more of their biggest games. Pretty easily being in the middle of the top 12 when the playoffs start.
And they will be. I mean, they'll be in the mix. TV loves that. It's sort of that built-in ratings bonanza. They're, no matter how overrated they are, they're always kind of more around, and we'll end up getting some more high-profile games maybe than some of the mid-majors.
Football, Danny.
Football.
Tonight we got a fantasy football draft,
as
a matter of fact. Let's bring producer Darius Dameron on to the program. He was hired as the bad guy this year to form the Fantasy Football League, come up with all of the specifics for the league, the settings. So we are drafting tonight, and all of our listeners can come hang out with us. Even if you're not in the league, we're going to do an on-site draft with the board and the stickers, and it's going to be a good time. So if you want to just come hang with the guys,
eat some Appies at Highline, man.
Yeah, let's have some drinks and some wings. The Grant and Danny program and some of the P1 callers and folks are going to be around mingling. Should be a really good time. So give us the deets on what we need to know, Darius.
Yeah, we'll be at Highline in Crystal City. I want to thank everyone who participated in the trivia contest last week. It was fun going through all the responses and seeing some of the bits that people had to do. But we did get our winners. We got our winner from last year's back. So it's going to be a good time. Should be a lot of fun this evening at Highline in Crystal City.
And still the defending champion. Are we trying to start the draft right at 7? Do we think?
Yeah, I told everyone to be there by 7. So maybe we're looking at like a 7:15.
My only concern about the stickers and the board, it's going to take longer than the online 1 minute at a time draft. Not that that's a big deal, but we should start it sooner than later, or else we're going to close that bar down tonight.
We also do need to figure out how we'll determine the team selection order, or excuse me, the draft order.
That's a good point.
Yeah, we
should do some kind of bit.
Maybe a wing eating contest before we get going. Most wings gets the highest pick, something like that.
Oh, man.
All get a plate of wings, and in the order of how fast we finish our wings. I like my chances in that one.
I was going to say, you're our rep.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, we're splitting
sharing a team this year, you and I. And I believe you and Ryan are sharing a team as well.
That's correct. Yeah, we're co-managing a team.
Very, very good. So tonight, come out, hang with us. We are at Highline R&R, Crystal City. We'll be there right before 7 o'clock. We're drafting throughout the evening, so when you walk in, just ask them where the show is, and they will point you in the right direction. But good opportunity for everybody to get together to kick off the football season.
That place rules. And it's really, really fun. Great appies, good foodstuffs. And this is always one of the most fun nights of the year. When we get together, we do bits. Even if it's a good pick, you don't tell the person it's a good pick, and you heckle them, make them insecure.
A lot of joning.
That's the best.
I think that's healthy.
That's what it's supposed to be.
It's a sign of palship, right? And camaraderie, and that's the fellowship we're all looking for.
Yeah, like first pick, the consensus number one is Christian McCaffrey. Like somebody puts McCaffrey on the board, like, oh my God, that's so stupid. Like,
Definitely,
what?
like it's like one of those internet memes, like, oh, he's out with the guys. They're probably thinking about ways to cheat, and then it's like Christian McCaffrey's going to be hurt by week 4. You know Christian McCaffrey is going to be out by week 4.
They've already talked about his usage.
We should get to the Commanders because they are 5 days away from starting their season. Week 1 in Tampa, the 4:00 window, which is just a gigantic victory for all involved.
Just a big fat L.
You all get to watch the 1:00 red zone 3-hour window on the first Sunday of the season. I've got chills just thinking about it. I am feeling electricity through my body just thinking. The countdown clock says like 10, 9, 8, and then the music's going to play, and Scott Hansen's going to walk out, and we're going to see the live look-ins at like 7 stadiums. And then right at 1:00, I got my Sunday ticket going. I got Ball in the Air kicking off the season, Ian Eagle and Kevin Kugler and all these dudes on the call. A brand new year with the new kickoff. Everyone thinks it's just going to change the game forever, but really it's just going to be a kickoff that gets returned to about the 24. Everything's going to be fine. Just calm down and don't be angry. We're ready.
It does look weird.
1:00, man.
Mm-hmm.
We get to watch football. And then the Commanders come on at 4. It's perfect.
To ruin it. To ruin the whole day.
But just enjoy your 1:00 window.
Yeah, I like to enjoy I can do both. I can juggle both things. They should be on at 1:00 always. Until they're good, then we can start putting them in more primetime windows.
Speaking of things that should and shouldn't happen, you were just talking about how, or you've said this a lot on the show, Sundays is a busy day for you with games.
Yeah.
Is that going to be the case in the fall during football?
Absolutely.
So I need that, and this is just my own thing, unrelated to, or not you saying that. I need that to stop. And how do we get that to happen?
What do we do? See,
why is that a thing?
I'll answer that.
Here are the days that work for games.
Okay.
Monday through Friday at night. Saturday, big game day. Let's do all the games on Saturday. Sunday, no games.
So several things. Number one, I don't know how all these parents are able just to get their kid to a practice at like 4:45 or 5:00. That's hell. I don't know how anyone does it. We're scrambling. We fight with each other all the time. Everyone's always yelling at each other. It's 97% of our strife at home is the scheduling and how the hell do we do this?
But most
we
people
barely
don't
hang
work
on.
in the office anymore. It's probably easier to do that than ever before.
I would say a lot of people still have jobs. A lot of people are still employed.
But a lot of them are not in the office.
Maybe you still have to stop working at like 3:30, get the kid.
How many people are really working? You know what I mean?
Enough where it's still like everyone should be agreeing with me that it's way too complicated and somehow everyone does it and it drives me crazy. So times where there are no conflicts are delightful. We're signing up my youngest, for example, for this flag football league because in the spring he had 10 different Saturdays where there were 3 different games: soccer game, baseball game, lacrosse game. And it's like, he's dragging. We're tired. Everyone's miserable. So you find one sport, this one, flag football. The whole thing takes place on Sunday. The practice is right before the game. It's so lovely and so calm and so delightful.
I don't think any youth sports should be played on Sunday.
No, I know you're aware of that. And it is 2024. So we got to update that like Sacred Sunday thing.
Yeah.
We got to change that. So, travel tournaments, travel games, for my oldest are on Sundays all the time. So yeah, it is, but it's welcome because I can contribute. I can go. It's great.
Number one, we should all work back from how do we make sure there's no games on when the NFL is being played? That's the first thing everyone should be concerned with. Everything else is after that. But second, you drone about the Sacred Sunday thing, and that's fine. Whether you go to church or you don't, or whatever your proclivities are, fine. No problem. There used to be just a thing where you had a day to be with your family and kind of just not have to be everywhere at the same time. And that was cool. I think society was better when you just had a day to just kind of do your thing and recharge the batteries and slow down, and you didn't have to look at your phone and you could just hang out with your kids at home. And now that's gone. That doesn't exist. And I'm just saying I think it was better when that existed.
Yeah, it is long gone. And because everybody works, everybody's so busy. Having a day or having moments where there's no conflict or whatever, because it's not like if you've got kids, you know this, you're not just sitting at home all day Sunday. If you have kids, you're doing stuff. Like you are a doer. There's no day where we're not. No one's doing anything. You want your kids cooped up for 12, 13, 14, 15 hours?
It's called Sunday.
Yeah, that ain't great either. Yeah. So
that'll be over here. You guys go do your
thing. And I bet your mom is just, or I bet mom is just sitting there doing nothing too. No, she's got the kids.
It's tough. Yeah.
Yeah.
She doesn't like me very much during the fall. Look, I'm telling you, worst husband and father in America.
Yeah.
Every Sunday.
You get that notarized letter. He's like, hey, my bad on that.
September through December. I'll be back. See you guys in January.
And there's a little bit of January too, because the playoffs, the wild card round, division round.
We don't have to worry about those around these parts.
No, but I'm still going to watch it. It's for work. You can't get mad.
Of course. What are you most excited about when it comes to the Commanders opening their season week 1 in Tampa Bay? What are you most excited to turn that TV on? You see them running out of the tunnel. What's got you fired up when you think about week 1 and Washington? We'll get into that next. We'll open up the MGM National Harbor listener lines as well on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Sean Merriman stops by at 3:30 to get us ready for the NFL season. Charles Davis is on the show at 5. He is on the call with Ian Eagle of Bengals Patriots this weekend in Foxborough. Danny, it's game week. We are 5 days away from the Commanders playing their week 1 game in Tampa. Let's open up the phones at 800-636-1067. Now, the question is, when you think about week 1, when you think about Washington making their debut against the Bucs, what excites you most? I think the easy first answer is all things Jaden Daniels.
Of course.
So we could just tee that up, get it out of the way, and then move on. But it's got to be getting our first true look at the kid.
No kid gloves on, so to speak. I mean, it's all going to be spoon-fed at this stage of a rookie's development. But yeah, I mean, this is the real football. This is the real stuff. This is the offense. This isn't what are they showing, what are they not showing. This is it. This is the real thing. The bullets are flying, so to speak. And a guy with all the talent in the world who does everything the right way all the time. It's not just for Instagram or for show. This is the person. Here it is, man. It's in your hands. Like, sorry, there's a lot of pressure, but the fate of hundreds of thousands of people's joy and happiness when it comes to this recreational activity we've all opted into, it's on you, man. Please help us.
Which isn't fair, and probably
it ain't right, but
way
it is
oversimplified at a extremely dependent position, as our buddy Joe Theismann talks about on this show so frequently. Jaden Daniels is the answer, though, because you get to see how they're going to use him, how they're going to implement him. Cliff Kingsbury made it clear when he spoke to the media in the preseason that he was not going to show much of what he wanted to do in the regular year, and that they didn't really open up the playbook much. So theoretically, even after seeing Daniels play multiple times, one of those games he only threw the ball 3 times, by the way, and then he didn't play in the third game. We may still have no idea really what their offense is going to look like, what their true plan is. In fact, if you go back to 2012 and Robert Griffin's debut, 12 years ago, a week from now in New Orleans, when he came out and they ran that read option for the first time, that whole offense that the Shanahan's designed, what they called their 50 series, nobody knew it was coming, and they scored 40 points. That's this week.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, who's to say that we don't see something that we're not expecting? Maybe they don't huddle a whole lot. Maybe everything is out of the spread and it's up tempo and they're holding up boards on the sideline like it's college football. Like nobody knows what they're going to do. And I'm exaggerating and being funny, but I can't wait to see what it looks like. I'm also really interested to see how much is Jaden Daniels running the football, because we all know that how good he is as a passer is what's going to determine the fate of the pick and whether or not he's going to be a championship level QB in this league. But I do think he's got a chance to be Lamar Jackson-ish if he runs a lot. Him and Anthony Richardson and Jackson, there's a short list of guys who have his game-breaking ability when he's running the football. So I will be really curious to see that part of his game too.
100%. So some other things kind of related to Daniels. I'm excited to see Austin Eckler. Like we've now kind of gotten to the point where we can't wait to sort of cast guys off, right? Because Eckler was everybody's darling, probably a top 5 fantasy pick for a couple straight years. And then last year, that production from him and everybody in Los Angeles, in terms of the running backs, fell off the cliff. And they were a disaster running the football. But he still caught the ball very well, still is quality out of the backfield. And that, to me, is the recipe. This is how you help a young quarterback. This is how you help an offense. It's a little cheat code. Early down, throwing the football to running backs, even if it's not sexy, even if it's just 4.5 yards, etc., it's a glorified running play. But it's something else defense have to worry about. It's an effective, cheap, simple, easy way to keep the offense moving, to keep the chains moving. And he's as good as anybody has been over the last decade at doing that. I mean, he's in that Thurman Thomas mold when nobody was doing that. Him and Roger Craig back in the 90s, where no running backs were catching the ball to the backfield, and they revolutionized the position. He's as good as there is at catching the football out of the backfield. That is awesome, and I want that.
I'll say the rest of the rookie class, not named Jaden Daniels, or at least a chunk of it. Brandon Coleman was listed as the starter at left tackle on the depth chart the team put out going into their game with the Bucs. Now, that depth chart is far from gospel, and you could even say it doesn't matter a whole lot. But that did catch my attention, and I think a lot of people's attention. Do we see him? Dan Quinn said now over a week ago, he does not have to see Brandon Coleman play in the preseason to feel good enough to start him week 1 of the regular season sight unseen, because they saw him in practice extensively. Well, the last time he was practicing before this week when he came back, He was their best left tackle. He had supplanted Cornelius Lucas in those reps. So does he just pick up where he left off? There's a very good chance when they trot out there as a first-team offense and, you get that shot from on the field where somebody holding the steady cam is like in the huddle and they break the huddle, and we're seeing Jaden Daniels now from the all-11 view, and they've got his stats and his LSU graphic there. Brandon Coleman might be at left tackle as the guy on the left side of the offensive line for Washington, their third-round pick. That would be a huge deal. We have not seen him in a game. We have not seen Johnny Newton in a game. What's his status? What's going on with Johnny Newton? Could he play and we'd see him for the first time? I doubt it, but it's possible. And then the guys that we know will be on the field in that rookie class, Mikey Sanders still is going to be their starter on the interior in the nickel. He's going to play a lot at corner as well, perhaps. I think he's sharpie, legit, good, nothing to worry about there. But I want to watch him. I want to see Luke McCaffrey, who's going to play some at wide receiver. Maybe you slide him down the depth chart a little bit because they brought in Noah Brown with some size. And then Luke Sinnott. Ben Sinnott. Luke McCaffrey at wide receiver and Ben Sinnott at tight end.
You combine those players, that'd be pretty good.
That'd be a really nice player. But Ben Sinnott, to me, probably a second fiddle tight end until Ertz is unavailable with health, which seems like an annual staple.
Mm-hmm.
So early in the year, maybe it's a little quieter, but he had an awesome preseason. There was not a single time where he caught the ball and just quickly went to the ground. Like, he's the opposite of Ertz in that way, where he's fighting through tackles, he's taking on contact, he's got that coolie after the catch ability. I can't wait to see Ben Sinnott, whether it's against the Bucs or in the weeks to come after that. That's a fun pick.
So we roll our eyes at this because this is one of those places, talking about Washington, where the Hall of Famer past his prime, gets one last payday, right? You know the names before I even say them, whether it's Bruce Smith or Deion Sanders or Jason Taylor, incredible pantheon players who don't really produce here and are just getting paid past their prime over the hill. I don't think that's the case with Bobby Wagner. That's a Hall of Famer. Right now, this minute, he stops playing, he's across the threshold for what should be a Hall of Fame candidacy, right? They've got some numbers. Pro Football Reference has him past the average of what a inside linebacker accrues for his career. He's already surpassed that with more to play. It's rare to get the privilege of seeing a Hall of Fame player who's still got something left in the tank, and we're going to see Bobby Wagner play middle linebacker for Washington. That's pretty cool.
What about coaching staff-wise? I don't think there's really any questions with demeanor or how they're going to go about their business. Coming out of the preseason, we saw a lot of that. And Dan Quinn is not a first-time head coach, so it's not like you've got a former coordinator who's doing it for the first time. Go back and watch a Falcons game. You can get a feel for how involved he'll be. In fact, we saw in the preseason when some guys were struggling that he would go right up to them and coach them up and get in their ear during the game and be a bit of a motivator, which I really, really liked. But what about coordinating? Whether it's Joe Witt Jr. on defense or on the offensive side of the ball with Cliff Kingsbury. Any questions? Anything you're excited to see there?
You already mentioned Kingsbury. I'm sure that's a little word combo. Cliff Kingsbury. But to me, this is one of the fascinating questions. It's almost like the 1A to Daniels and everything that's concerning Jaden Daniels. But it's obviously very related. What offense is it? Is it this sort of the same deal as Arizona, where you kind of know some of the tendencies, and every year they start off great and then kind of get figured out by the end of October, November, and kind of swoon? Or are there new wrinkles? Or has he kind of reinvented himself? Did he behave a certain way because of who his quarterback was? Does that change with Jaden Daniels? Those looks and what they can do to outthink and try to make things easier for Daniels and really this offense by transitivity would be a welcome departure from what we've seen the last couple of years. Predictable thumping via Scott Turner at the behest of Ron Rivera, or drop back and throw it 77 times via Eric Bieniemy. I don't know the answer to that. I think that's one of the big variables. So I'm obviously excited there in terms of Kingsbury. But in terms of Joe Witt and really Dan Quinn kind of by extension, the secondary, they take unknown players and have them lead the league in interceptions. That they've done that multiple straight years. They're in Dallas, and Dan Quinn cut his teeth with the Legion of Boom there in Seattle. So if you're a member of the secondary, you cannot get a better situation than you got right now. Now, you may be prove that you can't do it, and they'll supersede you, and they'll go grab somebody else over the next couple of seasons. But right now, when they're not in a hurry, a lot of holdovers from last year. If you are a member of the secondary, this is your best shot to be good and be competitive and stick in the league.
There's some other guys for me we haven't mentioned. Frankie Louvu, whose style of play I think is infectious. Can't wait to see his physicality and the way he played in Carolina in burgundy and gold. On the offensive side of the ball, is this finally the year De'Ami Brown carries over a big preseason? And Brian Robinson has a chance, you would think, to have a pretty strong season. They're going to run it a lot more than they did with Eric Bieniemy. There's been a lot of chirping from him about usage last year and the style of play offensively and why he'll be a lot better with this group. Well, now you got to go prove it. You can talk all off season, but now you got to go out there and not average 4 yards a carry and kind of prove that you were being held back, which hopefully we'll get our first glimpse of seeing him do that in week 1 against the Bucs. Phones are open. We'll get to your thoughts next at 800-636-1067. As always, you can tweet us at Grant H. Paulson at Funny Danny. The question being, who or what are you most excited about as it pertains to Commanders Bucs 5 days out on Sunday and week 1 being here for Washington? A former Redskin, Todd Bowles, has no time for the Commander's name. We'll explain next.
sure of that. Obviously like adding a tight end like Zach, having a run game, that you would add to it. All of those things, were part of the design prior to even Jaden being here. But the added element that he's brought, the confidence, the swagger that he plays with, the details that he has, all of those things are what you'd hope to see. And that's why I just thought it was best to go through the process and get through all of the steps and then, do that. But without having to do that, our whole program is going to be based on competition. And so I felt best to go through the whole competition before, making any big statements.
Dan Quinn getting ready to coach his first game with the Commanders. 6 seasons as the head man in Atlanta, twice double-digit wins. Final 3 years, 7-9, 7-9, 0-5. He's got something to prove as a 43 and 42 all-time head coach who made the playoffs twice in his first 3 seasons and then none of the final 3 years. Got off to an 0-5 start before getting fired in 2020, and he's been waiting, chomping at the bit for this opportunity. So we welcome you back on G&D. We are 5 days away from the Commanders and the Bucs. Your home for more NFL talk than anywhere else all week long is 106.7 The Fan. The head coach of the Bucs is Todd Bowles, who also has ties to the nation's capital and to this organization. He played with the Redskins. I bring that up because I think it's important context for this quote and this part of his press conference this week. Pretty clearly, Todd Bowles either doesn't care or just has no time for the name Commanders.
I think if you find yourself just facing a rookie quarterback, the other 10 guys going to kill you. So we're facing the Redskins. We're not facing Jaden Daniels. They got 10 other guys that we got to worry about as well. So we don't look at it as facing a rookie quarterback. We're trying to beat the Redskins.
I totally get that every now and then someone's going to slip up and say Redskins. Happens with broadcasters on the call of games.
Sure.
You and I still every now and then, especially if we're talking about the past, it's kind of weird. What do you do? But almost always right after that, you catch yourself because well, it's not Redskins, it's Commanders. There was no hesitation.
No.
There was no, let me take a step back and call them the Commanders or say, actually the new name or nothing. He just, it's not on his radar. He's got other things to worry about. He doesn't really care. I just found that clip hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, when you spend 3/4 of a decade collecting a paycheck from the Washington team, and you've got a long-time association with that team, like part of your career, which Todd Bowles had, to me, you're to be forgiven. I know that it's a cardinal sin to some, and I'm not here to legislate that. We've done that plenty. But to me, it's like, you think about Washington, you think about the name of the team. He played for that team. So again, when he showed up to work, that's what he was doing every single day. He's like, who do you play for? And that was the answer for, again, 7.5 years. Yeah, like I get it. Like I understand, like whether it's slipping up or just a cognitive association, he doesn't have time for the new thing for whatever.
I don't even think it's anything to need to be forgiven for. Like to him, it's the Redskins, and he's just kind of rolling with it. But clearly, he knows they're the Commanders now. There's just no acknowledgement of that in any way in that press conference clip there from this week. Let's go to Chris, who's in Brandywine on Grant and Danny. What are you most excited about as it pertains to week 1?
Hey guys, I'm definitely most excited about the idea that I think we're being slept on. I think that we're better than a lot of the national prognosticators think, and we might catch a few teams slipping, including Tampa Bay. Now, one thing I just wanted to ask you guys in regards to one thing I'm worried about is just whether or not what happened in Dallas was a system issue or if it was just they came out flat.
Talking about the playoff game, you mean?
Yeah, the playoff game against the Packers.
Yeah, they gave up almost 50, and Dan Quinn's defense got annihilated. I mean, Matt LaFleur, the head coach of the Packers who calls plays for Green Bay, played for and worked under Dan Quinn in Atlanta. My guess is he had a pretty good feel for how they operate. He worked with him and Joe Witt Jr. So Green Bay, when they play Washington, you may want to take the over. I don't know, but I think he had their number that day, and it was a really bad day for the Cowboys.
Yeah, that's certainly it's everything about it was bad. I mean, we've seen these things happen before. Like Tampa Bay beat Philadelphia last year in the postseason. Philadelphia is a better team than the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are, right? Like we kind of know that. Dallas has turned in some pretty good homework on that side of the ball over the last few seasons. So I'll take the bigger sample before I start slamming the gavel. People love to do that where it's a high stakes, huge moment and they're bad, and they were terrible that day, by the way. They got woodshedded in that ballgame. They were not competitive. You could say that. I think it's still say Dan Quinn did a pretty good job on that side of the football over the last several seasons.
Collectively top 5 over 2 seasons, I would think, statistically, defensively, and also 30-plus takeaways. Speaks to his word got through to the Cowboys last year. Along the lines of Washington being slept on, another power rankings drop today, PFTs. They had them 27 out of 32 teams. Only the Raiders, Giants, Cardinals, Patriots, Panthers, some of the dregs of football ranked behind Washington. That's kind of where most people have them, outside of the top 25 in the NFL, bottom 5 to 7 teams in the sport. So, yeah, they're going to catch some teams sleeping potentially. And I do think this Bucs game is a winnable contest. Let's go to the very handsome Dominic in Ohio. What's up, Dominic?
Gorgeous.
Thank you, boys. Appreciate it. Always taking the call.
Yeah, Marty.
I am the most excited for the pageantry of Sunday to come back. I cannot wait to go over to my brother's house, eat all of the fattening dips, have my fantasy teams on my phone, have my parlays built, checking on those like a addict scratching at an itch that they just can't scratch anymore. It's the thing that I treasure the most is the pageantry of that whole thing. It's the thing I cannot live without.
Settling in, right, to the self-induced stress of whether it's your daily fantasy team or your regular fantasy team or like a 6-way parlay that you put for $1, hoping to win like 6,000 just because you need the Cardinals to cover or something weird. It's the best, dude. It is so perfect.
Yeah, there's just something about the whole football season or like this time of the year. I was driving and just thought about windows are going to be down. You're going to wake up. It's going to be a little chilly outside. Going to walk the kids over to the farmers market near us. There's just so much about this time of year. Going to get them to a pumpkin patch a couple times and eat some apple cider donuts. Like, it's all wins. It's just we're the 72 Dolphins. Everywhere you look's a W.
Just
man.
a win.
You can't swing a stick without
Grant Zonk over there
hitting a victory. Call me Grant Shula. It is the best. Sean Merriman at 3:30. Charles Davis at 5. We're getting you ready for the NFL. Let's take our first look at the week 1 schedule. Several days out here and look at some of the big storylines going into a brand new season of football on a football week on the Fan. An NFL game week on the Fan. Welcome back. Grant and Danny with you, the exclusive sponsor for our shows, the law firm Kondori and Murad. They'll guide you and your family in the right direction by to help you draft a will or set up a trust. They'll also get you squared away on a healthcare power of attorney if need be. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you as a show. That way they'll give you a discount. kmlawyers.com. My parents were taken great care of by Kia Kondori and Wasim Morad, our guys over there. So check them out. They'll do a good job for you.
It's that adult thing that you got to do. You don't think about it, right? When you're a kid, they never tell you, hey, you got to figure out all the bad permutations of stuff that could happen to you. But you got to get your affairs in order, man. It's a grown-up thing to do.
Our affairs tonight include a fantasy football draft.
Oh, indeed, sir.
For the Grant and Danny Listener League. Come hang out with us and a bunch of listeners as we draft our teams tonight. We are going to be in Crystal City at Highline R&R. Going to be an excellent vibe and a great setting for the 2024 G&D Listener League.
So they did like an Instagram post with like 2 characters on it that are like these thin, handsome guys that gave you red hair.
So here's what I don't understand about that. And thank them for doing it because I'm a big believer in publicity being a good thing.
Promote the thing.
Were those just 2 random guys that were wearing headset mics?
I don't know.
Or was that supposed to be you and me?
I don't know. And I'm not trying to be difficult or like spoiled about it. We're like, oh, that's not my likeness. Like, it's cool. They're promoting the event. That's what I want. I'm all in.
I was a skinny redhead.
Yeah, like that's what it was. Like I was like, I don't know that that's, and I guess I'm the other guy. If that's like that guy had dark hair.
You were extremely handsome.
Yeah, and I was like, I guess handsome, more handsome than me. He's a cartoon.
I would say it looked more like you than it looked like me. But I was a skinny ginger.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'd rather be a skinny ginger than what I am.
Okay.
Probably.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I was like, who's that? I want to be that guy.
I don't know
that guy. How fun does that guy look?
But anyway, that was fun.
Mm-hmm.
And we appreciate them doing it.
Yes, we do.
But come hang out, eat some wings. We'll be a less skinny ginger when you get there. I'll be the guy that isn't that.
Yeah. That was my metabolized self.
Let's get to week 1 in the NFL and some of the big storylines. Game by game, we'll go through a big part of the slate. It all gets started with Thursday Night Football, the kickoff of a brand new season. Seems like an annual tradition at this point at Arrowhead Stadium with the Ravens and the Chiefs. The Chiefs have a chance to be the first ever team to three-peat. But on top of that, if they get to the Super Bowl, will be the first team to ever get back to a Super Bowl, having won the last 2. So no one's ever three-peated, and in fact, no team gunning for their 3rd straight has ever even gotten to the Super Bowl game. They host the Ravens in their quest to do so. Patrick Mahomes, an annual MVP candidate.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think last year's too much in your mind. I mean, you're so focused on trying to get better, and I mean, we're playing the best of the best. I mean, week 1, so we're gonna see where we're at. We're going to go out there and play our best football early in the season. But all we can do is go out there and be our best. I mean, it's going to take that in order to get the win, and we're going to learn from our mistakes and make adjustments on the sideline and go out there and find a way to beat a really good football team.
Yeah, last year, Kansas City started off kind of slowly. They were sort of working their way through the beginning part of the season, knowing full well they'd be there at the end. Not a lot of challengers in that division, and it seemed like Baltimore was the class of the AFC. They were the best team in the NFL for most of last year. A lot of turnover, a lot of change, including a defensive coordinator. Now the head coach in Seattle, lost a lot of personnel. So if this is the time, if you're going to play the Chiefs, you'd like them week 1 rather than, say, week 16 or 17.
Yeah, it's the Lions, to your point, from last year's opener. I do think it's interesting that Rashee Rice didn't get suspended and probably isn't going to. Sometimes the league says, we don't need to find out what happened legally. We can do our own research. Sometimes they wait for everything to play out. So it's kind of, I don't know what to expect, rhyme or reason with suspensions. But Hollywood Brown, not all the way back, not healthy. So it'll be a lot of Xavier Worthy, presumably. They just signed Juju Smith-Schuster. As far as Baltimore goes, first game with brand new 32-year-old defensive coordinator Zach Orr. And this will go one way or the other. If that defense is really good again, which it should be, he'll be a head coach in 2 years.
Yep.
Maybe getting interviews this offseason. He'll be the next guy, the hot candidate in the NFL. But they lost a lot of assistants. He's elevated from his linebacker role a year ago. Obviously, their coordinator on defense last year is now the head coach in Seattle, Mike McDonald. So there's some questions on that side of the ball for John Harbaugh after they lost some talent as well. But most of the young players for the Ravens that'll be coming back and playing are actually on the offensive side of the ball, including Roger Rosengart and their projected right tackle from that rookie class. The Friday night game. Yes, I said Friday night game.
Coach Eric Taylor?
Not Friday Night Lights.
Oh,
this is different.
Different.
Maybe outside of the States, Friday Night Lights in the National Football League. It's the Packers and the Eagles. We're going outside of the United States, Danny. We are playing this thing in Brazil.
Obviously.
Did you see any of the restrictions that the league passed along to players?
Oh, no, I didn't see that.
Oh, it was like, do not leave your hotel. Do not wear any jewelry. Do not say hello to anyone.
Do not pass go.
Do not leave the bus without like armed guards. And I'm paraphrasing and joking a little bit, but basically they don't, especially after the Ricky Pearsall thing.
Yeah.
It was just like, hey man, let's just stare at the ground and run into every building you're going into. And Darius Slay and some other guys are like, why the hell are you sending us there? Like, you can't send me for work to do something and then scare me with this. Like, I guess our families are staying home from this one.
Yeah, maybe we'll skip this trip, and I'll send you a text if I'm allowed to keep my phone with me. Yeah, it's the never-ending quest to make this thing global. I'm conflating analogies here, but you got to break a few eggs, I suppose. I don't know. It doesn't seem like a great idea to me. I love the Friday Night Lights angle, please and thank you. More of that. I'm all about it. But that just seems a little iffy to me.
Yeah, you're not going to get a whole lot more of it because it's essentially illegal in the States to have Friday night games because of high school football until after the season ends. Packers, Eagles, though, 2 playoff teams potentially. Remember, Green Bay won a playoff game, destroyed the Cowboys. We talked about it last hour. And then they gave San Francisco fits in the postseason. Meanwhile, Philadelphia is highly considered to come out of the NFC East. People think they could be a Super Bowl team if Jalen Hurts bounces back. And the Packers have some new faces in some new places. Matt LaFleur's got a brand new running back in Josh Jacobs, who led the league in rushing 2 years ago with the Raiders.
The more experience you get with somebody, you find out what they like, what they're best at. But I would say definitely from a pass standpoint, how you can utilize them in the passing game, whether some guys are check down guys, some guys are creative route runners. And I think you just got to go through the process and throw some stuff at him and see how he does with it. And it'll be an interesting year to see what he can do.
I loved Matt LaFleur when he was here in D.C. He was probably one of the coaches on that staff I was closest with. Having said that, I am stunned with how good a head coach he's become this quickly. And a lot of people right away will discount the first few years going 13-3 because it's just Aaron Rodgers. You can't.
It's hard to go 13-3, man.
Be good. But 9-8 last year with Jordan Love developing into a franchise QB, making the playoffs, getting a win. In his career, LaFleur is 56-27 in 6 years.
He sounds when he talks like a guy that's been doing this for 40 years.
Yeah.
Even when he was still in his 30s.
He's just a worker.
It's what he sounds like, right? He had that maturity. Yeah.
Like, not everyone is a burn the candle at both ends and like you tell your wife you'll see her in January kind of coach. That's Matt LaFleur, and it has worked in Green Bay.
Other side is the Eagles. This is such a fascinating group. And obviously I hate them so much, and I hope they lose every game and their fans are miserable for 1,000 years. But just in terms of objective football stuff, Nick Sirianni basically fired himself as the offensive leader, right? Enter Kellen Moore, sort of revamped this group, trying to get Jalen Hurts back to MVP level. You've got weapons at the Yang. Of course, familiar former first-round pick from right down the street here, Jahan Dotson, will be their slot receiver to go with Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown. It's a revamped defense in theory. That's a group that could absolutely win the NFC East, or their coach could get fired.
I wonder if Jahan Dotson's going to make a play or two in prime time. Everybody watching on Friday night. A big debut in Atlanta for the Falcons. They are a sexy pick at NFC South. I think they're being a bit overrated. I don't quite see it the way everybody does. I don't know where the pass rush is going to come from necessarily with them. They did go get Matthew Judon in the preseason, which should help a lot. But they were a really bad pass rushing team last year. I don't know if that's enough of a fix for them in that regard. And I don't like their weapons as much as everybody else. There's this assumption that Kirk Cousins, who they bring in, is just going to now make Kyle Pitts be what he's supposed to be, and Drake London's going to take off. I think they're pretty good. I don't think they're really good. To me, that's more of a 9-win team than an 11-win team, but they've kind of been crowned. They host the Pittsburgh Steelers. It's a 1:00 kickoff in Atlanta on Sunday. For the Steelers, they had a battle that went throughout camp in the preseason at quarterback between Justin Fields and Russell Wilson. Wilson won the thing. In fact, my daughter struggles to say her R's sometimes, so she thinks his name is Wussel Wilson.
I think we all just try to be our best every day. I think every day I step in the building, just try to, bring my energy, bring the focus, the detail, the experience of it all too. And then when you step in between the white lines, do everything you can to be your best version of you.
Do you think the Falcons should be the favorite in the South?
I do, but I also have my second axiom there is that the NFC South stinks.
Yeah.
Nobody's any good. The bottom is the worst. I think Carolina probably picks first or second again.
So it's more about the other teams than Atlanta?
Yes. So someone has to win that division.
Why don't people default to Tampa won it last year, didn't lose a ton, just assume they do again?
Because that, I don't know if it has the same streak as the NFC East does, but it always feels like someone goes from worst to first or third to first, and it's topsy-turvy. They all beat each other. They're all 6 and 1, half dozen of the other. All these teams are flawed, low ceiling. We're here also. Someone's going to win 9 games.
Is this the year Mike Tomlin's Steelers finish under 500? I think they scream 9-8 again.
It's perfectly set up because, again, their division is the opposite. That division is a buzzsaw.
Yeah, Baltimore really good. Cincinnati Super Bowl caliber like the Ravens. Both of those teams strong. And then the Browns have a quarterback dilemma. But if you take Deshaun Watson out of the equation, it's probably like a 13-14 win outfit. That's a loaded team. And that athletic piece, polling 31 agents, they asked who the best talent evaluating GM is. And a lot of people said Andrew Berry, their general manager. Now, I guess he swung and missed on Deshaun Watson, and we're not going to count that. But they've done a really good job everywhere else almost.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, I mean, to me, this feels like the year it finally happens. But you know what Pittsburgh's going to be. Limited offensively, great special teams, really competitive on defense. They're going to win some ugly football games. They're going to Pittsburgh it up.
1 o'clock kickoff at Soldier Field. All eyes will be on the Bears and the Titans because the number 1 pick in the draft will make his NFL debut. Caleb Williams will make his first start as Chicago's franchise quarterback. What a last year plus for general manager Ryan Poles, who made the massive trade to come down the board. They go get DJ Moore and a bevy of picks, turned into a number 1 overall selection. I mean, he is absolutely moving and shaking, beloved in Chicago. This was the GM Poles as he gets ready to watch his newest pupil.
I want him to lean on the talent around him. And then when the time is right, and that's an instinctual thing, and I think that plays right into him, that's when you do the special. And balancing that. And then sometimes it's going to get out of whack one way or the other, but always come back to that. It's kind of like that neutral place where he's at his best.
Does anybody want to type anything that he's saying? Does anyone want to just really loudly?
The furious typing.
So much
why are you so mad at the keys?
And why is the microphone on your keyboard?
Glide over the keys.
Who is typing so loud? Everyone's talking about the Bears, and understandably, that's where we started. The Titans are a fascinating team.
Yep.
I'm not going to go full Clary on you. Clary said at lunch today that he's got the Titans as a sneaky playoff caliber team. I mean, Ryan, I don't want to put words in your mouth. You said they're going to be a sneaky, let's watch out for them kind
I
of
think he's got to win in the division.
But didn't you also say they win the AFC South?
That's my hot take. I think they win the AFC South. I'm all in on Callahan. I think Will Levis could potentially surprise people, so we'll see.
What do you like most about Levis? How he plays football, or that he eats his bananas with the peel on?
Eats banana with the peel on, but it's actually more so I think the Texans kind of fall off, and I think the Titans kind of take a little step up here.
Yeah, so by the way, I'm at lunch with, before you, Darius, you got there, it was Ryan and Danny, both telling me how bad the Texans stink.
Nope.
And they're like,
that's not what happened.
Look out for the Titans and watch out for the Jaguars. You both said the Texans will not make the playoffs.
Right, but it's very different than they stink. I mean, you're doing everyone that made it last year will make it this year, which never happens. It's always half the teams fall off. They were a game away from flipping and flopping with Indianapolis Colts last year, and a winner take all thing.
Clary's got them 7-10. You just have them missing the playoffs.
Yeah, I think they're 9-8, right around the same as they were. Yeah. We're going to read the "What's Wrong with the Texans" articles as the Colts win one more game, and the AFC's too crowded. This is far cry from that.
I never said 7-10 either, as well.
You said worse than that.
I think you said 5-12.
Yeah.
No, all right, sure. I'm thinking like 9-8. I think they fall off and miss the playoff.
3-14, I think is what.
That's what he said. You wait on your chicken sandwich, you kill the mosquito, and you're like, dude, they're 3-14. They stink.
Remember, the Titans, Ryan Clary says, division champions. I am actually interested, though. They did the thing you should do to give your quarterback the best chance. Ryan Callahan, OC from the Bengals, offensive-minded, comes over. Maybe you try to fix Will Levis. They went and got weapons as well, including Calvin Ridley. It's a lot of the things that I think you should be doing.
Yeah, sneaky Tyler Boyd signing as well from Cincinnati. That's going to help them. They updated it. It basically was like, give it to Derrick Henry and let's see what happens. They did that for a handful of seasons, and it was awesome for a while. Last couple of years, as they've been beset by injuries on both sides of the ball, they've been pretty terrible. No more Mike Vrabel. They've now kind of updated and changed that roster over a little tiny bit. Again, I don't think anybody in that division is excellent, right? But, if you buy the idea that Houston's maybe been prematurely crowned and it's going to be wide open as it's been, maybe Tennessee makes some noise. I don't think they're ready yet, though.
Let's skip back to some of the primetime activity in week 1. Sunday Night Football is going to be awesome. 8:20 kickoff locally for the Rams and the Lions, a rematch of a tremendous playoff game from this past winter. The Lions just narrowly edging out the Rams at home in that game. Now we get to see it in week 1 on Sunday Night Football when Matt Stafford's healthy, and he will be to start the season. The Rams are a different team. Like, they are a Super Bowl contending type club. So too are the Lions. They bring everybody back from that vaunted offense, including their coordinator, Ben Johnson, who left more teams at the altar for a second straight offseason. This is going to be a fun, maybe a telling game. If the Rams come out and beat the Lions, you got to consider them one of the better teams in the conference to kick off a brand new season. This is GM Brad Holmes, who put the Lions together, on Jamison Williams, who's considered an X factor for Detroit this year.
I think it's very evident in the results that you saw this training camp that the work that he's put in, just like Ray was saying, the route running, everything, just him working with L, working with Golf, just doing all those things in the offseason and preparation. And he's got some good guys in that room, obviously. You have an elite player like St. Brown, and forget the performance, but, how his intangibles are, and Khalif Raymond, he's got really good guys to look upon and follow. But
go to the Rams for a second. Last year, I think a lot of people, myself included, kind of wrote them off because they started 3-6 and they were getting smashed by people. They were not impressive, struggling, couldn't find their identity, didn't know who they were, etc. After the bye week, they went 6-1. Their one loss was when Baltimore was playing excellent football in overtime in Baltimore. Gave them everything they could handle and lost a toss-up game. Ended up losing that epic 1-point playoff game to Detroit. I didn't view their season that way. I just remember that start and kind of you have an impression of them. They were pretty nasty down the stretch. One of Sean McVay's better coaching jobs, I would say.
Oh, he was great, I thought, last year. Could have been the coach of the year. The Monday Night Football game to round out week 1. Now 6 days away is the Jets and the 49ers. That game's in San Francisco. The Jets get Aaron Rodgers back on the field, first time since week 1 a year ago. New look wide receiver room, including Mike Williams coming over from the LA Chargers. Breece Hall is kind of a sexy top-of-the-board fantasy pick. Everyone thinks he's going to become a superstar this year. They drafted a monster of a running back to pair with him in the backfield in fourth-rounder Braylon Allen. No Hassan Reddick, who has not yet reported, the lone holdout left in football. He's supposed to be a key piece to that defense. So without him, Jermaine Johnson, Will McDonald, their first-round picks in 22 and 23, respectively, will be coming off the edges. And for San Francisco, speaking of holdouts, no practice time, no preseason time for Brandon Ayuk or Trent Williams, but it's all hands on deck for a perennial Super Bowl power in the NFC as they try to get their season started.
For the Jets, they have been a quarterback away for 2 straight seasons. And that's why they were so desperate and went to get Aaron Rodgers and tried to make this thing happen. He lasted about 14 seconds.
Off and on for about 20 straight seasons.
Well, yeah, for sure. But last year, they were actually really good. And the last 2 years, really, they've been really good. Defensively, they were 4th in football 2 seasons ago. 3rd in yards allowed last season. They're excellent everywhere except that quarterback spot. If you don't have Zach Wilson, if you have a replacement level Randy, just a dude checking it down, if you had Jacoby Brissett or Joe Flacco off his couch, which they probably could have had at any point, that's a playoff team. Over the last couple of seasons, they haven't been. I think they are poised for that breakout finally to have it happen there in New York.
Remember when they made 2 straight AFC championship games with Rex Ryan as their coach?
Just eating snacks.
And Mark Sanchez as their quarterback.
Yeah.
Who was like sooner back up and then even sooner out of the league. Same kind of deal then. Like, what might that team have been if they could have just had an average NFL quarterback? Sean Merriman is going to join us next, the former Maryland Terrapin and tremendous NFL pass rusher. Going to get his thoughts on not only Maryland's big win this weekend, but the NFL season ahead. Our double plays coming up at 3:45, and we are blitzing at 4. This is Grant and Danny. At 5 o'clock today, Charles Davis joins the show, one of our favorite NFL guests. He's always fantastic. Make sure you're listening. Coming up in about 90 minutes. We got a Beltway Blitz coming your way right at 4 o'clock on Grant and Danny. And next hour, we're going to go through some Commanders burning questions as we are on to week 1 ahead of NFL action starting in 2 nights on Thursday Night Football. Did you see the Sports Reporters is coming back to ESPN? The old
I
TV
did see
show?
that. Yeah. Do we know who the reporters are going to be?
I think it's going to be different each episode, if I had to guess, because what I saw for the first episode, by the way, have they ever done anything more for me? Do you know who Jeremy Schaap's going to have on the first episode?
I don't know.
Mike Tirico, Joe Buck, Ian Eagle, and Kevin Harlan. And those 4 guys are going to be talking about essentially calling games and play-by-play.
They might as well just beam that right to your house.
I mean, are you kidding me? That thing wouldn't be better if it was in my living room. You couldn't design something better for me.
So back in the day when it was like so much Michael Lupica and other, I don't know, I forget some of the rest of the names, but it was basically arguing about New York sports, which wasn't for me. Like I found myself growing wary of it. Just that it was the refusal to acknowledge that there were several cities outside of New York or Boston or maybe even the Lakers. But it gave rise to the things that we all loved, right? It gave rise to some of the things that kind of changed television, some for the worse, but a lot for the better. Like there's no PTI without the Sports Reporters. There's no this format to a degree without shows like that.
I just think that there is still a place for informed, if you want to call it boring, you can, sports content. It doesn't have to be personality driven. And by the way, information and intel and insight can still be personality driven. It just doesn't mean that I've got to wear a big clown suit and jump around and wave my hands in the air and act a fool. You know what I mean? Like you can still provide that insight, provide that information without it. Like to me, there's still a place for shows where the star of the show is the information. And ESPN has just gone so far away from that. They've sprinted. I don't know if getting rid of that show was because of the movement they made in the direction that they did to basically like scream shows and everybody having a terrible take and ridiculous content to fill 24 hours. But I'm just excited it's coming back.
Yeah, I'm hoping that they don't let it fall into the trap of just the regular old debate shows, to your point, where it's just nothing but loud bits or shouting hot takes or, the 7,000th deep dive into Dak and his contract or can anyone beat Mahomes or what does this say about LeBron's legacy, kind of the normal crap. But again, if I had to complain, I remember at one point I used to watch it, I would say religiously, but pretty often. And it fell off a little bit, mostly because it sort of became a precursor to some of these debate shows that we see now, right? Where it was all things New York, all things Boston, the occasional like LA related Lakers thing. And it was like, no, there's an entire sort of nation of sports that's hungry for content that, whether it relates to them or not, is just more relatable, right? And I felt like they lost their way to a degree. I mean, and the other thing, not to be flippant about it, but I think the sort of sudden death of John Saunders, and it was like 2015, 2016, really changed the landscape there.
Very possible. Yeah, that's possible. I can't wait for the first one, specifically up my alley, but also just the idea that it's coming back is a win. Let's go to the BetQL guest hotline now and welcome onto the show Sean Merriman, who's got the ties, of course, to the University of Maryland. He's a Terp and had such an excellent NFL career as one of the tremendous pass rushers of his era, joining us via Bet Online. Sean, thanks for the time. We really appreciate it. How are you?
I'm doing well, my man. How are you?
Doing great. I wanted to start with the Terps, who hung a 50 burger this week. They got athletes all over the place for Mike Loxley. What'd you make of their big performance and win over UConn?
And I'll say this, and I might be a little biased because I'm from the area. I believe that the DMV area got the best talent in the country. And I believe when those guys stay home that we can compete against anybody in the nation. That's including anybody in Texas, anybody in Florida, Georgia. It doesn't matter. Cali, it doesn't matter. I think that the DMV area has the most talent. Now, what you have to do is keep stringing those games along, right? Like, you can't put up a 50-piece and come out and, against a team that's lesser than and not look as good. We know that they're going to slump all the teams that they should. The biggest thing is they're getting better and better and better to compete with the Michigans of the world, compete with the Ohio States, who they had, by the way, on the hills for 3 quarters last year. So those are the games that we need to lead up to in order to get, man. But that talent there in the DMV area is something different.
Sean, let's go up a level to the NFL. Do you like the way the league is rolling out? I mean, it's great for us, pudge idiots like myself sitting at home watching television. But do you like this kind of, there's a game Thursday, there's a game Friday night, then there's like a doubleheader on Monday, like that sort of special rollout, or are you more of a traditionalist?
Well, are you asking from a player or a businessman?
Either way, either way.
Look, I think as a player, right? You want to come into the game as healthy as possible. I remember the last couple of years when I came to Thursday night football game for the older guys because you don't get enough time to recover. Now the game is less physical. They're not having padded practices during the week. They've taken practice a lot more, so it's okay. But I think the NFL by having it spread out, because the last thing you want is guys sitting around scratching and can't move in all day because they're waiting for the game on Sunday, right? So they give you just
Sean, I'm going to throw you on hold because your phone's breaking up a little bit. So we're going to get that sorted out right now here on Grant and Danny. Joined by Sean Merriman, the former Terrapin, who was such a good pass rusher with the Chargers in the NFL, had a really strong career. We'll get to, among other things, with Merriman, some of his picks for division championships, conference, Super Bowl, and see where it ends up. But we're joined now by Sean Merriman on Grant and Danny. What do you make of the Commanders' chances in Jaden Daniels as a rookie to make some noise in the NFC East?
I said this. I think that Caleb Williams was the most talented quarterback that came out, but I think Jaden Daniels was the most NFL-ready quarterback that came out. And we're starting to see that already. Even in the preseason games, man, look at where he's placing the football. Like, he's placing where guys don't get hit. Right on the back shoulder. That first bomb he had coming out, we threw the ball, I think 30 yards down the field, right over the shoulder, where only the wide receiver can catch it. So you look at him having the ability to come out and play right now. Don't forget he can use his legs, right? Because I would tell any rookie this: when you're starting out, you're just getting in the NFL. If you're having problems with the speed of the game and anything like this, don't be afraid to take off or hurt a defense with your legs. And he's capable of doing that. So I got him. As the most NFL-ready quarterback coming out of college.
Sean, who do you like in the NFC East?
Right now, with all the turmoil that's going on with Dallas, you never know with them. The inconsistencies with Philly, you never know with them. I tell you, the Commanders got a lot better. It's tough, man. You just don't know. But I know this: that it's not going to be as easy for the Cowboys this year, because what happens is you got the 3 to 4 year window where other teams get better, and the Commanders just got better.
Sean, you played in the AFC West for so long with the Chargers. Obviously, it's a new era there now with Jim Harbaugh, but the Chiefs have had a stranglehold on that division. The Broncos are trying to make some headway with Sean Payton, and they've turned things over to Bo Nix. And the Raiders have retained Antonio Pierce. They're the one team that's still got a pretty ugly quarterback situation, it seems like, out there. But how do you see that division shaking out?
Well, look, of course I'm going to be biased to the Chargers. I do think they've gotten a lot better. And me spending time around the team and the coaching staff, there's a different aura about them. There's a different level of confidence that's about them this year that they didn't have. And the physicality that these guys are going to come out and play with, running with Gus Bradley and J.K. downhill and Joe, drafting Joe Alt, Rashawn Slater there. These guys are going to be a bunch of physical bunch, but it's just hard to snatch away the crown from KC until somebody dethrones them. And you're right now. I think that Bo Nix is the future of that team. I think that was a great pick. I think it was he kind of caught a lot of people off guard the way he just jumped in there and started doing his thing. And the Raiders, man, I mean, AP's my boy, good friend of mine. But I'll tell you this: you cannot win in that division without a quarterback. You just can't do it. And I don't care how great Max Crosby is, and he is great. How great that defense is going to play this year, how great Devontae Adams is, because you can't get the ball to him at the quarterback position.
Sean, forgive me. I don't remember if you ever held out or had contract disputes or anything, but I do know that San Francisco, without Trent Williams, Brandon Ayuk for so much of the offseason, the Jets, Hassan Reddick still hasn't reported. Jamar Chase is not practicing still with the Bengals. Well, we got a handful of guys this year who just kind of skipped the entire offseason until this week. Is that going to affect either those players individually or those teams, the offense, the defense they're a part of, the other guys adjusting, or do you think it's like riding a bike with some of those veteran stars?
I think, a guy like Trent Williams, who's been doing it forever, You could just pop him and he's going to do his thing. I think in the skill positions is going to be uphill battle. The timing, getting used to those routes and stopping and going, because it's hard, man, to replicate football. The actual game of it. You can work out all season, sprints and change directions, doing your drills. But it's nothing like playing an actual game of football. So it's going to take a few games for a guy like Jamar Chase to get back on it. Brand value. It's going to take a little bit for those guys to get back going again.
Sean Merriman with us here on G&D. Sean, you spent a little time in Buffalo. We'll go to the AFC East here for a second. You got to go to the betting window now. Got to put money on Buffalo or any of the other three teams in the AFC East to win the division.
It's I'm Bills Mafia for life, man, and love those guys out there. But we all know in football, you got a 3 or 4 year window before you come out of there and at least win one. I think I'm not going to say that window is closed, but it's gotten a lot smaller because Miami's gotten a lot better. And Rodgers is on the field. That Jet team, I believe, is stacked. And the only team you don't have to worry about as much there is the Patriots, because I don't think they figured out their quarterback situation. Nothing against Jacoby, anything, Brissett. Nothing against him, but you need a big time quarterback in order to win in that division. I don't think they got that there. So I can't put the Bills, man. I think Miami's and the Jets just gotten so much better. But it's hard to kind of just throw all your money on them.
Former Terp Sean Merriman, courtesy of Bet Online. Check out Bet Online for updated Super Bowl, conference, division, and awards odds, plus win totals for each team, week 1 lines, plethora of fun props on every game, and so much more. Sean, we'll let you out on this. We want your Super Bowl prediction for this year. Who wins? Who loses?
Well, I don't think a three-peat is in the cards for KC, even though I hate going against the champs. It's so hard to go against anybody that's won back-to-back. But a three-peat, knowing that the Texans gotten better, Aaron Rodgers is back. The Chargers are going to be much better than they were last year. Their road to get back to the Super Bowl is going to be tough. NFC side, I like the 49ers. I do, because I think they're the most balanced team in football. But I think the AFC is wide open. I don't see the Chiefs going for a three-peat.
It's too hard to do. Nobody's ever done it. Sean, always a pleasure, man. Really appreciate the time. Enjoy the week 1.
You got it, guys. Make sure you also download my new free ad-supported platform, Lights Out Sports TV, available on all smart TVs. Free ad. We got a big fight coming up, Lights Out Extreme fighting this Friday. That'll be live on Lights Out Sports TV. That's available with every major CTV platform.
Love it. Always making moves, Sean. Thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
You got it. Thank you.
All right, you're the man. There's Sean Merriman on Grant and Danny here on the Fan via Bet Online, joining us here on G&D. Next, let's get you a double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. We're blitzing at 4 o'clock. We're talking Commanders burning questions in week 1 at 4:25. This is the Fan. Double play on Grant and Danny, driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. Our double play, what's going on in our lives, nothing to do with sports. Seems like a good time to remind everybody you can come hang out with us tonight. We are drafting our fantasy football teams in our Grant and Danny Listener League. If you are not in the league, no problem. You can join us and eat some wings and have a good time at a sports bar while we are discussing football. A bunch of listeners going to be there. We're going to be in Crystal City tonight at Highline. R&R draft starts around 7 o'clock. Get there when you can. We'll be there throughout the evening.
Indeed. Just indulging in delicious foodstuffs and camaraderie. Dare I say, even some fellowship, GP. Always fun.
Time for our double play. Danny, what do you got?
Rings of Power is back, GP. It started the premiere of season 2, debuted late last week, a 3-episode head start to kind of get the season moving. Last season, up and down, a little bit uneven. The sets, designs, everything was beautiful. You were in Middle-earth, obviously, at the start of the second age. You know that, I don't need to tell you, but I'm talking to everybody else now. You basically have the return of Sauron in Guise. This is according to Middle-earth lore. They took a lot of liberty story-wise in season number 1, and that's continued, but I think they listened to some of the critical feedback here, and they're trying at least to do a few things, I guess, slightly differently. There's still a little bit too much, again, these like extra plot lines. They're trying very hard to have this kind of panoramic and the feel of the same thing of the original Lord of the Rings trilogy, where you've got the separate quests. You don't exactly have it hitting as hard as it probably should. For example, it's taking place in Numenor through the first few episodes.
It should not be taking place in Numenor.
We sort of they're sort of like an also-ran character, and yet they're sort of like this mainstay. There's this intrigue we're supposed to have about this political infighting, and a lot of us don't care. I'm just not into it. Please tell me what's happening with Anatar. Please tell me what's happening with Celebrimbor. Show me what's happening with this stranger / potential one of the 5 wizards, maybe one of the 2 blues that we never see. I don't know if he's I don't know if he's Palando. I don't know if he's Alatar. I don't know what he is, but they haven't told us yet, but there's intrigue there. Now he's fighting with the Southlanders, and there's also a Dark Wizard involved. That's positive. I like that storyline with him and Nori and Poppy, who kind of tagged along there from the Harfoots. It's a whole other thing. But I will tell you, pretty pleased through 3 episodes. Good, not great. Visually stunning. But yeah, a little too much whining for some of the characters, the younger versions of characters that we know and love very well.
Very good. Well done. Thank you. Should I do my double play now, Darius, or should I wait till everyone turns their radios back on?
Oh,
Hey-o!
Zinger Zams.
Whoa!
Come on. Here we go.
Who said that?
Here we go.
Who put that question mark on the telephone?
Here we go.
Celebrimbor? Did I hear a Celebrimbor?
Celebrimbor. Spell that for me.
Say it again.
The real Elven pronunciation is Celebrimbor. But
Okay.
but the kind of the you know, sort of the way it's fashioned for us, you know, because we can't speak the Elven
Yeah.
speech. We're not from Arda. Celebrimbor is how you hear it a lot.
Kelembrumbre. Celebrimbor.
No, but that was adorable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's how I wrote it down in my journal. Celebrimbor. It's time for my double play. I want to talk about Celebrimbor. Just kidding.
You won't.
He
forged the rings, man. Sleep on with your own right.
Surprising that bore is in that word. Hey,
come on.
Come on.
What did he say? Man, oh man.
Who's done it? Come on, who's done it? I'm not moving on. Who's done it? Come on, who's done it? All right. 2 things, Danny.
Mhm.
I think you'll be interested in both. I can't promise you.
All right.
Number 1, I've got a very hot take. This one you'll hate. Major League 2 gets a bad rap. I think Major League 2. I'm not saying it's Major League, number 1. But I do think the movie, Major League 2,
Yeah.
better than I remembered it being. I watched it this weekend. Now, it was late at night.
You're a little bit punch drunk when you watched
Exactly.
it. Yeah.
I watched it, and I'm like, this isn't terrible. Did we sleep on Major League 2 just a little bit?
Here's why it got panned.
Okay.
Because it couldn't recreate what 1 was.
But it's not a bad movie.
I've actually always argued this. It's not as awful as everyone remembers.
Ooh, I thought you would completely disagree with
It is not as awful. Everyone says it's awful, it sucks, it's stupid.
Yeah.
Because you can't recreate the magic that was the original Major League, which was
Also,
just perfect.
How does Wesley Snipes just not show up?
Yeah.
There's just a different guy playing
Mhm.
Willie Mays Hayes.
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah, you shouldn't feel good.
Could they not get a contract done with him?
I think that was the beginning of Wesley's difficult period, He started being a little bit tougher to work with.
Was that he wasn't in jail for like the tax stuff or anything?
That I think that was to come later, if my timeline's right.
Okay. Well, he should have been in that movie because he's a 10, Miss Davis, a 10. The other thing is, have you seen Adam Sandler Love You on Netflix?
No.
Are you familiar?
No.
So this is, I don't really know what it is, having watched half of it now.
Mm.
I'm about, quite literally, you can see it right here.
Let me see.
I'm halfway through Adam Sandler Love You on Netflix, okay? The red line is about 50%.
All right.
All right. I really like it. And I was prepared to not laugh and to not like it. And I've said before, like the Adam Sandler movie thing, I'm pretty good on. I loved his Wheelhouse movies like everyone else did years and years ago. Big Daddy and Billy Madison, Happy Gilmore. But all the stuff now are just him and guys. And he's doing the voices. And no, I'm out. He's just kind of, if you're weird enough, you're considered a genius. Do you know what I'm saying?
I know exactly what you mean. We confuse eccentricity with genius.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But so here's what I don't know. I don't know what this is exactly. It's like made almost movie-ish, but it's a stand-up routine that he's doing. And maybe it'll be explained in the back half. But it's basically just like Adam Sandler stand-up, and he did it in a funny way. Everyone tries to put a little wrinkle on it, like you're running in and you walk out in that outfit, and you're doing your set. You know, he has essentially like the start of a movie, it feels like. And then he's doing his set the whole time. But it's very, very funny. And like he does these little songs where they have nothing to do with anything. And again, I don't know if it was because it was late at night or what. I'm just cracking up. And I want you to watch it. My guess is you'll hate it. But I thought I would hate it, and I found myself liking it.
Well, I certainly appreciate people trying to do something different, right? Like sometimes you swing and miss in that regard, but
it's very different. It's not like anything else, I don't think, on Netflix.
Yeah, think of like a stand-up special. A great one probably popped in your head. Chris Rock's last special, I think it was his last one, was Tambourine, where it was the same stuff but 3 different places.
Yes.
Right? That's unique. That's a little bit different. Neil Brennan, one of the writers on Chappelle's show, who is dry and funny as hell, did a thing with 3 different microphones where he took on different personas. Seth Meyers in a stand-up special had a whole chunk where he performed, but as his wife. And I know that sounds weird, but it makes more sense because it's jokes about him from his wife's perspective.
So I've never seen that, but as someone who doesn't find him funny even a little bit, that's not surprising to hear.
Well, I'm telling you, that was the best part. Yeah, I think he's fine. A little bit too smug for me.
I find his shtick, it's just not for me.
Which I get. But the stand-up special, it was going fine. It was okay. It's some pretty clever stuff. I mean, he's a comedian. He knows what he's doing. The section where it's about him, but as his wife writing the jokes, was the best part of it.
Wasn't there a thing that came out that Jennifer Lawrence like really wanted to date him or something and found out he was married? That's the weirdest thing I've ever heard.
There was a Nicole Kidman like Jimmy Fallon thing.
Different thing.
Yeah,
that was she thought she was going to date Jimmy Fallon and he just played video games.
Yeah.
That was great. No, apparently I'll have to look it up and find it in the break. Like Jennifer Lawrence had a big crush on Seth Meyers.
Wow.
And I don't know why. I can't quite figure that one out. But I'd love to know more.
I'd love to double click on that.
Very strange. The Beltway Blitz is next on Grant and Danny. Let's talk Commanders burning questions next hour. We got our guy Charles Davis on the show at about 1 hour and 5 minutes, right at 5 o'clock on the Fan. As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Condori & Murad will guide you and your family in the right direction by helping you to draft your will, set up a revocable trust, or create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them that we sent you so that you can get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. It is time for our Beltway Blitz. We do it every day at 4 o'clock. We'll cover the NFL, the Commanders, and right now, the Nationals. Mark Zuckerman of MASNsports.com joins us to kick things off. Mark, why don't we begin with what was an extremely sloppy series for the Nationals? They were coming off of the impressive 3-gamer and back-to-back wins against the Yankees, and then they ran out of steam against the Cubs. They gave up 7, 5, and 14 runs, and they committed all of the errors, Mark.
Yeah, Sunday's game was just atrocious. I mean, it was officially 3 errors, but it should have been 5. And I feel like they kept getting worse as the game went on. And it was a really disappointing series, obviously, given what they had done against the Yankees. And I know we can look at this and say, hey, they're young. The lineup the other day, I think it was 7 rookies in there, nobody over the age of 26. So you understand to some extent that you're going to have things like this. But the bad defense and the bad base running, which you saw earlier in the weekend, this is happening way too much. And Davey can talk about it all he wants, but this is something that does have to clean up. And I don't care if you're in your 2nd month in the big leagues or your 10th year in the big leagues. These are things you have to be better at. And hopefully the message is getting across and that they understand that that's just not going to cut it any longer.
Mark, how do we view Mitchell Parker's season, big picture? He's had a couple of these starts, and it wasn't a meltdown. I mean, it was late bullpen, gave up a touchdown in the extra point, and you mentioned some of the, the errors in there. But overall, still viewing his year as a guy that we weren't sure was a big leaguer or not, as a pretty smashing success, even if he's maybe run out of a bit of steam here towards the second half of the season.
Yeah, I think that's the way to look at it. This is a guy that we thought maybe we'd see at some point during the season. Instead, he gets called up 2 weeks in when Josiah Gray got hurt, makes his debut at Dodger Stadium. It looks really good that night, and I think has exceeded expectations along the way. Now, I mean, is he a finished product? No. Is he have the ability to turn into a frontline starter in the big leagues? I don't know, but he has shown a little bit of resiliency here. And even when things kind of go bad around him, like we saw the other day, he still found a way to get through 6 innings. He has a way of just kind of keeping a demeanor that doesn't get too high or low, and I think that can suit him well. The biggest thing he's got to work on, we talk about bad defense, he was among the culprits. He's got 5 errors this year, most by any Nationals pitcher in a single season. He's only had 12 defensive chances. That's an atrocious percentage there. That is something he's got to clean up. It's probably not going to happen in season, but this winter, even more than pitching, I think he's just got to work on his defense.
Yeah, I've never seen a worse season defensively for a pitcher fielding the ball in the infield. And I almost, you worry it's like yip territory now, where it's so mental. Anytime he leaves the mound, bad things happen. You're trying to go get to the baseball. I want to go back to something you said an answer ago, though, Mark, when you were talking about some of the defensive miscues otherwise, and you mentioned Davey. Without going full Nats Twitter and assuming like every ground ball is dictated by the coaching staff and they're the worst, I am curious about Davey's place in. It's been years of base running blunders. The fundamentals defensively can somewhat be explained away with youth and guys playing out of position. But I mean, at what point is the message either not getting through, or is there no fear that, hey, if I screw up and do 3 stupid things on the base paths, I'm not getting benched anyway. So what's really the ramification for me being bad at it?
Right. And I think it's fair to ask that question. It absolutely is. And you heard him after the game, I think a little stronger than he has been in the past. He was pretty fed up with it the other day. And he even said something to the effect of, hey, if you don't want to play defense, we'll have to find something else for you to do. So a little bit of a threat there. Now, I mean, would he follow through on any of that? I don't know. Or even who specifically he's talking about. But the time for this stuff has come and gone. It does not, this should not still be an issue. And, we're down to the last 4 weeks of the season, so there's only so much you can expect right now. But I do believe that next year there is increased pressure on Davey, on his coaches, on Mike Rizzo and the front office to see the fruits of all this. They have the team out there. They're close to having the team out there that they've been counting on for a few years now. And we kind of gloss over the wins and the losses because you say it's a rebuild. I think by the time we get to next year, there should be pressure on everyone to perform and actually see the results at the big league level. And if it doesn't happen, especially early in the year, I think there are going to be some conversations and some pressure and questions about what are they going to do moving forward with all of those people. I think right now you kind of understand why it's not the case yet, but I do think 2025 is huge in that regard, and there should be pressure on everyone to be better next year.
Along those lines, before we let you go, Mark, real quick, my point is if they don't spend some money as a front office this offseason, speaking for myself, I'm going to be loud and I'm going to be angry. I mean, at some point, it's time. Like, you had several years to kind of pack it in and do this rebuild thing, and you've shown enough now that if you could supplement with some power in right field or first base or whatever you want to do, you're not that far away. Aren't we there as well to put some pressure on ownership even higher up to actually go spend some money now?
100%. I think that is the biggest unanswered question and biggest issue of the offseason. They have now shown who their core group of players is going to be. They've developed that from within, but you can't do it all from within. You have to have veterans who've done it before. The whole idea of this year was figure out what you have and figure out what you don't have. And I think we have a pretty good idea right now. They need a first baseman. They need at least a starting pitcher, probably a couple relievers, maybe another bat somewhere in there. They don't have to break the bank, but they do have to start acting like a major league team that is trying to win again, and that includes commitment from ownership to spend money on veteran players. So that to me is the pressure of the offseason. And then if they do their job, now there's pressure on everyone else to perform come April.
Mark, thank you as always, man. Have a great week.
Thank you, guys.
We'll see you, brother. Hit that NFL sounder, please, Darius. Our pal Benjamin Round to go around the NFL. Ben, as we get ready for NFL opening week, congrats to all those who celebrate. Who's going to be better than everybody thinks, in your opinion?
Oof, to that is it's definitely the hot topic basically right now. I think, there's obviously hype surrounding like the New York Jets. I think in a lot of ways, the direction that they're going, they could be really good on a one-year deal. I know I should maybe get some flack for this, but I do think the Carolina Panthers in particular are another team that could be, much better than expected. Obviously, Bryce Young in year two, kind of the key clog to them actually being relevant in the NFC South, but I like that what they did at receiver. I think they have some young, intriguing pieces that can, kind of win at the top of their routes, both the wide receiver and tight end position. I think overall, if you are kind of down on the Atlanta Falcons, the Carolina Panthers could also be a sneaky good team this year.
Ben, I'm just trying to get the wording in my tweet right. You said NFC South champion Carolina Panthers.
Ben Brown right? Guarantees Super Bowl for.
There was something about a red Solo Cup and what you would do if it doesn't happen, I think.
Pretty much. Yeah, no, it could be interesting. I know that, obviously you can make a case for almost any team at this point. I would say 31 out of 32 teams, but I like Carolina's structure. I would say that much, but I have to give another shout to, the Commanders' hometown team. I do think that there's like an upside case for them being really good in the NFC.
Look at him coming out of the tunnel, just spinning the hits on WWE Raw. Welcome to DC. I love Jaden Daniels.
There we go.
Stick aside, how do you feel about Daniels' season ahead?
I mean, I like it, honestly. And I think the initial question, very much should have been like, how does Cliff Kingsbury kind of evolve what he wants to do offensively? I think, we at least saw a glimmer of that, in the preseason, but I think what they do in the regular season early on is really going to dictate both, the short and long-term the projection of the, the overall team. But I liked what I saw in the preseason. I think overall, Terry McLaurin could be a guy that can legitimately still be a number one wide receiver option at a number of NFL teams. And I think he has been held back at the quarterback position. So if you can kind of unlock that, I think the rest of the pieces do kind of fall in place. And, when you look around the rest of the NFC East, there is some vulnerability, I would say, at the top. So for that reason, I think there is a bullish case for the Washington Commanders here in 2024.
What's more likely, Cincinnati Bengals win the AFC North or are well under 500 miss the playoffs entirely? I could see any scenario they're in, but which one of those is more likely, that they're bad or really good?
Yeah, I still think they're really good. I think, obviously last year, some outlier type situations, especially, from an injury standpoint. I still think there's a number of questions about where they are at a secondary standpoint, but, this is still Joe Burrow. I think if he is, and I legitimately believe, a top 3, top 4 quarterback in the NFL, I think they can win the AFC North. I do think outside of, an injury to Joe Burrow, I don't really see them having the kind of wheels sort of come off season that they did last year. So I do think it's probably just a little bit more likely AFC North. I think they're, second in odds basically right now. I would actually probably lean in their direction as far as what I would rather bet, in the Ravens or the Bengals at their current price right now.
What do you think of the Dallas Cowboys coming into the year?
I would say I was very concerned that there is, I think, obviously, what we would expect is this sort of, second place outcome, 10-7 season. But I think there is a downside risk to the Dallas Cowboys that maybe you resolve a little bit now that CeeDee Lamb's locked and loaded, but there still are scenarios where, this team goes south, Dak Prescott's not here next year, and they're not even really relevant, I would say, in the divisional race. And I do think that's probably the one major fundamental shift from where the Cowboys were last season to this season. And I think there is that sort of downside risk that's just a little bit of a wider distribution than what it was at in prior seasons that could easily see them, not really be contenders whatsoever. And I think that's maybe the scary thing and the narrative that people have built up. And I do still think it's probably justified and valid even after the CeeDee Lamb extension. So I think that's maybe another reason why I do think that, the NFC East is, wide open, and there could be a surprising team that potentially wins that division.
For the AFC South, Houston or the field, if you got to go to the betting window?
I think that is a really relevant question. I expected the Texans to obviously be the most hyped team this offseason. They very much lived up to that billing. What I did not expect is, the number of moves that they made to really build around CJ Stroud. And for that reason, the fact that, that would be something that I would very much want to push, from a team standpoint and even a fan standpoint, I think that's hard not to buy into. So although I don't think Trevor Lawrence is as bad as what people are saying or projecting right now, I still think there's enough there with the Houston Texans that I am kind of buying into the hype with that one in particular for sure.
Ben, it is great to hear your voice on a football week, buddy. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Enjoy the rest of the week. It's going to be a great one.
See you,
brother. You too, man. We appreciate you. Let's talk local football. The local outfit's on the road in Tampa on Sunday, week 1, to kick off a brand new season. We're joined now by the beat writer for the Washington Times, who covers the Commanders and all things DC sports, Liam Griffin. So, Liam, why don't we start with, I think you were at FedEx. We took the tour together of everything they were trying to do over at now Northwest Stadium. What do you make of just the brand new literal and figurative can of paint on this organization going into a new year and the excitement in the fan base as we arrive at week 1?
Yeah, no, the bar is obviously pretty low for Commanders fans, but I think you take what you can get. You mentioned that fresh coat of paint, and that's something that, all right, you can tell that the new ownership group at least cares about the product that they're putting on the field and the stadium around it. So I think there's a lot of reasons to be optimistic, if for no other reason than you're approaching competence within the organization.
Is this version of Cliff Kingsbury's offense going to look pretty much exactly like it did in Arizona, or is this has there been a massive update? Are we expecting like a 2.0 patch here where it looks different?
So that's something that I'll be really interested to see when I'm down in Tampa this week, is how much Cliff Kingsbury has taken from his time in Arizona and how much he's really adjusting and iterating on that. When Zach Ertz was talking earlier in the offseason, he was with Cliff in Arizona. He said, no, it was pretty much the same stuff we were running with the Cardinals. But like I say, the NFL is that not for long league. So I'll be interested to see how much he does change. Obviously, a lot was made in Arizona about Cliff Kingsbury was always putting DeAndre Hopkins on the same side of the field. We saw that with Terry McLaurin in the preseason. So really, from what we've seen so far, and given that it's only preseason, it's only training camp, it looks to be very similar to what they were running with the Cardinals.
Our guest, Liam Griffin, covers the Commanders for the Washington Times. We didn't get to see this defense on the field as a starting unit for a single snap. They didn't play Payne or Allen. We never saw Bobby Wagner. There are major questions about the secondary, and even those guys played a very light load in the preseason. What should we expect from Joe Witt's side of the ball?
So based on what we saw in Dallas last season, Joe Witt, Dan Quinn, it's not going to be the exact same things that we saw there, but we can definitely expect a lot of that mentality. This cover 3 zone, this cover 1 man, where they use their athletic safeties to plug up the middle of the field with man-to-man outside. That's what they're going to be looking for, and they're going to be sprinting to the ball. That is what this defensive philosophy really stretches. It's just, okay, the scheme itself is not that complex. you need to perform. You need to execute. You need to be fast to the ball. You need to break up passes, make turnovers. So that's something that we'll be looking for in Tampa, is just how well this defensive back group in particular is able to adjust to this scheme. And you're also looking at in Dallas, one of the reasons that this defense and the scheme was so successful was that you had Micah Parsons rushing the passer as an absolute freak of nature. And Jonathan Allen and Deron Payne are great players, but nobody in the league is Micah Parsons. So we'll be interested to see whether they're bringing more pressure and how they kind of adjust with the personnel.
You've got to bet the entire Griffin fortune on the following. Who has more touches this year, Robinson or Eckler?
If you're going straight up touches, I'm going Eckler. If we're going rushing attempts, we're going carries, I'll be going Robinson. But Austin Eckler is really this young quarterback's best friend. I think you'll see a lot of touches for him and Zach Ertz in these kind of steady veteran presence for Jaden Daniels, especially when you're looking at an offensive line that has some questions going into the season. And Jaden Daniels is someone who is prone to taking pressure, or at least he was during his collegiate career. So I could definitely see a lot of outlet passes for Austin Eckler throughout the season.
Liam, correct me if I'm wrong. You're a Woodbridge guy, right? You're from the area?
Yeah, no, I grew up here. I grew up following the team, been to preseason playoff games as a kid. So yeah, no, I'm very familiar with the organization.
But you're younger than we are. Like, what's your earliest memories of this organization from when you were a kid?
So my earliest memories, two things came to mind, and that is Patrick Ramsey was the first quarterback.
Let's go. That was my guy.
That's the first guy I remember watching, and then watching Sean Taylor play defense from the secondary and absolutely annihilate people is something that I will never forget, and is what kind of turned me into a fan.
Yeah, well, and that's kind of where I was going. Was I'd imagine you were old enough to remember Sean Taylor. What did you make of the decision to redo the statue? And you were in the room when Josh Harris said that they're going to do it the right way, and they wanted to honor him correctly.
Yeah, this is such a no-brainer decision for the Harris ownership group. You look at how the team treated Sean Taylor after his death. The players obviously honored him, but Dan Snyder never really did that much. It took forever for the team to officially retire his number. Nobody wore it, but there was no official efforts to do that. The wire mannequin was a complete and unmitigated disaster. So building a statue, and also saying wherever we move next, wherever the next stadium is, the statue is coming with us. This is a part of our future of our organization, is honoring this past. I think it's a clear and obvious step in the right direction as someone who is so important to the fan base.
Liam, as a Woodbridge guy, I look forward to you and I meeting in person over a couple appetizers. I'll tell you why I needed a police escort to get out of Potomac Senior High School in the greater Woodbridge area when I was in high school. Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
I look forward to it. See you soon.
Thanks, bud.
There's Liam Griffin of the Washington Times on our Beltway Blitz here on Grant and Danny. Next, burning questions in week 1 going into the season. What still don't we know? Where are you most intrigued, curious, and worried about this team? What is your burning Commanders question 5 days out? We'll get to that next. We can open up the phones at 800-636-1067 on G&D.
I couldn't be more excited. I can't believe it. It just felt like the blink of an eye that we're here now, and just laughing at it on the field with a couple of coaches, how soon we got there and how soon we'll be in Tampa. So I think I'm the most excited, but I think our fans should really, really be excited about this next week and what's to come with this team. And that kind of leads me to my answer. I think, I'm really excited about everything. I'm really excited about our offense. With Cliff and the way he runs it and the guys that are executing it, it's going to be a really fun offense to watch. It's going to be a fast offense, and it's going to put defenses in a bind with what we do. And then defensively, I really love, how fast and physical the guys are playing, the mindset of the guys and the leadership on that side of the ball too. So, honestly, just really excited about how we play and how we're going to play and the style of how we play. And so, I don't want to get too much into specifics on certain areas, but I just can tell you that, I'm not exaggerating when I say how excited I am about everything.
That's Adam Peters, general manager of the Commanders. This is Grant and Danny. It is time to line up some burning questions in week 1. We are 5 days away from Washington's opener at Tampa Bay against the Bucs at Raymond James Stadium. Have you been to that stadium by chance?
No.
One of my favorites in football. Very, very nice place to watch a game. Now, I have not checked the weather. Perhaps one of you guys can dig on that and just figure out what it's going to be in Tampa Bay on Sunday, because early season can be
hot. Yeah.
Hot and gross and sweaty and unfun. But I love that stadium. It's got the big pirate ship.
Mm-hmm.
The annoying part would be if they're scoring touchdowns.
You hear the cannons.
That cannon's going to go off. But I've got great memories there. I was there in 1999. Sadly, for a playoff loss, but Washington led 13-0 on the precipice of the NFC Championship game. B. Mitch had just ripped off a kick return in what would be his final return ever with the then Redskins. And then the Bucs came back to win 14-13, maybe a bogus PI on Le'Amon Evans and Sean King leading the comeback. Not that it still haunts me to this day.
I don't think about it much.
Not my favorite Redskins team ever or anything. They were lining up for a game-winning 51-yard field goal. Dan Turk snapped, never got back to Brad Johnson, and the rest is history. But had that game, been there a couple times subsequently as well when I was on the beat, but I do like that stadium a lot. That's where they'll be playing on Sunday. So let's get into some burning questions. If you got one, hit us up on the phones. Your number one question that you wish you had a crystal ball to be able to answer, or something that a lot of times this goes into like concern territory, but it could just be curiosity.
Yeah.
Like, what's it look like? 800-636-1067. We'll hit the phones hard in just a moment.
Short of wide receiver. We know Terry McLaurin. We got that. We're good. Upper 70s catches, just over 1,000 yards, maybe 5-6 touchdowns. Good to go there. Who is it? Is it a Zacchaeus situation? Is it really De'Ami Brown? Is it Noah Brown? I don't know the answer to that. I'm fascinated to see. And also, do we even need it? Is it something that's even essential to this offense? Is this a running back, tight end, and Terry McLaurin production? Or are they spreading you wide and everyone's going to get a chance to eat? I have no idea about that receiver spot.
Is Brandon Coleman just going to be rolled out with the starters at left tackle? I think there's a chance of that for sure. I don't think you list them top of the depth chart if you're not ready for those questions, at least. Like, the default should actually be to do the opposite of that, unless they're just going to come out and say, oh, we did it in alphabetical order. It's going to be Lucas. They're battling, whatever. But 6'4", 320 pounds. A lot of teams viewed him as a guard. Washington said, this guy can play tackle. He's pretty athletic. He's got a huge wingspan and giant hands and arms. To me, he looks like a guard body, but he moves like a tackle. I was so impressed by him at practice for a couple days out there in a row, and then he was just like gone. We didn't see him again.
Mm-hmm.
But what if Brandon Coleman is the big fella at left tackle right away and plays well? We got a whole different combo to have about that O-line.
Which Zach Ertz is it? Is it dynamic Zach Ertz of a couple of years ago that can do a little things after the catch, little wiggle, little all-around football type game? Or is he, I think it was Aaron Schatz, maybe you called him this. I could be wrong. I apologize if I'm misattributing. A catch and fall guy. Not that interested in the catch and fall guy, to be honest with you. I'm more interested in rumbling after the catch, punishing smaller members of the secondary after the catch, making guys miss after the catch, being a threat after the catch, not catch and fall. But who's Ertz?
Is Andrew Wiley going to be able to hold off all comers at right tackle? Let's say Coleman does soon take the left tackle job away from Cornelius Lucas. Why not play Lucas if you like him so much at right tackle? Lucas has played on the right side a bunch. He's been a swing tackle, right? If he's been the left tackle starter over Coleman, and you feel so good about Coleman that Lucas loses his job, if so facto, doesn't that mean that he might make more sense at right tackle than Wiley, who struggled a bunch, including in the preseason where it wasn't pretty all the time. I'm not writing him in pen yet. I think he's the starter. I get that. But if Coleman ends up starting at left tackle, I would like to see what it looks like with Coleman and Lucas. That might be your best offensive line.
Are we going hurry up all the time? Back in the day, the Buffalo Bills realized, hey, we're really good with in a 2-minute drill with Jim Kelly getting to the line, calling the plays, getting to Thurman Thomas and Andre Reed, James Lofton and company, not allowing the other team to sub, to change things out, making guys tired. If we dictate to them, well, they ran it all the time pretty much. It began in I think it was the 89 AFC title game and kind of continued. This has been what we saw in the preseason. They don't huddle. They get to the line and they kind of keep going with some tempo. I love that personally. I know a lot of old school football people are going, you got to use the full 40 and run the dang ball. None of that matters unless you get first downs. Chicken or the egg style. But are we going hurry up all the time? Can't wait to see it.
Is Washington going to be able to generate enough pass rush to bail out what is a very average secondary in terms of personnel? And does that pass rush have to come from the interior as it has the last few years? Or can they actually get some pressure off the edges? Dorrance Armstrong, nobody really knows this guy yet. We've seen him almost zero in the preseason, the former Dallas Cowboy. Clelin Ferrell. What about Javonte Jean-Baptiste or Dante Fowler, the speed edge rusher who we had on the show, told me he thinks he could quietly have a really, really good season. He's primed for a breakout again. He had a 11-sack year a few seasons ago, thinks he can get back to that level. Does it have to be Payne, Allen, Newton, Mathis in between the guards pushing the pocket, or might they actually get something off the edges, and who other than Armstrong solidifies themselves as being able to rush the quarterback? I would bet on Fowler, but it's wide open.
Are we exclusively a shotgun team? I know we saw that in Arizona for Cliff Kingsbury and company, but some people thought, hey, maybe that's because Kyler Murray's about 5'3", numbers approximate. Well, Jaden Daniels is not. He's 6'4", 6'5", but he came from an offense where that's pretty much what they did. We saw a lot of that in the preseason. How much under center are we getting, and how much is it, no, we're in the shotgun all the time with a running back maybe to one side or the other, a lot of read option, a lot of zone read, a lot of, kind of RPOs based on those specific looks. How much shotgun and how close to 100% is it?
Brian Robinson said throughout the offseason, he didn't use these words, but he made it pretty clear. He was held back by Eric Bieniemy, the amount of commitment to the run, and the idea that they just didn't want him to be a big factor last year. All right, well, they're going to run the ball now. My burning question is, what's in the tank for Brian Robinson that we haven't seen? My burning question is, how much better are you than what you've put on film to this point? And if you look at efficiency for him, he grades out, I would say, well, but certainly not near the top of the NFL, kind of a middling tailback. If you look at things, metrics like yards per attempt or rushing yards over expected, he was kind of similar year to year. It was 4.0 yard per carry guy. If, in fact, it's going to happen, it probably has to start happening right now. So is this the year? Burning question. Does Brian Robinson show that what he talked about all offseason, commit to me, believe in me, and I'll take you where you want to go? Is he able to deliver the goods?
There's a television show that you absolutely sleep on back in the day called Murphy Brown, starring Candace Bergen. One of the themes of the show was she had a new assistant pretty much every week, and they would run some funny guest stars and do a lot of different things.
Like an office, right?
Yeah, it was like
I definitely remember it, but I never watched it.
Yeah, so it was actually pretty well done, pretty funny.
Blonde lady?
Always very current. Yeah, she was really good. The assistant job constantly turned over. That's Washington's center position. There have been I look this up, approximate numbers here. In the last few seasons, 7 trillion centers. They can't get that position right. They've tried, they've signed, they've promoted internally. They had guys that also play guard, kind of look over. Enter Tyler Biadasz, holdover from Dallas, not holdover, but a guy that came with Dan Quinn from Dallas to hopefully anchor that position. He's not all world, but at least solidifying that spot, adding some cohesion to that offensive line to help out their young rookie quarterback. Hopefully they found a solution there to a position that's been a bugaboo.
Shout out to Matt on Twitter, who sent me an update on the weather in Tampa. He says for Sunday, it looks like 88 degrees with a 60% chance of rain.
Yuck.
In fact, during the game, 4 p.m. at kickoff, about 40% chance, and then the chances are 60% for the rest of the window.
Is it a bit of a hot take that I actually hope it's disgusting and rains a lot there?
Yes.
Here's my thinking. I'm not so sure. I hope the Washington's better defending the pass. I'd rather it be a little bit mucked up. I don't want Mike Evans and Godwin and company to be able to run free. I'd like less throwing.
Which I get. And I think the more rain when they're on defense throughout the year, probably the better.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to hang with receivers.
Yeah.
I just want Jaden Daniels on dry fields as often as possible.
Oh, I smell what you're cooking there.
And
Yeah.
you know, I also think him running around and making plays. Like, I don't need him slipping and sliding. Just give me 72 and sunny. Let's see what the kid looks like. I honestly don't really care what happens on defense in the first quarter or two of the game, or maybe even in the first quarter of the season, if you want to look big picture. I want to see Jaden Daniels, and I want to see it pretty. But it's going to be very hot, and it sounds like there are chances of rain in Tampa Bay. But those are some of our burning questions on the Commanders 5 days out. What is yours? We're going to hit the phones hard next at 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. We're Grant and Danny.
GD here on the Fan. Grant Paulson, Danny. Hey, in a football Tuesday and a football week, we're talking football all week long because a real game happens in 2 days and Washington plays on Sunday. At the moment, at 800-636-1067, the conversation is thus. What don't we know yet? What's your burning question? What are you excited to figure out? What are you excited to learn about when it comes to this weekend, when it comes to Washington's game? There's a whole bunch on the table for me. I mean, a lot of it obviously revolves around Jaden Daniels, but really it's about the offense. What's it going to look like? How are they going to do it? How are they going to protect Daniels? How are they going to maximize Daniels? How much running is going to happen? How much hurry up are they going to do? How are some of the pieces there where they bet big on an unheralded receiving core outside of Terry McLaurin? How does that hold up? How does their untested left tackle hold up, right? A guy that we didn't see in the preseason that half the league thought was a guard, but they're just going to roll with Brandon Coleman. Apparently, maybe it's not. There's a lot of things going into it, GP.
To the phones we go, 800-636-1067. Kevin in Arlington, what's your burning question?
Kevin.
Hey, fellas. Great talking with you. Thanks for taking my call. So I had one after the tackle situation. You laid that out beautifully, Grant, because like you, if in fact Coleman starts, we know Lucas is better than Wiley. We just know that. And so it'd be interesting to see that make Wiley the swing tackle. And as far as Trent Scott, boy, I wasn't impressed with him at all. I'm still hoping for after the first week that we go out and get a veteran offense tackle that to the mix to replace Scott. But
well, in fairness, Kev, hopefully you don't see Trent Scott, right? Because there's 3 guys in front of him on the depth chart.
Fair enough. I just injuries happen, and God help us if Scott sees the field. But to me, the cornerback position is another one where, okay, like I was actually talking with Linnell yesterday on the radio, and he was, surmising that, they're going to start St. Just and Forbes. And I'm like, wait just a minute. I don't know that. It should be, in my opinion, from what I've seen, it should be Davis and Sanders still, who can handle the boundary because he's the best damn corner on the team. And, for me, Forbes is like Jamin Davis. He's a reclamation project #1 at this point. That's what he is.
Well, it certainly feels that way. Appreciate the phone call, Kev. We're going to squeeze through as many of these as we can. Always appreciate you. The reason Linnell said that, the reason I felt that way, and it's listed that way in the depth chart, that's what they've done every day at practice, pretty much. It's pretty obviously St. Just, Forbes, Davis, kind of in that order outside. Now, I'm with you. I'd like to see more Sanders still against 2 receivers. They've got to find a way to get him on the field. If he can't play outside and he's excellent in the nickel and he just can't play the boundary for some reason, which would seem odd because it feels like playing inside is way more difficult than being outside where you can use the sideline as your friend, then we can reassess at that point. But I would like to see Sanders still on the field on every snap at corner, regardless of if you're using 2 or 3.
Because right now I'm going, oh, really? So he comes off the field? I'll take my chances with the tight end against one of their guys, right? In a 2 receiver set than I will versus 3. If I feel like there's an advantage when you've got a good nickel corner, well, then I'll do something where there's no nickel corner on the field, or I'll try to take advantage in a different way.
Dylan McGrady on Twitter says, are we finally going to have a good linebacking core? That's my burning question. On paper, it's great, but can we finally be good? You better. I mean, investing in Wagner and Luvu the way that they have, I think they're going to have an excellent linebacking group. The Jordan McGee injury hurts because that depth was going to really help them too. That guy can play. He was a mid-round pick out of Temple. He'll be back at some point later in the season, though. Let's go to D in Purcellville. Your burning Commanders question 5 days out.
Grant and Danny, my guys, thanks for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
You bet, bro.
All right, man. Listen, I got a lot of questions, of course, like any other Commanders fan. But my question is, my gut has been telling me that Quinn has and the other guy, the GM Peters, they've kept McCaffrey kind of on the hush hush on purpose because they know this guy is his dad reincarnated. I mean, if you look at his tape, his route running is actually ridiculous. And he catches the ball, and I think Sennett's a sleeper. I think those two. A lot of people are surprised that he's starting. I think he is going to be a big surprise, and people are going to be like, "Wow!" So that's what I think. I think they're doing it on purpose. They've kind of hush, kept him down in the basement, and let him go on game day.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Thank you, dude.
There's not really a reason to do that, though. You need to get him his reps to prepare him. I guess your point is if the opponent doesn't know how involved he'll be or how good he is, maybe you can catch them off guard. But I don't know. I would have rather just gotten him as many snaps as possible. He mentioned that he's going to start. I think he's referencing that depth chart that came out with the team's game notes for their first game, which is not gospel. I still think in a 2-receiver set, he's not going to be one of the guys on the field in week 1. I would think it's McLaurin and then probably either Olamide Zaccheaus or De'Ami Brown. I think the reason they listed it that way, though, is McCaffrey has kind of been used outside a lot, whereas the other guys have been used in the slot and were listed at that part of the depth chart. So I don't know how telling it was, but you just look, the proof is in the fact that in Conference USA, he went from playing quarterback to wide receiver. His first year, he had 58 grabs for 720 yards and 6 touchdowns. His second year, Danny, McCaffrey went 71 for 992 and 13 touchdowns in the American Conference. He's been a receiver for like an hour and he's already figured it out.
Indeed. I mean, the pedigree, obviously, as the caller mentioned, is pretty good. There's guys in that McCaffrey family that can play a little bit. So if the question is, who's more likely to figure it out quickly, McCaffrey or other, I'd probably go McCaffrey.
Here's a really good burning question from Dave in Woodbridge. Dave, you're on G&D.
Hey guys. So a lot of excitement here, but I'm definitely worried. The kicking game. I feel like we haven't had a kicker since Mosley and Low Miller. I want some consistency for the next 6 to 8 years. Where are we going to stand with this guy we just traded a pick for? I'm so worried about it.
Do they have the answer at kicker on the roster right now? They traded a draft pick for Cade York, so they're going to give him some leash, presumably, because they could have just waited until everybody got cut and then signed somebody for nothing. But Danny, they traded. I know it's a late round pick.
It's still something.
But they decided Cade York, they sought him out. You know what I mean? They went after him. They didn't just say, well, let's see who falls to us and we'll pick one of those guys. No, they evaluated the landscape, found a guy they liked, and then they went and gave up a pick to solve their problem. He was 2 for 2 in the final preseason game. My big fear is that they were going to be in the kicker carousel pool all season. Hopefully York keeps them out of that.
Yeah, you want that to stick, especially because, as you mentioned, you could have waited a day or two till the guys that lost kicking battles all around the league got cut, had a feeding frenzy, you signed somebody. You hope that because you committed earlier that guy works out. Just little things like that go a long way to credibility. I know the players in the locker room maybe don't care near as much about that sort of thing, but it just would feel good as a fan or as somebody that's invested in this team to have the front office when they go, we know best, to have that work out.
One of our favorite guests that we have on during the football season every year, also one of the best to talk to on the NFL, CBS's Charles Davis. You see him on NFL Network all off season as well. He'll be on the call of the Patriots and the Bengals. Let's get his thoughts on Jaden Daniels, the Commanders, and the rest of the NFL live next, top of the hour, right here on Grant and Danny. The annual Grant and Danny juxtaposition of league jingles, network NFL anthems is only 3 days away. I guess 2 days away.
Really, man.
Thursday, ahead of Thursday Night Football, we'll be breaking it out. Who will take the crown in 2024? The songs don't change, but somehow the rankings do.
The mood does.
Right. Is it going to be Fox? Is it going to be CBS? Is the NFL Network Christmas? I'm playing drums, but there's a jingle plus jingle bells. You know that one.
I love that one. I love this one too.
They're so good. Right now, I'm going to tell you CBS can be tough to beat. Because when that just hit, my heart was all
You're ready for it, aren't you?
A little pitter patter in the heart just now. We're playing that CBS jingle because, by God, that's Charles Davis's music.
That's good walk-up music.
Coming out of he's parting the curtains right now. Out into the arena he walks. He's all oiled up. He's looking fresh. He's ready to jump into the ring and drop elbows on people. He will be on the call of the Patriots and the Bengals with the Birdman, Ian Eagle, the outstanding CBS crew this coming weekend. Charles, happy New Year and happy football season from your pals at Grant and Danny.
Happy New Year, happy football season, guys, and everyone who can hear our voices. First of all, do I get pyrotechnics when I come out
100%.
as well?
Yes.
Hey, if you want them, you got them. We got flames. I don't know what your intro music. I mean, we got the CBS jingle, but if there's like a song you really like that starts blaring, you can spit water into the air.
We'll work that part out later. I think I always thought Goldberg's entrance.
Oh, so good.
With the repetitive concussive beat and just, him walking with armed guards and the whole deal. And then when the pyrotechnics hit, it's like he'd inhale the pyrotechnics as well, right? And kind of blow those out.
That's
and the
right.
next thing you know, he's ring jackhammering somebody and doing his thing. And by the way, he was quite a football player at the University of Georgia. So let's not forget that. And with the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah, just spearing dudes.
You knew Charles Davis was going to bring it back to the. I bet you got a scouting report there. You've broken down film on Goldberg somewhere along the line.
Goldberg was a heck of a player. He was actually an undersized nose. And just, the efforts that you see in the ring and whatever people want to think about pro wrestling, they still have to go through it. A lot of the hits are real. Some of them are unexpected. When you have to give your body up to the mat like that so often, you got to know what you're doing. And it takes a little bit to get out of bed every day. So I give those guys a bunch of credit. But don't forget, there's one song that won't make the entry into your mashup because we don't know it yet, and that's Netflix. Christmas Day.
That is true.
That's a good point.
That is true.
Now CBS is producing both games. I know that our production teams are doing the games. No one knows who the announcers are going to be, et cetera. So I don't know if CBS is able to cut the deal that it's CBS music on a Netflix deal. I have no idea. I leave that to the people who know what they're doing. They're above my head.
Well, Charles,
we have no idea about what Netflix is going to give us. That's a new one.
We got to get you on that Chappelle Sandler kick on that Netflix contract, right? They're doing games for Netflix. Goodness. You need one of those 10 movie deals, bro.
Hey, I'll take one.
Right.
Yeah. I'll take one. No sense in me being greedy when I haven't done anything. Yeah, you got to prove yourself, and those guys certainly have. But anyway, I've taken up enough of the time. But, yeah, I love what you guys are doing with that. That's going to be fun to see how the rankings come out. And next year you'll have Netflix into the fray.
It's a different world, man. Let's start with the game you're calling, the teams that are involved here. Cincinnati, they're a year removed from a conference final appearance, and then another year removed from losing in the Super Bowl. They were 9-8 last year, kind of viewed as a disappointment. How are you viewing them this season in that buzzsaw of a division?
I think we're viewing them where they get the respect they deserve because of where they finished the previous 2 years, but there's still a little air of mystery to them because a couple of key guys weren't there. Remember, Von Bell left but came back, and they think that is just huge for their secondary in terms of communication, less bust, things of that nature. But who's going to slow down the running game? Because when DJ Reader wasn't on the field and he was hurt a decent part of last year now in Detroit, people gashed him running the football. So do they have – is Sheldon Rankins the guy to replace him and kind of stymie that? B.J. Hill, the rookie Chris Jenkins, things of that nature. So a little bit of mystery, but you kind of bank on the fact that this team has been there a couple of times. I mean, let's face it, if Joseph Osai doesn't hit Mahomes going out over the sideline, they might go back-to-back Super Bowls.
Charles, before you get to work with Ian on Sunday in the booth, we'll already have had a couple of the AFC powers playing.
Yeah.
In fact, 3 of them, if you're going to count, the Jets on Monday night, we get to see in prime time here after you're done. But Chiefs, Ravens, Thursday night football. Do you see Baltimore coming back to the pack at all? They lost a lot on that defensive staff, some key starters as well. And the Chiefs are trying to do something that's never been done before with a 3-peat.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's going to be a bigger slog for both of them. When you're the number 1 seed, people circle you, although, let's be honest, don't people circle Baltimore anyway? I mean, this is not new. And the same thing with Kansas City. They may be going for a 3-peat, but they're circled every time they hit the field. And what's interesting to me is how Andy Reid and his staff and that team goes about, I'm not going to say reinventing themselves, but creating an atmosphere that you are chasing something as opposed to defending something. And I always think the teams that try to defend something are the ones that have a tougher time doing it. Plus, Andy Reid made no bones about it. What does he want to do offensively? He wants to get back to being the Chiefs. Last year, defense led them. Mahomes played to that defense and showed his superior IQ as a quarterback. But he'd like to be back flinging it downfield and bombing it. So can Xavier Worthy be that guy? That gives him that deal when Hollywood Brown comes back and he help open things up again? Because you saw Travis Kelce's yards per catch drop last year. It wasn't because he didn't still have it. I think it's because everything was so condensed because no one could stretch the field. And when Marquez Valdez-Scantling did stretch the field, you held your breath on whether or not he'd actually catch it. So that was a big issue for them.
Charles Davis with us here on Grant and Danny. Let's go to the AFC East where New England is. It's a different phase than we're used to. For 20 years, basically, they competed for Super Bowls. Now they're kind of, starting anew, see what they have there. But that AFC East is intriguing. Miami has been good over the last couple of years, kind of until it gets cold. Buffalo's maybe the window's on its way closed, but we'll see how open it still is. And the Jets have been great, except at quarterback. How do you see that division going?
I see that division. It's funny. The AFC North is going to get the the in-season hard knocks, right? Which I think is very intriguing, right? We're going to see the whole AFC North. And that, since we started with a wrestling theme, that steel cage match every time those 4 go at it, right? Mm-hmm. So when you do that, it almost feels like every game ends on a field goal at the buzzer, and both teams walk off like, man, did we survive that one? And now we'll do it again next week. I feel like the AFC East, not quite to that level, but boy, as you said, intriguing as heck. Big questions each team has to kind of answer, but at the same time, very talented there if people play to their level. And if the Jets played to the level we expected last year, and I think their roster is better this year than it was last year, but the hype is way reduced because we didn't get it last year, the Jets have a very good chance of doing it. And what I would say to the Jets and what I'd say to Miami, if you don't get Buffalo now, you know that old adage, if not now, when? Because it's not that Buffalo is bad. In fact, they're ready to take on all comers. But if you don't see some vulnerability in them based off of what we've seen from the previous years, then I just don't think you're watching what's going on out there. You better go get them while you have a chance before Brandon Beane gets a chance to totally restock that cupboard.
Our guest, one of the great analysts in the country covering the NFL, and around draft time, one of the tops when it comes to breaking down the prospects, Charles Davis on G&D. And Charles, I want to lead you toward, speaking of the draft, the rookie quarterbacks. I think there's 2 groups here. You got the 4 guys who are going to play extensively this year, presumably if Drake May sees the field, and then 2 that aren't expected to, and J.J. McCarthy out for the year, Michael Penix behind Kirk Cousins in Atlanta. But of the 4 guys that are either already starting or could soon, Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels here in D.C., Bo Nix in Denver, and Drake May in New England. What's your outlook for this crop? Because it seems like it's just been extremely positive in every market on all of these guys.
Yeah, I'm pretty bullish on them. And normally what I say about these quarterbacks, no matter what number we take in the first round, you start at 50-50 in terms of those really being good in the NFL, and then err on the side of not going to be good. It's just kind of the way this thing works out. It's kind of like if you took them at 1 and 2, one of the 2 would be good, and one of the 2 would not be quite as good. or worse than that, Manning and Leaf, right? Mariota and Winston looked like they both had chances to both ascend, and then neither one of them got to the heights we fully expected, although I think you'd have to say Winston had the bigger highs. So out of this group, though, I had someone call me today and say, hey, been watching Hard Knocks, been watching the Bears. Caleb Williams feels about as close to can't miss as we're going to get. And then he also countered with, but I can't wait to see this Daniels kid full go. He said he just seems to have a presence to him. There's something about him. And this is a football guy calling me. This isn't just a friend, wanting to know who I would take in fantasy. This is someone who's pretty well involved with the league and gets it. And then he just kept going. And he said, Knicks was central casting for Denver. He said, this is one time I actually believe when a team says we got the guy we wanted, because Sean Payton at that number fell in love with a guy that he knew he had a shot to get. And let's face it, when he wakes up in the morning, he sees Drew Brees 2.0.
Mm-hmm.
Now, can he play to that level? We don't know. But the similarities are pretty strong. And let's face it, this kid had 61 college starts. 61? That tells you about how our world changed and gave kids extra opportunities, plus switch schools. He was such a legacy at Auburn. I'm not sure anyone could truly understand just how big a deal that was. I'm an SEC guy, so I totally got it because I knew his dad. But when he went there, you talk about the rejoicing. If he had gone to Alabama instead of Auburn, they might have burned down the Knicks family home. Okay, that's how big a deal it is back there. But this kid seems to kind of have it. Plus, he won the academic Heisman coming out of college, the Campbell Trophy, that's given by the National Football Foundation. He seems to have exactly what Sean Payton's looking for. I can't wait to see the other pieces go in around him. And Drake May, for a hot minute, we thought would start the opener, but they decided to go with the veteran, which I think was probably a smart move considering how they posited it from the beginning. But you remember in the beginning of training camp, all the Drake May is a disaster conversation. Remember that one? His footwork's terrible. He's not seeing, by God, Joe Milton might be the number 2 quarterback, which was never in play. But instant reactions. No one's saying it now with Drake May, are they? They're seeing a kid that can flat out do it. Now, he'll have his ups and downs when he does play. He's a rookie. But everything else is there. And if you spend any time with Drake May, you'd love having him quarterback your team. So all that just went crazy. And I'll just stop here. Speaking of draft, the one quarterback out of the 6 that went in the first round that took the most beating in the process was, oddly enough, Drake May.
Charles Davis with us here on G&D. Charles, okay, so a couple of years ago, or recently, an AFC South team on the rise, had been really bad previously, had a nice season, won the division, and won a playoff game. And then the next year, they kind of disappointed, right? That's Jacksonville. Now, Houston is kind of taking on that role where they're everybody's darlings. They were a disaster before. I get it on paper. They did an awful lot this offseason. They're coming off for their most successful seasons in some time. A, do you think we're crowning them a little bit too early? And B, if it's not them, who is it in that AFC South?
Yeah, it's a great question. I don't think we're crowning them too early in terms of the division, but they got to run the gauntlet and see if they can get into the playoffs and make some noise. I mean, that's a big deal. But I think that you guys have probably done a really nice job chronicling their off season was not one of, wow, wasn't that fun? Let's stand pat.
Mm-hmm.
It was, wow, wasn't that fun? Can we get better? And they went out and got players. They didn't just say, okay, we're good. They went and got Diggs on offense. They got Danico Autry, who was so underrated on defense. They got Daniil Hunter, the big-time pass, going after the quarterback guy. Azeez Al-Shire to run your defense in the middle. They made a lot of moves that said, okay, young quarterback, first contract, we better capitalize now before we have to pay him, and then it's harder to get players, and they're trying to get it done. They should be the favorite in the division, but I'm going to tell you, that division is in a place right now where there are a lot of people thinking we should be involved in this thing. Jacksonville, you mentioned, they were 8-3 and hosting Monday Night Football against Cincinnati last year with the number 1 overall seed in the AFC in play for them. They lose the game and go south, not to be seen in the playoffs. The year before, the Tennessee Titans had a stranglehold on the division, went south, not to be seen again, and less than a year later, Mike Vrabel loses his job when it looked like he was going to be there for as long as he wanted to be. So it's a volatile division. The Colts feel very good about their football team. They said they had 4 plays last year with Anthony Richardson and Jonathan Taylor on the field at the same time. 4 plays. Kind of like Aaron Rodgers' 4 plays with the Jets. They feel very good about their team. They think they're going to be right in it. And Tennessee is just ticked off. They're like, no one talks about us at all. No one's doing this. And I think that their GM, Rand Carthon, has made some really strong moves in this offseason and in the draft. Now, the key is they will play differently. It's not Derrick Henry 25 times, right? So Will Levis, this is your moment. And they gave you some guys to go get it in Hopkins, Tyler Boyd coming over from Cincinnati. Traylon Burks has to step up and make some plays. I mean, they've got some receivers now, and I'm missing one of the big ones. Who's
Calvin Ridley.
Calvin Ridley coming in from Jacksonville, and see if he can get back to that Atlanta form of Calvin Ridley. So they're going to play it differently with a brand new head coach, but they think they're being drastically overlooked. Now they need to go play that way.
We'll let you out on this one. We were remiss if we didn't ask about Washington's division here in the East. Seems like most pundits have Cowboys, Eagles, a cut above the Giants and the Commanders. Do you see it the same way? And then of those two supposed powerhouses, which do you like better?
Until proven differently, absolutely. And where I think that Dallas gained is not an advantage. They were able to not lose ground this offseason because let's put it on the table. Are we really sure that what happened to Philadelphia at the end of last year has been adequately taken care of, addressed, and put behind them? We don't know. At least I don't. I'm still waiting to see and feel this team that it's all said and done and we can let it all go. Every team says it. Every team does it. But we have to see when the adversity kicks in, when the stakes get high, when things get tight, do they revert? Because that was an epic collapse, guys. I mean, epic. What were they, 10-1? And by the end of the year, you're like, what the heck happened here? But are they roster-wise the best? Philadelphia, to me, is the best roster-wise. And definitely a cut above Washington and the Giants doing some chasing. We'll see how we go. But remember, the Giants got to the playoffs a couple of years ago. How did they do it, guys? They won every close game they played. What was it, like 8 one-score games that they won? That's usually not sustainable.
Charles, by the way, you're headed to you got Cincinnati and you got New England this weekend. Well, I believe that's in Foxborough, right?
No, that's in Cincinnati.
Right, even better. We're going to Cincinnati very likely in a few weeks. Washington's going to be there. The show's trying to hit the road. So I might hit you up after the fact for some scouting reports. Your boy's looking for a good cut of meat somewhere.
That sounds good to me. You hit me up anytime. I love it. And the Bengals have a brand new locker room. Remember that report that they do at the league every year about the guys rating their own teams?
Yeah, the NFLPA report.
Did they get crushed in that?
Remember they got clobbered about the locker room and this, that, and everything. Well, guess what? They've got a brand new locker room there at the stadium, and I think the guys are pretty well pleased with that. And supposedly they're breaking out some brand new threads. I hear we're going to get orange pants and orange tops for the Bengals on Sunday. And they have this thing they call Ruler of the Jungle to kind of lead the team in the Who Dey chant. Guess who they're bringing in for Sunday? The national championship UConn coach Dan Hurley.
Oh, wow.
Who apparently grew up a Bengals fan and mentioned Who Dey in a press conference when they beat Xavier in Cincinnati. And ever since that time, the Bengals are all over it. So he's going to be the ruler of the jungle.
That ain't
They're
bad.
breaking out all stops for the opener, fellas.
I love it. It's going to be fun.
Do all that stuff then, not when we're in town for Washington. Just treat that one more normal.
I bet you for a Monday night game, they're going to have some things planned too, unfortunately.
Hey, that Monday night game, you'll probably, you know what you'll get?
What?
You'll get the ring. They'll get whoever is going in their ring of honor. I bet you'll get that night.
Oh, good. That sounds fun.
Yeah, get a ginned up crowd for
Just
that.
make sure everyone's all fired up for the Commanders. Hey, Charles, cannot wait to watch you and the Birdman again.
You're the best,
Thank
buddy.
you so much. We appreciate you.
Thanks for having me, guys. You guys take care of yourselves, and I can't wait to hear the final results of the theme song.
Yeah, we'll get Darius. We'll get it over to you. Last year, CBS won, but like I said, the songs stay the same. It's like a feel thing on that day.
Like whatever the vibe is, you have to go with it.
I don't know how to describe it.
It really is. I hope we're vibing well that day.
There you go. All right, Charles, we appreciate you.
Appreciate you guys. Be good.
That's right. Our NFL anthems, Fox, CBS, NBC. We do NFL Network and Monday Night Football.
So we added Amazon to it,
That's
right?
true. We're up to 6.
So
Amazon, we could just put 6 though.
Whoa! You can't go in with. I was literally getting ready to say we clear our minds. We actually have a meditation session before the show.
Can we clear our minds except for Amazon?
No, we clear our biases away. We listen to it clean like it's the first time.
Okay.
Right? We have to do that to keep the integrity of the process.
I'll
Otherwise,
agree.
the whole thing's a damn sham. Sham.
I'll agree to your terms. But just know that it's going to be tough for me in any mindset to have Amazon Prime.
Well, now
high on
you
my
got
list.
me in contrarian mode. Now do I have to put Amazon in my top 6?
Let's do this next on G&D. It is game week. First week of the NFL season, first week for the Commanders. How many wins for you to be really, really happy about the season? And how many wins would it take for you to actually be mad? What do those numbers look like? We'll get to that next on G&D. Brandon Ayuk was talking with reporters today, and they said, John Lynch told us, even after a lengthy holdout and all the consternation, when the team and a player agree on a deal, everybody goes their separate ways, forgives the other, and you just forget it ever happened, basically. It's like you're just happy to see the other, water under the bridge kind of thing. And they said, is that true to Brandon Ayuk? And Ayuk, and I wouldn't have loved this if I was his agent, but he said pretty much yes. And then that he's like, I made it harder than it had to be over the last few weeks anyway. It's like over the last few weeks, we were in a good place. Essentially confirming the reports that since August 12th or so, the deal's been on the table that he's willing to accept, but he was just kind of dragging this thing out to either see if he could do a little better, not show up to camp
or skip camp.
But up until then, maybe there was a whole lot of debate and seeing where he was going to end up. But he basically admitted that it was just a whole lot of nothing over the last few weeks with him and his agent kind of agitating. Not the best thing to put out there publicly if I'm the agent, I guess. But what do you care? He just made you millions of dollars.
He got it done. So at the end of the day, I don't think people remember. But yeah, the point is, when threats are empty and everyone knows it and you confirm it after the fact, it's not a great thing to reinforce. Like, again, it's not exactly the same. Obviously, these are pro athletes. But you know what? As a guy with kids, when you're dealing with your children, if you do nothing but empty threats and you never follow through on it, ever, like if you do this, then this happens. If you do this, then this, and you never do the second thing, then they learn, whether they are conscious of it or not, that I don't really have to do what you say because you're not going to follow through. So it becomes self-defeating.
This should not be a surprise, but it did officially happen. Florida State, after their 0-2 start, has fallen out of the AP top 25.
No.
Yeah. They will not be ranked in the top 25 going into this week. Just the third team in the last 45 years to start a season 0-2, despite being a double-digit point favorite in each of their first two games. So they will go into the third week of the year not in the top 25, as you'd expect. Coming up in a half hour at 6, before we get you ready for Nats baseball against the Marlins with a preview of the game, we should discuss Shohei Ohtani, who is doing something that's never happened before and may never happen again. And it has nothing to do with pitching and hitting, which is what he's actually known for, because he's not able to pitch this year. He's rehabbing. So while he's rehabbing, he's exclusively playing offense, and he's doing something that's never happened before, just on offense.
So every time he does either of the things, we're at a new place that's never happened before. You follow me? Nobody's ever done 44 and 44. He's past that now. He's got 44 homers and 46 steals. When he hits another home run, nobody's ever done 45 homers and 46 steals. When he hits another one after that and steals another base, we're in uncharted territory. Like, there have been guys who did each one of these things individually. Think of like a Ricky Henderson or, an Eric Davis or Barry Bonds in his career had seasons where he hit more than 50 homers or stole more than 50 bases. But Shohei Ohtani's just taking a break from pitching, and he's just going to do it this year. He's so stupid good.
We'll get to that at the top of the hour, right at 6 o'clock. But it is game week for the Commanders as they take on the Bucks. We've got a week 1 looming in the NFL, including a Thursday and Friday night scheduled tilt. Excited about that. We're 2 days away from the start of the NFL season. We've got our own show fantasy draft coming up tonight. By the way, at about 7 o'clock, we're going to be over at Highline Sports Bar in Crystal City. We'll be there throughout the evening. So come on over, hang with us, and enjoy the night.
Great spot.
Bunch of our listeners and the crew here from the show will all be over there. So it should be a really, really good time. But the question we wanted to tee up here is, with the start of the season 5 days away, how many wins would it take for you to be excited and happy and kind of taken aback positively? And then how many wins for the needle to move the other direction where you're actually angry and disappointed, even in year one, even with a new staff? Not that you're calling for heads or you're busting skulls or anything, but just, what would it take essentially to move you to emotion positively and negatively from a record standpoint? So let's start with wins positively. How many wins for you, Danny, before you go, wow, that was actually way better than I expected, and this group is going to be awesome for a long time?
8 or more for me. So
if they win 8 games, you're moved to really excited.
I'll go, man, that's pretty good. Because again, look at the history of this league. You can stay in Washington, you can go everywhere else. What usually happens when the bottom falls out, the first year after the bottom falling out, is the power washing of what was. And that's what took place here. This is the beginning of trying to build something. What's unusual is what happened in that fraudulent year of 2020 with Ron Rivera and company, with probably a 5 or 6 win team, quote unquote, winning the division. It's the worst division in the history of sports, probably. They won that. That's a mirage. That's weird. That's, a sugar high. What normally happens is a team that wins 4 games doesn't just jump up and win 9, 10, 11, 12 the following year. To me, this is about, do they have the bones to really build something? I'm hoping that they do. So to me, they win 8 games, which probably means they're competitive more than they're not. It means that, some of the key decisions that they made are working out in general as positive, that some of the fluctuations that are inevitable with a rookie quarterback making his way into the NFL aren't too devastating and the lows aren't too low. Yeah, I mean, to me, if they're at 8 wins at the end of the season, I'll go, that is a pretty nice step forward. It doubles their previous year's total.
I think you see plenty of times, especially with weapons at quarterback or young guys that people don't really know what to expect. You see teams have the 500-ish type year. I actually think the second year for this group could actually be more complicated because they went with so many veterans in free agency. They brought in so many older players who've had good careers on 1- and 2-year deals. They have the 4th most players with 4+ years experience in the NFL that they're going to suit and boot for games starting in week 1. And I say all that to say it would not surprise me at all if they won 7 or 8 games. 8 would be fine. It would be a job well done. But I think they put together a roster that has nothing to do with last year, with all due respect to what you were just saying. I think it's irrelevant that they won 4 games last year. It's a new GM. It's a new head coach. It's an entirely new front office. It's an entirely new coaching staff. So even the holdover players are different versions of themselves because they're in different schemes with different coaches. And then it's an entirely new team. They have the most turnover of any team in the NFL year to year. I was looking at a chart today with the least to the most, and the Commanders far and away over 70% turned over the most in the league. So I don't think 4 wins is relevant. So I don't really count it as, well, how many more wins from last year? Because this is, you never see a team basically with new owner, new GM, new head coach, new coaching staff, new everything top to bottom, the entire front office, new paint and carpets everywhere. Like nothing has carried over from last year. It's almost a different org. That said, my answer is 9. I think if they go over 500, you win 9 games, you're flirting with the playoffs. You win 9 games, you're either the last wild card team in, where you're out by way of a tiebreaker, or like you're playing a game in the final week or 2 of the season, hoping to make the playoffs. And if they do that in their first year, I'll be really excited and borderline elated with the progress this quickly. Now, carrying it over will be really complicated because, again, there's like 25 one-year contracts, and a lot of these veterans are going to move on, and especially almost like the transfer portal, Danny.
Mm-hmm.
If any of these guys have really good years, they're either going to have to be paid or they're just going to go find a home somewhere else maybe as the youth movement continues in Washington. But still, as a standalone season, which is kind of what I'm viewing this, I think a 9-win season would move me to be excited. What about the flip side? What would a win total look like for you, even when you have low expectations and you're not making any demands in year 1? You and I are pretty patient and are going to be with this staff and these players. But what would be the win count where you actually go, are we sure that this is going to work?
Yeah.
That this staff and this front office, are we sure that they know what they're doing?
I thought about this hard, thinking about where that would actually land. I mean, listen, you could say one thing now, then the emotions of the season, the way it plays out, if they're not competitive a bunch of times or something like that. But I think it's probably 4 if it was the same as last year. And here's why. There's a lot, as you mentioned, you alluded to, a lot of veteran presence here, right? If I'm going to win 4 games, why am I not doing it with a bunch of 21-year-olds? Why am I doing it with veterans? Why am I doing it with culture changers? Why am I doing it with this group? Because they're trying to establish a standard. And if you're the same as last year with this brand new regime, it's going to feel empty. It's going to feel disappointing. It's going to feel like a waste to a degree, right? For every 32-year-old that you're starting or a guy that's been in the league for 8-9 years, that could have been for the sake of argument, I don't know, an undrafted free agent. That could have been Kaz Allen getting that touch instead of veteran Victor. You know what I mean? So if it's the same as it was last year, because that's the route they went, right? They went for some culture establishing short term, let's raise the tide so that this program looks different and now we can kind of sustain something. If it ends up being the same as it was last year with frankly, a bumbling buffoon in charge of personnel with a couple of his cronies, it's not going to feel like we're in as good a hands as maybe we think.
I'm going to give you my answer next, and I want to pose this on the phones. We'll hit them next as well, 800-636-1067. Question is, how many wins would the Commanders have to get for you to positively be taken aback and feel really excited about the season? And then the inverse is, on the other side, how many wins negatively for you to actually be a little bit worried in the grand scheme of things moving forward. So positively, Danny went 8, I went 9. We'd be jacked up. As far as losses go, you said
4.
same record, have
Yeah.
4 wins. I've got a different number. I'll give it to you next, and then we'll hit the phones. 800-636-1067 on G&D here on The Fan. He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is the Fan. 800-636-1067 is the number. Question for you guys. How many wins, positively and negatively, so 2 answers here, for you to feel impressed and disappointed this season? I'll round out our answers and get to the one that would disappoint me. So you said 4 wins and you're going to be salty?
Mm-hmm.
I think 5 or fewer and I'll be irritable. I think that with all the moves they made, and I'm not pretending like they have a ton of talent, they don't, but they did enough and they brought enough in that if Jaden Daniels plays well, and I think he will, not improving on last year is fairly ridiculous, especially when the coaching staff was really bad, right? Ron Rivera was in a weird situation as the year went on. We all kind of knew he was a dead man walking, and there was just low energy in the whole building, and nobody was really pulling the rope in the same direction. I'm not trying to compare this group to that group, but it's just more talented with better coaches. The schedule is not more difficult. There's really no good reason why they shouldn't be able to win 5 or more football games. So I should say even more than 5. But if they were to go 5-12, if Daniels plays great and they do that, or plays really well off and on, I'm not going to be angry necessarily about the future.
Yeah, it's like how?
But I will still feel like a 5-win season for year 1 of Dan Quinn is a massive disappointment for him and his staff.
Yeah, I won't be excited. You know what I mean? I'm not going to go, hey, 5 wins, doesn't matter. It'll sting a little bit. It won't feel that awesome going down.
Let's go to Danny in Ohio.
Danny?
Grant and Danny on the Fan.
Hey, fellas, how we doing?
Hey, buddy.
Great segments all day, as always. Appreciate you,
You're a
boys.
sweetheart.
Thanks, man.
Oh yeah, no problem. Yeah, over here in Ohio, just pretty optimistic. So I'm on the 10-win scale to be happy, and I'm at like under an 8-win would be a disappointment.
Ooh,
and hear
you
me
got
out.
the
I
boys
think
playing
that,
good ball this year.
Yeah, well, there's a lot to can't be worse than last season. I think we should be able to win double, but I think our home field advantage might actually come around this year. With the new ownership, I think we'll have better turnouts, less opportunities for people to come and take over our stadiums. And I think that, man, you gotta protect the house and win. I'm not saying you win every single home game, but you gotta win hopefully at least 8 during your season. And otherwise I'd be a little disappointed. And I think the offense this year, let Terry cook. I think if the offense just feeds or it goes through him, we'll be,
Thanks for listening.
In better shape, yeah, for sure. I guess I'm a little bit more patient, just thinking about Joe Burrow year 1, they won 4 games. Justin Herbert's rookie season, he was excellent. They won 7 games. When you're talking about turning over a lot, now the positive turnover is, as you said, ownership. There's no greater upgrade in the history of sports than going from human beings from Dan Snyder. Like that's a win, and I'm doing touchdown dances, and I'm not taking it for granted. But you got plenty of cases where it maybe takes another year or 2 to really implement the program. So I'm a little bit more tempered, but I understand the point. It's not as if they're facing nothing but the 85 Bears.
On the let Terry cook idea too, it's going to be hard for him to put the chef hat on and get in the kitchen and make a whole lot of meals and start cooking if someone around him doesn't step up. Whether that's Noah Brown eventually, or right away De'Ami Brown, or possibly Luke McCaffrey. Like I don't care who it is, Olamide Zaccheaus. Someone else has to attract attention and provide some type of scare, or else just stop Terry McLaurin. No one else can beat you. Like they really do need somebody else to provide something, or else he's not going to be able to cook the way that he has. But I would say that's a minority of the fan base call in that, and I appreciate it, like Danny does. But the idea that if they don't win 8 games, you're going to be disappointed, I would say the vast majority of people are not expecting them to win 8 games. Let's go to Anthony in the city. What's up, Anthony?
Yes, sir. How you guys doing?
Hey, buddy.
Yes, sir. I listen to you guys all the time.
Appreciate you, dude.
10th time caller. But yes, sir. So I think 7-10, because you can't expect too much from a first-year quarterback. Yes, Dan Quinn was a former head coach, but it's like first year, and with the Commanders. So 7-10 is a little bit more expected. And then you just got to trust the process. 9 games that's just too much for especially a first-year quarterback. And especially you had stated, if they do win 9 games, they're going to have a lot of turnover. So they're going to have to do better than that 9 games, which will put more pressure on them. You know what I mean?
Totally. But then to be clear on the topic, the amount of wins for you to be impressed and the amount of wins for you to be
7 and 10.
upset.
7.
So 7, you're impressed.
I wouldn't be upset.
Okay. Got you. So they got to win over
Appreciate
7.
you, dude.
Appreciate you, bro. Thank you. Let's go to John in Herndon, home of the Hornets. What's up, John?
Hey, guys. Thanks for the call. For me, I look at it a little different. I mean, I'm just very happy that we're out of Snyderland.
Yep.
And so if we see progress, we've got the turnover, we've got a coaching staff that's, good. And I think we got a front office that's not as weak as Rivera's was. So I'll be happy at 6. I'll be ecstatic at 7. And I'm glad we're in the division with Daniel Jones because we have a chance to actually finish 3rd with 7 wins.
Although he does torch Washington pretty good.
8-3-1 over the last 12 games against Washington, by the way.
Stunning.
That's the Giants.
But that is a great take.
Uh-huh.
And I think that exists in the fan base. In other cities, they wouldn't understand that, or someone passing through or listening on the Odyssey app would laugh at that. But the fact that Dan's gone and there's a real general manager here, the win-loss record, we'll give you a year or two to sort the football stuff out. I got a shot. That's going to make me happy.
Long term, I've got a shot. This year, secondary.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. You're listening to The Fan. Next, we'll get you ready for Nats baseball and hit the football headlines on G&D. today in just a moment, and we will set the table for the Nats and the Marlins. 6:10 pregame, 6:40 first pitch tonight, right here on the Fan. I mentioned earlier, though, we needed to talk Shohei Ohtani top of the hour, so I'll throw this out there briefly. So Ohtani's leading the league in runs scored, home runs hit, slugging percentage, OPS, total bases, and a bunch of other categories. He's going to win the MVP award this year, even though he didn't pitch. So think about this. He is one of the top 10 or so starting pitchers in baseball and one of the top 5 hitters in baseball. He wins the MVP award every year because he does both. Imagine, though, whoever your favorite team is, for most of you, it's the Nats. They don't really have a true ace, but imagine at the peak of Max's powers on a year where Scherzer couldn't go out and pitch like an all-star, and he was coming back from TJ, so he was rehabbing. He didn't pitch at all, but he just hit 50 home runs and stole 50 bases. That's what Shohei Ohtani is doing this year. He joined the vaunted 40-40 club, of which there are a single-digit amount of members, and he's now got 44 home runs and 46 stolen bases. He's the first and only player, Danny, in history to ever hit 44 homers and steal 44 or more bases in the same season. He's got a real chance to go 50-50. He'd be the only guy in that club. Again, it's a one-man club as it is, the 44 club right now. But he's going to, very likely, steal over 50 bases, and slightly less likely, but also very plausible, he's on pace for 50 home runs. In a year in which he's not pitching and he's rehabbing. The greatest baseball player in history, ladies and gentlemen, and you're seeing him right in front of your eyes. You're lucky enough, like me and Danny are, to be on this spinning rock enjoying baseball at the same time as him.
So we need to be very careful here because I know a lot of baseball fans, they clutch their pearls, they get very upset. He's not going to have the greatest career. He started, probably a little bit too late and who knows in terms of the career compiling numbers, may or may not even get to 500 homers. Here's what I'm telling you, and I don't want to speak for you, but maybe this is what you're telling these folks as well. Nobody's ever done this. There's never been a person on the planet who, at the peak of their powers, you can pick whenever they want, has been able to do what he's doing right now. This is the best anyone has ever played baseball in the history of this planet. And it's happening right now this minute as a 29-year-old for the Dodgers. Not as if he went to some bandbox. He didn't go to Colorado to put these numbers up. He's going to a division champ where, frankly, the ball doesn't carry so great a lot of times at night where you got to really hit it, and sometimes it don't even stay hit. The numbers that he's putting up, as you mentioned, where he's taking a break from pitching, a brief respite, part of what makes him so unbelievably special. So he just decided I'll dominate that way. It is staggering. It is ridiculous. The game is hard. I promise you it's hard. It's the hardest one we got, and he makes it look like he's the big kid in Little League. It's unbelievable.
It's just, to me, it's comical to think about. The Mackenzie Gore can't help you pitching this year. So he's just going to hit in the middle of the lineup and go 50-50. Like, I mean, it's just dumb. And you said this earlier. We were talking about this, not even for show purposes, but you and I were just kind of marveling at the numbers. And it's so true. The amount of guys who have ever had a 50 homer season and a 50 steal season, not in the same year, but how many players in history? Anybody other than Barry Bonds?
Have done 50?
I'm saying 1 year you hit 50.
Yeah, did A-Rod do it? Maybe?
Probably. Maybe. Look that up and see if he stole 50. Yeah. I would think early in his career he did. But it might be 2 or 3 guys who have ever at different years done 50 home runs and 50 steals because it's so hard to be that fast and that powerful. And he's doing it in the same year, in a year in which he's got a rehabbed, repaired UCL and is getting fixed up from Tommy John surgery.
The answer is no. A-Rod never did. So there you go. His career high was 46.
So Bonds. But never before has anyone done it in the same season, and we're lucky to be watching.
Like, I think Acuna could if he was able to stay healthy once. I mean, last year he was 40-70, which is pretty good.
Yeah. He would have a chance for sure.
Yeah, he could do it.
He would have to. I don't know that he's going to ever hit 50. If he played 160, he'd have a chance to. But it's still hard. He comes and goes and ebbs and flows offensively. There's a lot of inconsistency. Whereas Shohei, it's just every day. Same guy, man. He's hitting the ball 117 somewhere. Is he lifting it or not?
What an unbelievable specimen. What a star.
It's different. All right, NFL news. Trent Williams ended his holdout today, got a new $82.7 million deal with the San Francisco 49ers. If you look at his guaranteed money added to what he's made in his career, he is now expected to make $350 million in his career by the time it's all said and done, which he was the last guy or the last group with the massive rookie contracts, I believe, before the draft wage scale changed. So that helped him, number one. But then he became the best left tackle in the sport at a time where that was the second highest paid position as of several years ago. And you get enough contracts. He's now playing. He's 36 years old.
Yeah.
The same age as me. We were essentially rookies together. Him in his first year and me on the beat out in Washington. 15 years later, he's still doing it. He's given up 1 sack in his last 44 games. That's how you end up making $300 million in your NFL career as a left tackle.
He's still listed as one of the top 20 players in the NFL. I mean, it depends on your publication. But ESPN, I think, had him in the teens with their latest top 100.
There's not a better left tackle.
Yeah.
So how many positions are more important than that to you?
Not many. I mean, again, the guy is divided. I mean, it seems to be some, I don't know, antics is not the right word because that's such a negative connotation, but there always seems to be something swirling around that dude. You can trust that he's out there working. Like, he's down in Houston, the greater Houston area, sweating and doing everything he possibly can. And when he shows up on campus, he's going to play excellent football. That guy's amazing.
Yeah, to that point, there's been some question about if he plays in week 1 or can he be himself in week 1. This is kind of old hat for him.
He'll be fine.
Like, I'll do my thing, and when I show up, I'll dominate people. Don't worry about me. One of the most underrated players for a really, really long time has been Cameron Hayward of the Pittsburgh Steelers, their D tackle. He got a new 3-year contract today. That's the type of dude who's just a lunch pail Steeler for life. You never hear anyone talking about him.
He's the most Steelery Steeler.
He's been great for so long, and it's one of the reasons why TJ Watt gets a lot of the credit, deservedly, with all the sacks and the pressures and the takeaways. But that defense has been outstanding for many, many years. He's been a Pro Bowler right in the middle of it. He got a new 3-year extension today. Didn't hold out, didn't scream about it, didn't, post a bunch of clips with different coaches he wanted to play for. He just kept showing up to work the Steeler way, and they gave him the money he wanted before the season started.
I think he's been in the league 13 years in Pittsburgh. A few more years to keep going at it. Man, what a star. One of those guys that never, as you said, never gets heralded, never gets enough credit. He's done everything. I mean, he's had double-digit sacks, I think, 3 or 4 times in his career. He's been a space eater. He's been whatever the defense has asked him. Just a stud.
All right, let's get you ready for Nats baseball right now on Grant and Danny. As I said, 6:10 pregame and a 6:40 first pitch. Let's start with your Nationals lineups presented by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man's been the educational window company. Get your free no pressure, no estimate at thewindowman.com or their Fairfax showroom.
Behind Patty Corbin in right field, leading off Dylan Cruz, batting second, Jose Tena, batting third, your DH, Andres Chaparro, batting fourth in left field, the James Wood, batting fifth at second base, Luis Garcia, batting sixth at first, Joey Gallo, batting seventh, shortstop, Jake Abrams, batting eighth, Caber Ruiz, batting ninth, our guy, Jacob Young.
Nats weather presented by Pepco. Storm season's here. We know a little prep makes a big difference. Get storm informed. Pepco.com/storm prep. Our show meteorologist is Darius Dammer.
Well, it's Miami, so of course rain may be in the forecast for tonight, but no need to worry. In Miami, they will keep the roof closed.
Indoors.
So no need to worry about that.
Air conditioning. 70 degrees. That is your weather report. We got a fantasy football draft with listeners tonight. We are fired up about. Come hang out with us over at Highline R&R in Crystal City. We're headed that way now. Draft to start a little bit after 7, but we'll be there throughout the evening. Tomorrow at 3 o'clock, former GM Rick Spielman is on the show. It's a football week on Grant and Danny.
Thank you for coming.